Girl, I can do you one better. How was that?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Thank you.
Open the door. Open the door.
I just rang your doorbell because I have a couple questions for you. What? Are you sure?
Get y'all ass in here and sit down. The night I realized my house was haunted. So I'm in my bedroom, I'm cleaning, I'm doing my normal motherly duties, and my little one, who was about 7 at the time, 6 or 7, she's running around the house, and I didn't see her for a while, so I'm like, where the hell is Bella? Because, you gotta look for him. So I walk out of my room, and I walk by the bathroom, and I see her. So I back up, and I look in the bathroom, and she's just standing in the mirror like this. So I'm standing there and I'm calling her name. Bella. Bella. She's not answering me. So I look a little bit closer. She's got tears running down her eyes, but she's not making no noise. So I'm steady calling her, Bella, Bella. She still didn't say nothing to me. So I walk in the bathroom. I'm thinking, okay, why the hell is she not answering me? So I walk up behind her, I nudged her, hey, you hear me talking to you? Nothing. But she's got this look of terror on her face. So now I'm getting worried. So I scooped her little ass up, went in my living room, nothing. But she's crying. She's like tears just running out her eyes. She's not making no sound. Run outside with my baby, and all of a sudden the loudest screams, oh my God. There was a black, she called it the tall black man, because there was no features. She said it didn't have a face or anything like that, but it was just a tall black shadow was standing behind her in the mirror. She said that she couldn't move, she couldn't make a sound, she was trying to scream, she couldn't scream. I had to walk my baby up and down the road for 2 hours just to get her calm. And that's only the first incident. Second incident, 2 days later, I'm cooking. She's behind me at the table eating, because I always feed the kids first, get them out of the way. And I heard my oldest walk by, and she goes, Bella, just get up and go to bed if you're sleepy. So I turn around and look, she got her face in her plate. So I yell her name, Bella, get up. She didn't move. So I walked over to her, pulled her face up out of her plate. She's got mashed potatoes and gravy and everything all over her face. She's got this same look on her face that she had in the mirror. So something clicked in me. Take her outside. I ran outside with my baby. She's screaming again. Something was holding my face down in my food. Something was trying to drown my child. This shit went on for months until they moved us. It went on for months. I'm talking about shadow figures in the house standing in the hallway, shit moving around. We waking up, the cabinet doors are open. I remember waking up and all the cabinets were open in the kitchen. So eventually they moved us. They moved us over here across the street. And I could remember sitting on this porch, looking across the street, and all the curtains were gone in the house, but the maintenance had the lights on because they were working on the apartment. So I'm sitting out here one night, and I'm just watching over across the street, and there was this tall shadow standing in the window across the street, watching me. But when I got up and walked halfway, it was gone. It wasn't there. It like dematerialized right in front of me. But for the life of me, after going through all of that, I could not understand why it was attacking my youngest. She would see these things. She used to see a girl in the house. There was a girl that used to be in the house with long black hair and a white gown. It was a lot, y'all. These demons, they can touch your kids. If they want to touch them, if they want to put hands on them, they can. Don't think they can't. But ever since I dug deep into my spirituality, surrounded myself with crystals, all my different protection crystals, I have not had any encounters at this new place. Well, there is the one time when something was knocking on a door and I opened the door and nothing was there. But other than that, nothing at the house. Stay safe, people.
So lately I've had a couple things, unexplained things happening around the house that leads me to believe that my house is in fact haunted. As you guys know, I'm extremely sensitive, so I always have things coming and going, but not at all how it's been lately. And I recently found out that the haunted has to do with the previous owner. But story time. So a couple nights ago, I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard what sounded like somebody trying to open the back door. It sounded like whoever this person was had keys to the house and they were trying to get in. I'm of course startled, so I run to the back door to look out the window and I don't see anyone there, but I do have a sensor light out there and the sensor light does turn on, but there's no one there. I try to rationalize it and ignore it, thinking maybe I'm just hearing things, maybe it was an animal, I don't know. And I go back to cooking. Not more than a few moments later, I hear the noise again, like the jiggling noise. And I run back to the back door and I look and I physically can look out the window and see that there's nothing there, but the sensor light is on yet again. I then did something really stupid that I don't recommend you do. If you ever hear knocks or you hear unexplained noises, you don't ever open the door. But for whatever reason, I decided to open the door anyways to make sure that my back gate was locked. So I opened the door. Of course, there's nothing in my backyard. I locked the back gate and I just come back in the house and I shut it. I feel that at this point, whatever was trying to get in, whatever this supernatural thing that was trying to get in, came into the house. Once I came back into the house, I set the alarm and I just finished up in the kitchen and tried to just forget about it. Once it was time to go to bed, my son went to sleep. His room is right next to mine, and then I went to sleep. Around midnight, I'm laying in bed just scrolling on TikTok when I get a text from my son. Now remember, my son's room is right next to mine, so I'm confused as to why he's texting me. He tells me that he keeps hearing footsteps in the hallway and that he's scared because he looked underneath his bedroom door and saw like two feet or pair of shoes or whatever right outside his bedroom door. I'm of course startled by this and I jump up and I open the door and I'm like looking around, I'm like there's no one here. I check up on him, I'm like there's no one here. When I walk out into the hallway, I got chills up and down my body, which told me that we were dealing with something. I of course did not tell my son this. I try to calm him down and tell him that maybe he was just hearing things, that maybe it was the neighbors. I kind of prayed with him for a little bit until he calmed down and went to sleep, and I just tried to shrug it off, but I knew in the morning I was going to have to cleanse the house. The activity continued for a couple days. It was every night my son would hear it. I for whatever reason couldn't hear it, but my son would hear it. We actually ended up putting a camera in the hallway to try to capture something, like a motion detector camera, but the motion detector thing on it broke. Of course, I never caught anything. This is getting to be kind of long, so I'm gonna have to do a part 2. So this is part 2 of the My House is Haunted story time. So after we set the camera, the motion detector never worked, so we were never able to capture anything. As you guys know, I'm very sensitive and I don't ever like to kind of encounter things head on. So if there's anything supernatural, I usually will ask for it to reveal itself in my dreams and tell me what it wants. So that night, I had a dream that I was in the kitchen cooking like I was when everything started. In my dream, I heard the same jiggling of the doorknob and I went to look, but when I looked, I saw a man standing in the middle of my yard. This man was dressed all in black. He had a black leather jacket, black pants, etc., and black boots. But when I looked at his face, he was showing me how he had been unalived. He had a clear plastic bag over his head. He was So I jump up from this dream, I wake up completely confused as to why is this random man that I've never seen in my life showing up, letting me know that him, and that he's in the yard, and why is he trying to get into this house? Until I run into my neighbor. I'm outside. This was on a different day. I'm outside. I'm actually getting ready to move. I'm moving. This is completely unrelated to that, but I was letting my neighbor know that I'm gonna be moving soon, and she was so heartbroken. She's like, no, don't tell me that. I love you guys. I can't believe you're moving. You don't understand how happy I was when you guys moved in, because the neighbor before you was horrible. Right away, I'm like, who lived here before me? Why was that person so horrible? And then she began to tell me that he was a drug dealer that apparently had he used to cook downstairs stuff, illegal things, which is funny, I guess, now that I think about it. When I first moved into the house, the basement had a weird odor to the point that I had to like power wash it and like paint it over because it just had this weird odor to it. So apparently he was involved with a bunch of not very nice people. And I guess one day the neighbors had enough that they decided to call the cops on him because all of the things that he was cooking was making everyone sick around the whole like neighborhood. So when they called the cops, apparently he jumped out of the second story window and like ran away. And he came back a couple nights later with a U-Haul truck in the middle of the night, grabbed his things, and he was never seen from again. So in conclusion to the story, I truly believe that he passed away. Again, he was involved in some not very nice things. I truly believe he passed away. They may have not even like found him yet, but he's connected to the house because apparently he lived here for many years, and it's the reason why we're now experiencing things, because we have lived here for 4 years and this all just happens. Like, how do you just go from like 4 years of living in a place and out of nowhere you start having crazy things like that happen, or you have
Good morning. I just woke up and I am adding this video to the creepy chronicles of things that happen at 3 a.m. when I'm feeding my baby. Here's my little girl. She is 6 weeks old today. But I've been posting videos because ever since my daughter came home from the hospital, she's been waking up around 3 a.m. for feeds, and weird stuff always happens at that time. So last night, my daughter woke up, I fed her, nothing out of the ordinary to start, except for the fact that she would not go back down to sleep. She seemed really, really awake, which is not like her, especially at that time. And she had had a lot to eat. So usually if she eats like that big amount, I change her, she has her pacifier, she falls asleep pretty fast, and she would not fall asleep. She was like scanning the room with her eyes, and it was like she was fixated on something, and that started to freak me out. And so I was trying to put her down, I was rocking her, I was walking with her, I was doing all of the things that normally comfort and put her to sleep, and I started hearing, to me, what sounded like walking in the hallway. Like my floor creaks pretty bad because my house is really old, and it sounded like walking, and I was like, oh, and her eyes immediately like dart to where my bedroom door is, and she's like staring, big-eyed, like staring at this point, and my door was like cracked open, so I was like, oh my god. And all of a sudden, I swear, like I heard this creak like right next to where my bedroom door is, so it sounded like someone had like come right up to the door, and her eyes like got even bigger, and she made the biggest smile like that, and was like staring, and I was like looking over my shoulder like, what the heck, what do you see, who do you see, I don't like this. I don't know what it is, I don't know what it was, I don't know what it is. My husband definitely believes in all of the spooky and paranormal things that have happened in our house because they happened to him too, and he's had quite a few things happen since bringing our baby home. One thing that has happened to him recently was in the middle of the night when I'm feeding her, I feed her in our bedroom just because it's right there and I can just take her out of her bassinet and feed her. My husband likes to go sit in her room, which I do not, because weird stuff, as I've been posting about in this video and other videos, weird stuff keeps happening in the nursery. So I don't like to feed her in there unless it's the daytime, but he goes in there and like rocks her and all that stuff. So the other night he was rocking her in there, and I was still awake. It was only like 10 o'clock at night, and he was feeding her and rocking her, and he was like, hey, did you call me? And I was like, no. And he was like, yeah, you did. Like, I literally just heard you calling my name. And I was like, no, wasn't me. And he was like, oh, that's really weird then. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure it was just, I don't know, the TV. He was looking at reels on his phone, and he was like, no, like I definitely heard your voice, like you calling my name. And I was like, okay, that's weird. So I didn't really think anything of it. I had to get up and wash a couple of bottles, so we had some for later in the evening. So my husband is still rocking her in her room. She's falling asleep. all that stuff. And I'm in the kitchen washing bottles, and he calls for me. So I was like, yeah, like calling from the kitchen, so he didn't hear me. So I was like, okay, maybe the baby's sleeping and he doesn't like want to wake her up. So I walked down the hallway to her bedroom and I was like, hey, what's up? And he was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, you just called me. And he was like, no, I didn't. And I was like, no, you totally did. Like, you literally just said my name. And he was like, no, I did not. So, yeah.
I can see you from behind. You can hear me.
So, most people that know me know that my house is haunted. And I just happened to catch on video the moment that I found out my house was haunted. And I'll put that video at the end of this video so you guys can see it. We had just moved into our house in like mid-August, and this was November. And we had just gotten back from vacation and bought this Christmas tree, and I was taking a video of it because it's so cute lit up. You'll see it because I wanted to show my friend. And at the time, my kids were in bed because it was like later at night. And my husband had been putting laundry away in the back of the house, so no one was in that room with me, and just watched the brown chair beside me.
Okay, so I'm just gonna come right out and say it. The creepiest thing ever, probably in the history of what has happened so far in my haunted house, officially happened last night. Officially, 100%. So far, nothing can top this one. So, my fiance and I were laying in bed, going to sleep. Great British Baking Show is obviously playing in the background. Nothing else can relax me more. And he's like, stop taking the covers, stop pulling the covers off me. Mind you, I'm pretty much asleep. I am not moving. I am a log at this point. So I scooch my boot all the way to the other side of the bed, so where we are not touching. There is no way he can tell me that I'm pulling the covers off of him. So he turns the TV off. We are now falling asleep in silence, and out of nowhere, literally nowhere, at the same exact time, we both hear, Mom, Mom. Excuse me, I am not a mother. We both heard it. We both heard it, and it was coming from the bottom, like where your feet are, like that part of the bed. So I'm literally at a loss for words. The only thing I do know is that around the 1920s, 1930s, there was a fire in this home, in my house, that a family was in, and I've read that they did not make it out. So, like, I don't get it.
Watch this. Watch this. There's something haunting me. Flicker this light if there's someone here. Oh my god, oh my god. Can you do it again? Oh my god. One more time. Can you flick it one more time? Normally I'm the one that's telling scary things that happen to other people, but after I did the demonic possessions video I posted on YouTube, weird things have been happening to me, and I've been trying to ignore it. Sorry, I'm so scared. I've been trying to ignore it because you're not supposed to like give it attention or else it will continue to happen. So like weird things have been happening around my place. I heard a bang come from my front door, and then I was like joking around. I'm like, oh, if you're here, flash the light.
Welcome to another episode of My House is Haunted Chronicles. So I'm sitting in the living room watching TikTok lives, and I start hearing someone move around in the kitchen. So I go to look to see if anyone's in there. No one's in there. I come back, I sit down, and it continues again. If I go in there, it stops. So over the next minute, just listen in and tell me what you guys hear. Check this out.
See, and you think I'm crazy. The first time I'm here by myself, there's a picture on the floor, and it just...
My house is haunted. Can you find the ghost I caught on camera?
Hello? Is anybody there? Do you have something you want to say to me? Can you give me a sign?
Watch again if you missed it.
Hello?
Y'all probably don't think I'm crazy. And well, I am. But not in the way that, so I moved into this house like, I don't know, almost 2 years ago. And originally, my husband also lived here, but we split up. So now it's just my kids and I. And so in the very beginning, we didn't have like a lot of activity or anything like that. It kind of like slowly started happening over time. But today I'm going to tell y'all about the room that I'm currently in, which is my bedroom. I don't sleep in here anymore. I sleep on the couch. And I've probably been doing that for like the last year. Because no shit. Okay, so listen. I have something I call a woman cave connected onto my bedroom, okay? And this old man who lived here in like 2018, he died in there. So, my vanity and stuff used to be in there actually, and no shit, you just feel like you're being watched. But I mean, I feel like I'm being watched anyways because this old man follows me around the house. And he just like, he doesn't mess with me and he doesn't do anything, but he follows me around. Okay, anyway. So, at nighttime in here, you can hear somebody walking, like literally walking around. I refinished hardwood floors in here, and so if you know that they creak, right? And like no big deal. You could hear it like walking in front of the fan, and just like you could just hear it. So me being me, I've been having experiences my whole life, so like I don't get scared, okay? And I just, whatever, I'm actually fucking creeped out that I'm telling y'all about this in this room. But, whatever. So, fast forward to one night, the door opened at probably like 2 o'clock in the morning, and whenever my husband and I woke up, it literally looked like somebody walking out of the bedroom, okay? And not to freak out or anything, but my bedroom door was closed when I came in here.
and it's currently cracked. So there's that. Anyway, it looked like somebody walked out, so my husband like freaked out and went in the house, you know, like checking the doors, the windows. All of the kids were in bed still asleep, so it wasn't the kids. And so anyway, that just really did it for me. I mean, like, ugh. So a couple nights later, we're in bed and the activity is crazy in here, and we always see something standing like in the corner over there by the door. Okay. And also one day I was in here getting dressed, and on Everything I Love, it sounded like something crawled on the floor with claws behind me. And I could just feel it, you know, like the hairs on your back stand up. But anyway, one night the activity was really bad in here, and I shit you not, you could see and feel my side of the bed go down like somebody got in bed with me. Okay, and after that I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. Because not no, but hell no. So last night or yesterday evening, I was getting ready because I had to go to Beaumont, and there was definitely like these noises, like somebody was like crinkling a bag behind me or something. So living here by myself with my kids is a great time, in case y'all was wondering. Yeah, I'm not moving though. I'm keeping my house. So if y'all listen, y'all comment and tell me about some weird stuff that happens to y'all in y'all's houses, so that I don't think I'm just completely crazy and that it's not just me. So here's just part one of the weird shit that happens in my house, okay?
So I'm pretty sure that my house is actually haunted. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my house. Buying it was the biggest accomplishment of my entire life. I'm so grateful that I get to live here, and she is gorgeous at face value. But if you look up close, the house is literally falling the fuck apart, and I cannot do this anymore. I'm sure you guys all remember this TikTok that I posted a couple of months ago of the beautiful, huge tree in my backyard just giving up one night and falling over. Rained a little too hard, and she just said, nope, don't want to be here anymore. Me's the tree, honestly, but that was strike one. And since then, every fucking day there's been something new. We're on like strike 1,000 at this point. Just this week alone, my gorgeous, beautiful bathroom here is located directly above my kitchen. And my shower decided that she didn't want to drain anymore. She said, fuck a drain. I'm going right through the ceiling. So she found a hole in the electrical circuit of my light in my kitchen. So now not only did this circuit blow and this light doesn't work anymore, but now anytime I take a shower, there's just water dripping from the ceiling down the pendant light onto the counter. Can't insert a photo of the next thing because it's disgusting, but a couple of days ago my housekeeper ran up the stairs screaming because she went to clean the bathroom downstairs, and one of the showers in the basement started filling with shit water. Somebody clogged the toilet and didn't say anything, and the entire pipe got clogged. You get the picture. And last but not least, the cherry on top, the piece de resistance, if you will. I'm currently on vacation, and my friend who's watching my house and the dogs this morning texted me this photo of the door. Of course I start freaking out, looking at the security footage, thinking like, oh my God, is somebody trying to break in? And of course I find out, no one's trying to break in. There's no intruder, no bird flew into it, no rock from a lawnmower. It just fucking cracked. It just gave up. Just like the fucking tree, it just said, nope, I don't want to do it anymore. Like, is this even possible? It must be a ghost. At this point, I don't know what to do. This is beyond the capabilities of a contractor or a handyman. Like, Bob the Builder, can he fix it? No, he can't. I need to hire a priest to come and perform an exorcism in the home. At least sage it or some shit. Say a prayer.
This is my very first haunted house. It belonged to my great aunt. She lived across the street. When I was 7 years old, my great aunt died. She lived alone here in this house. She never married. She never had any kids. The house was over a century old. There had been a birth or a death in every room in this house. So the house held a lot of energy. As my great aunt got older, she was getting sick. and she knew that she wasn't going to live very much longer. So she told my mom, when I die, I want you to lock my house, and I want you to keep it locked for 3 days. I don't want people going through my things before I'm even cold in the grave. So, true to her word, when my great aunt passed, my mom kept the house locked. My great aunt died on a Wednesday. She was buried on a Friday afternoon. It was a stormy day, and all of our family gathered at our house after the funeral. That night, after it got dark, my mom and I and a couple of my cousins were going to go out and go for a walk. The storm had passed, and we decided it was clear enough and we should get outside. So as we were walking down our driveway, my cousin pointed to the house, to that kitchen window, and she said, "There's a light on down there." And my mom, true to her southern roots, said, "No, there isn't. Because you know, in the South, if you think you saw something, no, you didn't." So we turned in the opposite direction and kept walking. And eventually we turned back and we were walking toward the house. And as we were coming back to it, my cousin said, "There's definitely a light on down there." And my mom was like, no, it's probably just the reflection of our floodlights. So we went up to the house, turned off our outside lights, and that light was still on. My cousin was like, "See, I told you, there's a light." So my mom turned out all the inside lights, determined that there was not a light on down at that house. So the light stayed on. My dad and my uncle, thinking that maybe somebody had broken in, decided they would go down and check things out. When they walked down there, all the doors were still locked, just like they had left them. So my dad and my uncle went in through the kitchen door, and they saw that the light was on over the sink. They checked out the house. Nothing else was out of place. There was nobody in it. So they turned the light out, came back up to our house. When my dad got upstairs, he told my mom, "It was nothing. There's nobody down there. I just turned the kitchen light out." And he said it was the light above the kitchen sink. And my mom was like, "That's not possible." That light had never worked. It had been wired incorrectly. My aunt had had it installed 10 years or more before she died, and it never worked. Years later, when the house was sitting abandoned and empty, the power to the house was turned off, and we could
Amazing.
Did you find them?
Nope, they're gone.
How could they just disappear?
I don't know, Matthew. They're gone. It's amazing. Truly amazing. How fucking screws they were there 2 seconds ago. They're gone. Gone. Just disappear. I give up. I give up with this house. I really do.
It's literally impossible.
This house is so fucking possessed. It's possessed, this house. It's fucking possessed. Keep having seance all your bullshit and bringing all the devils here. That whole demons in Matthew. Bringing everybody here. That's why we have so many problems in life. Oh, keep doing what you're doing with the YouTubes.
I don't understand.
This house is fucking evil. That's why nobody wants it.
You really had 4.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true.
Alright, so I have honestly a lot of weird ghost stories that's happened to me over time of my 37 years. So if you like this kind of stuff, I have plenty more. But let's start with this home. We moved here back in 2017. we moved here all the way from New Mexico. So we moved from New Mexico to Minnesota. And so it was already a big change and a big move. We moved into this home, and this home is an older house, really old, like built back in the early 1900s, old, okay? But we were all excited. But once we got here, it just felt weird. I always felt like I was in someone else's space, like I was invading on their personal space. It never felt like home. It just felt like I was visiting someone, and it always felt like that. But anyway, this all started because I noticed this weird thing that my girls were doing. Their room is upstairs. There's 2 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs, and the stairway to go up to their room is like through this little doorway in our living room. And the stairwell is very narrow, very steep. And so I noticed that they were, before going upstairs, they would look up, and then they would like run up the stairs like as fast as they can, just like their little feet just all the way up the stairs. And so I started noticing that. So one day I was like, why do you guys do that? And so they're like, it just feels like someone's watching us when we're there, so we get spooked and we run up the stairs. And at first I'm like, no, it's just they're not used to having an upstairs. This is the first house we've ever had with an upstairs, so they're just probably freaking themselves out. But over time, I understood what they were saying. They started going to school, so it was just me at home with my little boy at the time. He was one and a half, and so it would just be me. So some days I'd be in the living room, and the doorway to the stairwell is in the living room, and so maybe I'm folding clothes or just cleaning up. But I started noticing that when it was just me home, that I was always drawn to the stairwell. Like I always wanted to look there. And I always felt like someone was like peeking, like staring at me, just kind of observing what I was doing. And it always just felt like someone was just looking at me from the stairwell. And so over time, like it would just feel weird. And I remember walking in that stairwell one day and just staring at the top of the stairs. And not that I saw anything, I didn't see it with my eyes, but in my head, I can imagine, maybe it was just my imagination, what was in the stairwell. And so I saw in my head, not with my eyes, a very tall gentleman, older gentleman, like what a typical farmer would look like back in the day. That's what I pictured. Tall overalls, glasses. Sometimes I would see him with flannel shirt. Sometimes I saw him in my head with like a jacket, like a heavy jacket. Always glasses, like really thick framed glasses, shorter hair. And so I never saw that, but that's what I saw in my head, if that makes any sense. Well, fast forward, I don't know, months or days or weeks, I don't know, later, my girls were talking about it, and they started telling me what they saw. And I had never talked to anyone, not even my husband, I don't think at the time, what I saw, or what, well, he probably thinks I'm cuckoo, but I never told anybody what, in my head, what the gentleman looked like. And so I'm talking to my girls, and they're like, yeah, he's very tall, he's this, he's that. And it was exactly to the T what I saw in my head. So that was the first time I was like, that's weird. So I think I told them a little bit about what I saw, and they're like, oh my God, that's weird. So it freaked all of us out. Anyway, fast forward a few days later, months, I don't know, everything just happened sporadically. I remember sitting in the living room, and I remember I was folding laundry, and my little boy was watching a cartoon. We had a puppy. We still have a puppy, but he was a puppy at the time. And we were just chilling in the living room. And I remember I was folding, vividly, I was folding towels, and I hear really loud, like a knock. We have a closet in our living room, and to get into the closet you have to walk into the living room, obviously, but no one was home. It was just me, my little boy, and the dog. And so my little boy's looking at the door, and the dog's barking at the door. Of course, no one can be in this closet. Nobody. So I get up, I open the door, Of course, no one's in there, but it just freaked me out. I probably called my husband and was like, this is weird. And he probably was like, you're an idiot. But that was just one of the things. But like over time, I would hear knocks. I would hear like doors creaking, people talking every once in a while. It didn't happen often, but I would hear conversations. But I mean, this is an older house. Maybe it was the neighbor outside. I don't know. But just random stuff would happen throughout the time. My daughters were still uncomfortable going up and down the stairs. They feel weird in the bathroom upstairs, which the bathroom still to this day is weird. It's just a weird feeling. But the kicker is one night, and ever since this happened, it seems like things aren't as intense. Stuff still does happen every once in a while, but it doesn't feel as heavy in here, or it doesn't feel like I'm in someone else's space anymore. That's happened over time, but it really stopped. A lot of the stuff stopped after what I'm about to tell you happened. So at the time, my little boy was still 1, maybe 2. He was still small. And I remember it was the middle of the night. I had got up and I went to the restroom, which is just right down here. This is my room. This is my room's door. I got up to use the restroom. I went back to my bed. I laid down, and when I go to sleep, like I pull the blankets up and I kind of like hug them. So I did that. I got on the blankets. I pulled everything up and I lay down. And as soon as I laid down, I felt at the end of my bed like my son was trying to get up. Like he got up in the middle of the night, was trying to get on the bed. And you know, sometimes when they're small, they can't reach. And so they're like pulling, and do you know what I'm saying? Well, I felt that. So I was going to get up to help him up onto the bed. But when I tried to get up was the problem. I could not move a muscle. Now, I was wide awake. I had not gone back to sleep yet. People, like, when I tell the story, they're like, you were probably dreaming. I was not dreaming. I was wide awake. So I tried to get up to help my baby up onto the bed, but I couldn't move a muscle. So I still feel like there's 2 hands by my feet trying to get up on the bed. And then I feel that they finally got on the bed, and I just feel like boom, 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 like crawling over my body. And I just feel like hand, knee, like if you're crawling, boom, boom. And I feel it coming all the way up my body, all the way up. And as they're moving up my body, my blankets are just like sucked onto, it feels like my blankets are just being sucked onto my body, and I feel like a mummy. I cannot move. Well, once they get here, I feel these boom, boom, like 2 hands, heavy hands, like right here. And I instantly feel like this ball of energy. The only way I can explain it is like a million bees are just flying around. Like I heard it, and I felt the electricity just swirling around my head. Okay, just up, like it felt like there was like a glass ball over my head, and all these energy balls are just like boom, 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 and I hear it. I feel it, just like, it's hard to explain, but this like ball, imagine like this ball of bees just like all over the place. Okay, and as this is happening, I'm trying to turn my face to get my husband's attention because he's literally like inches away from me, but of course he's asleep. So this is going on for about 30 seconds. Couldn't move, couldn't do nothing. The only thing I could do was close my eyes, and I started to pray. And as soon as I started to pray in my head, this ball of energy just like flies up off me. And so of course I sit up, and I see this ball of energy fly, hit this door right here. So it hits the door. It hits it so hard, the door was open, okay? The door was open, just like it is right now. But it hits the wall, my door hits the wall and bounces and closes. So it hits the door hits the wall so hard, it bounces and shuts. So I just see this like golden, sparkly, weird ball of light hit my door. And so I wake my husband up, and I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, you're crazy, because he's half asleep. But ever since then, stuff has calmed down. Do with that what you will. I don't know. What's your ghost story? You got any? That's just one of mine. You want?
Okay. I have told this story to people, and I don't think they believe me. My family and I moved back from Africa in 2011 or 12. I do not remember. I think it was 2011. We adopted my brother while we were there. we came back and we lived with my grandparents for a short while. And I was homeschooled. I was 16, so I was in high school. I was being homeschooled, so I was home all day long. My brother was home. He was 4 at the time. I believe he was 4. And we were home. My mom was home. Nobody else was home. It was just us. My mom was at the table doing some work. And then my brother and I was just playing with him. So he asked if I could play hide and seek. So I said, sure, let's do it. This house, let me preface by saying this house, I have experienced a ton of paranormal activity in my life. This house was one of the worst places I've ever stayed. Each place I go to, I experience something. I just know every time I move, something's going to happen. My husband and I have experienced stuff. My kids have experienced stuff. Like, my entire life, 4 years old is the first time so paranormal activity isn't new to me. This house was terrible. My mom even, like, was her childhood home. She experienced stuff as a kid and adult while being there. My entire family has stories from this house. Don't know how old this house was. It was in the woods, down country roads, in the middle of Arkansas. Like, it's just a random house. So it was dark, dimly lit. It already had, like, this creepy atmosphere. So I said, sure. Told my brother, sure, let's play hide and seek. And he wanted me to go first. He wanted to hide. I said, okay. He's like, close your eyes. I said, okay. So I closed my eyes, and I don't know how long I counted, probably to 10. And then I said, ready or not, here I come. And I opened my eyes and very briefly saw him run up the stairs and could hear him running up the stairs. And I was like, oh, I don't know where you went. Like, trying to keep the game going a bit. And so I'm looking around the living room. And directly, like, I was sitting on the couch counting. Directly in front of the couch is the stairs. So I'm like, I don't know where you are. Are you behind the couch? Like, I just keep doing this. And so finally I make my way to the stairs knowing he's up there. And I start climbing the stairs, and there's a door at the top of the stairs that separates the upstairs from the downstairs. So I can see him, I can see the door moving, and I could see him, like, in the crack of the door. So if, like, the door was, like, open, but there's, like, you know, that crack where the hinges are, you can kind of see through. Well, I could see him standing there. It's dark. He's from Africa. You put the 2 and 2 together, you can't really see his features unless he smiles. And so I can see his silhouette behind the door. And I'm like, oh, he's not here. And so I push on the door and feel the resistance of his body. And I'm like pushing hard, being that bully big sister, like, oh, he's not here. Like, pushing the door over and over again. He's not giggling, but I can hear him breathing. And I'm like, haha, like, he's really holding it together. And so I go looking around to my bedroom and my parents' bedroom, and, like, looking under the bed and, like, loudly saying, he's not here. Are you in the closet? No, you're not in the closet. And so I come back and, like, walk past the door, and I could still hear him breathing, and I could see the door moving, like, he's, like, the door is on his chest or something, and it's, like, moving with the breathing. And so I walk downstairs. I'm, like, sitting at the table waiting for him to come down the stairs, like, sissy, you didn't find me. But he never did. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I feel this thing grab my leg, and I scream. And it's my brother. And I was like, Joe, when'd you get downstairs? And my mom was like, looked at me funny, and I was like, has he been under the table the whole time? And she said, yeah, he's been at my feet the entire time hiding. And I said, no, he was upstairs hiding. I heard him and saw him and go up the stairs. And she said, no, he's been under the table the whole time. Yeah, I crapped my pants. Because I know what I saw and heard. I don't think people believe this story. It's a figment of your imagination. It's dark in the hallway. Yes, it's dark upstairs. The entire house is dark. I heard the footsteps run up the stairs. I heard the breathing behind the door. I saw his silhouette behind the door. And I felt, that's the creepy part to me, is I was pushing on this door and could feel the resistance from his body, what I thought was his body. Like, I was, like, pushing it really hard. Not hard, like, to hurt him, but hard enough to where, like, just being goofy. Yeah. So I told my mom this story, and of course she believed me. And at that point, I think we ended up leaving the house for a bit, probably taking my brother to the park or something. But yeah, I have more stories like that. So if you want to hear them, follow and like this video and comment if you would like to hear more of my paranormal stories. I got tons. Tons. They're all true. So let me know.
The year's 2019. I had just got married, like the day prior. I'm headed to my honeymoon with my husband. We're in Middle Tennessee and we're traveling down to Florida, so we go through Alabama. And we made a stop in Alabama to get like food or gas or something, who knows. And we're just trying to get back to the interstate at this point in time. So I'm like on my phone trying to navigate him which way to go. And I remember like we couldn't head left for some reason. So I told him like, hey, just head right. So he is turning to go right. And it's this like smaller road. It's not connected to the interstate. It's a roundabout to get back to the interstate. But we just turned, and first thing we saw in the middle of the road is this black dog who's like cowering. It looks mad. It is snarling at us. It is like almost foaming at the mouth with just like spit. It was angry. It was mad. But we're like, fuck it. Like we have no choice. Like we have to go down this road. So we just like wait for this little dog to pass. And I remember making a comment to my husband like, oh, I didn't like that. That doesn't feel good, right? So dog aside, like I'm a little creeped out, but like it's nothing major. It's just a weird dog. But when we're heading down this road, like it just starts feeling heavy. Like something feels wrong. Something feels off. And I'm like trying to keep my cool, whatever. Like I'm just trying to get out of here. But we keep going. And I think at this point I had already turned the radio down because I was getting a little freaked out. But I felt like I kept hearing something. So I turned all the volume off. Like I was like, okay, be quiet for a second. It sounded like a girl was like singing or screaming. Could not make it out for the life of me, but it definitely added to the like, oh fuck, I'm freaked out, right? So at this point I can't keep cool. I'm like telling my husband, I'm like, babe, I'm really freaking out. Like we gotta get out. This goes on for, I don't know, it feels like 5 or 10 minutes, but I had this feeling in my like gut where I was like, you need to text someone. You need to let them know where you are. Like something's going to happen here. Something's not right. Text someone. And I think I was like messaging my brother on Snapchat so he could see me like moving on the map. He knew exactly where I was. I was snapping him like every 30 seconds or something. And I was just texting him like, hey, I'm in this weird part of Alabama. Don't feel great about it. I'm just texting you so you have my location. Like just please keep your phone open in case I need someone. No sooner than that, put my phone down. And it's getting a little bit darker. It's not fully dark yet. But I get this feeling in like my heart, my body, everything about me was like, something is wrong. Put my phone down after I'm texting my brother. Look to my right. And on this, I have fucking chills. On this side of the road, there's a church. And now, like I said, it's not even dark, but this church looks lit up. Like it looks like there are lights just on this church. There's a little outhouse beside the church and a graveyard. And I don't know what it is. But I look at my husband like, get me the fuck out of here. Get me out of here right now. This is not okay. Like I'm scared. The most dread, like true dread I have felt from nothing happening to me. Like the feeling was like tangible. But long story short, like we get out of there. We're fine. I remember like in the car, like Googling things about this place in Alabama just to see like what the crime rates were, like if other people had felt this, whatever. But honeymoon ends, we go back home, and I'm telling one of my friends about this experience. I'm like, this was the weirdest thing I've ever felt. Like I've never been so scared just from looking at a church before, whatever. And I remember what area we're in. I remember what the church looked like and everything. So my friend's like, oh, I want to look it up. She goes and types it in, like where I was in Alabama and this church. And she's looking at me and she goes, is this the church? She shows me her phone. I'm like, yeah, that's the church. Like, that is crazy. That's so weird. Like, I remember feeling chills just looking at that photo of the church. And she stares at me for a little bit. She's like, story. That church burned down in 2015. It burned all the way down in 2015. 4 years prior to me seeing it. Hi there. I'm Kendall, the Haunted Hoosier. When I was about 15 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night and I could hear chanting. I couldn't understand what the words were saying, but it sounded like multiple people talking over each other, and it sounded like their voices were in the distance. And I was facing the wall when I woke up, so I rolled over and I look out this big window in my bedroom. The curtains are wide open, so are the shades. And I have a clear view from across my yard towards the cornfield right in front of my bedroom. And usually there's a couple trees there, but nothing else. There's a pond off to the side over here, but there's nothing else there, just lots and lots of corn. Except for tonight. On this night when I rolled over and heard chanting and words being said loudly, I sat up and looked out the window to see a group of 5 or 6 people in cloaks standing around in a circle holding hands. It looked terrifying, like some sort of ritual or something. I had no idea what was being said, but it looked like they were maybe praying. I have no idea if they were actual people or some sort of spirits. It was one of the most terrifying things that I've experienced in my home growing up. Probably makes the top 5 list of things that have really freaked me out. But the thing is, we get so desensitized from scary things happening on a regular basis that honestly, it was like a few years before I casually mentioned this to my mom a few years ago. Because I was like, yeah, I saw this, it was random, it happened. I just pulled the covers up over my head and pretended like I didn't see it and went back to bed. Because I grew up in a house so haunted that it was so normal that every night at around 1 a.m, something would run up and down our basement stairs, fully stomping and running, and none of us mentioned it to each other for years. And one day my brother was like, hey, did you ever hear the guy running up and down our stairs all night long until dawn? And I'm like, yeah, all the time. And we would see like our kitchen cabinets slam shut in the middle of the night, or like bread fly off of the counter. One night I saw something invisible had smacked our chandelier and it was swinging around, and it was terrifying. But things like this happened on such a regular basis that honestly half the time you didn't think to tell anybody. And so it wasn't until years and years later that I mentioned, I was on the phone with my mom one day, and I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. Like, I think I was pregnant with my son, and I said, hey, I don't know if they were real people or ghosts, but I did wake up to people chanting in our backyard once. And she was like, why wouldn't you tell me? Why didn't you wake up your dad? He has guns. Like, why didn't you get an adult? And I was like, I honestly didn't think to. And I never considered that weird until a few years ago, when like now that I live in a house that's like slightly haunted, but not anywhere near as haunted as the house I grew up in. If anything strange happens, I'm like, what is that? Whereas growing up, stuff happened all the time so much that it kind of got to the point where it was just background noise. I didn't even notice it. I remember one of my friends was staying the night. We were having like a sleepover. And in the middle of the night, she woke up and was like, oh my God, Kendall, what is that? And it was the sound of somebody stomping up and down the basement stairs. And I was like, oh yeah, that happens every night. It'll stop when the sun rises. And she was like, what? I was like, yeah, and if like you hear people whispering, just ignore it. Just go back to bed. That's just our ghosts. And she was like, what? What do you mean? And I felt so bad that I was like, maybe we should put on the TV for background noise, because I knew at some point she's going to wake up in the middle of the night and is going to hear and is going to hear random voices and not know where they're coming from because it's all over in the dark. But on that night, when I woke up and saw the people in the field, it was actually like I heard chanting and not just random whispers. And so that time I was like, okay, this is weird. And so I sat up and took a look out the window, and just past my backyard, right almost to where the cornfield was. There's just people standing around in a circle holding hands, chanting. And who knows? I never went to investigate. I just rolled over, pulled the covers over my head and went, nah, I'm not dealing with this tonight.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true.
Okay, I have been waiting for this day. Okay, I have two, but I'm going to say the most scary, or the scariest one. So I was probably about 18, 19 years old at the time. I'm from Northwest Indiana. I was at my dad's house, and I already got like weird vibes from the house to begin with. Like when they toured it to buy it, there was some like red stains on the bathroom tile, and I was like, you're really gonna buy a house with like red stains on the bathroom tile? You're weird. Anyways, so one night when I was about 18, 19 years old, and pause, time out. I've already had, like, my first ghost experience was before this one that I'm gonna say. So I'm already on edge, and the first one happened probably about 2 weeks prior to this one. So I'm already on edge. I already don't want to go like back to my dad's house, but my parents are divorced, so like court order that I have to. So about 18 years old, I'm at my dad's house, and how their house is set up is when you go up the stairs, you have a bedroom on your left, a bedroom on your right, and then it goes, it's kind of like a big U-shaped, and then there's a bedroom up front and then another bedroom up front on the other side. So I'm the left-hand bedroom as soon as you go up the stairs. So I have a clear shot. I can see right down the stairs from my bedroom. So one night, it's probably, I don't even know what time it is at this point, but I hear rustling at the end of my bed, and my dad has a shooting club. He goes and he comes back. He likes to play pranks. So I'm thinking it's my dad, right? Well, I wake up, I see this like 8-foot tall, slender black figure at the end of my bed. And for those of you who know my dad's my height, and he's like 5'7", 5'8". So not like 8 foot tall. This motherfucker is like big, right? So I start freaking out because I'm like, who is this person in my room messing at the end of my bed that can easily climb on my bed and attack me? So I'm like hurrying over to my nightstand. I turn on my light, and I see this 8 foot tall black slender figure bolt out of my room and down the stairs. So while I'm like processing that, I realize all of my furniture in my room is flipped upside down. The desk at the end of my bed flipped upside down. The chair at the end of my bed flipped upside down. My dresser pulled away from the wall, drawers out. My ceiling height organizer in my corner of my room is on the floor with everything placed in it neatly. It's like meticulous how chaotic this was. My closet door open. So of course I'm freaked out. I'm like, what the hell? So I like, all my lights are on. I get out of my room and I go check on my little sister who's across the hall from me. She's sleeping. I go and I check on my other little sister who's around the corner in the other front bedroom. She's sleeping. And I'm like, that had to have been my dad, right? That had to have been my dad. So I open their bedroom, my dad and his wife's bedroom door. They're both passed out sleeping. Like you can hear them snoring type sleeping. So then I hear rustling downstairs, and I'm like, scary movies tell me not to go downstairs. But here I am going downstairs. So I like go downstairs, and where our stairs are, there's like a little pocket about this big where you can like stick your head through and look into the kitchen. So as I'm about to do this, there's this voice in the back of my head saying, do not look, do not look. And I'm like about to look, and I'm like, I'm not dying today. So I don't look, I head back upstairs, I shut my door, I lock it, and I sleep with the lights on. Mind you, I look at the time when all this happens, 3:33. 3:33 in the morning. Witching hour. It's the witching hour. So I'm scared. I go back to bed at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. My dad unlocks my door. And he's like, what the hell are you doing with all the lights on? Like, turn them off. And he starts turning the lights off. I've put my room back together. Like I just go into like scared mode, right? So my room's put back together. The next morning, I like lock my door again after he leaves. The next morning I wake up and I tell my dad and my stepmom about this. And they look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, there's no way that happened. Like my dad was like, I looked in your room at 6 o'clock. Your furniture was fine. I said, because I flipped it. Because I was so scared that I went just back into like whatever mode I was in, like fight or flight. And I just put my room back. And so like they never believed me. Well, then a few weeks later, probably, I want to say maybe like 3 weeks later, I'm at their house again. I'm babysitting and they come home. I tell them nothing happened. Like everything's fine. Well, I go to bed and then I hear rustling from my closet. I hear like little rustling from my closet and I'm like, God damn, I'm not going to die. So like I put my dresser in front of my closet door, like a little bit so they can't open, and I go to bed. The next morning, my dresser is put back where it is and my closet door is open. Never have figured it out. They eventually moved out of the house. They're in a new house. I moved out. I refuse to go back to that house because I'm so freaked out about it. That was only the second and like third-ish like ghost experience I've had in that house. The first one was even more terrifying, but I don't have enough time to tell that one. So yeah, that's my ghost story. That's my ghost experience, ghost story. Hope you like it. 8-foot tall Slenderman figure.
So I've never told anybody this story besides my best friend, my sister, and my mom. And the only reason I told my mom the story is because the day it happened, I called her freaking out. But I'll get to that. So I was a junior in high school and I had just recently broken up with my ex. And I was like super depressed. Like I was super sad. Like whenever I think about this story, I always think about the way I felt. Like I genuinely remember how sad I felt. And like in that day, like all the emotions I was feeling, like I remember vividly till this day. And I remember I was in school and like I just had like the sadness come over me. And mind you, granted, like I was dating my ex for like 2 weeks. So like, let's be real. Like, I don't know why I was so sad, but like, you know, when you're a teenager, you like dramatize things and like you make things like more like dramatic than they are. So like, you know, that happens and I'm like, you know, I feel like I just want to cry. I'm like, and school's like kind of almost over, but it's not. And so I just decided to skip school because my high school, there's like, it's pretty big and there's a couple exits that you can like exit through. And there was always one that I used to finesse and like leave through whenever I wanted to skip. And just for like, so you guys can know what I'm talking about. So I live on a main street. In front of me is the high school. Adjacent to me is like an old people's like living complex place, and behind there is a graveyard. So I leave the school, I'm depressed, I'm sad, I don't want to go home, I don't want to cry in front of my mother and my brothers, because my brothers lived with me at the time. I don't want anyone to see me crying. So I'm like, because I feel like I need to cry. Like I was like, I just need to let this out. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go to the graveyard. Because I used to like, I was like, this is the only place that I can walk where like there might not be a lot of people. And I had like the earphones with like the cable that had the little like volume thing. So I always make sure to put my volume like at half like volume, because I've always been told like to be aware of my surroundings and whatever, and like, you know, just be safe. So I'm walking to the graveyard, I'm playing my sad music, I'm being so dramatic, like I'm like, oh God, like why me? Why is it always me? Like why can't I be happy? Like it's really stupid. And I'm walking into the graveyard and I keep going deep. So like I'm cutting through like where the old people live. I'm already like deep in the graveyard because like that's the backside, and like this is a huge graveyard. So, you know, I'm walking in the graveyard, I'm playing my sad music, and like, you know, I've been walking for like a good maybe 3 minutes, and I hear shuffling. And I didn't think nothing of it because I'm like, you know, maybe it's like an animal or whatever. So like whatever. So I keep walking, and like closer to me, I hear the shuffling. But now it's clear to me that it's not like an animal shuffle. It's like feet. Like I can't do the sound because I'm in a car, but it sounds like feet are shuffling. Like someone is walking with me as I'm walking. So I'm like, no. Hold on. Let me put my volume down. And even though like I have like tears falling down, whatever, I look around. I don't see anything. Like, I'm looking around, like, expecting the whole area. And from where I'm standing, like, I could see if someone was there. Like, there's no way someone would be able to hide from me, from, like, where I was standing. And I'm like, okay, like, this is, like, that's weird, you know? But I didn't think too much of it because, like I said, I was really sad. And, like, that was, like, the one thing I was focused on, like, my ex and crying and, like... So I kind of like put my music back at full volume and I kept walking deeper. And then I went like around. So I came back. But when I come back, there's like a hill that kind of goes up. Like it's kind of high. And so I walk up this hill. And mind you, the sun is like coming down. But the sun is still like pretty high. Like it's pretty high, like up there, like. And I walk up to that hill, and right directly down that hill is that entrance from like where the old people live that I entered. Like I can see it right there. And I'm up on that hill, and like this is where like the story just goes crazy. And like even till this day, I don't know how to explain this shit like at all. Like I'm already thinking about it. I'm already like the hairs on my body are standing up. So I go up to stand on this hill. And when I stand on this hill, I shit you not, my body goes into like a trance. And I know that sounds like insane. And the best way I can explain it is like if you ever had sleep paralysis where like you can't move, but like you know, like you're aware of your body and yourself. My body just went into a full-on trance, and I was just standing there like looking like to the sky, and I couldn't move, like I couldn't do anything. And I'm standing there, and like for me it just felt like it didn't feel like anything. It just felt like I was like literally in a trance. Like I was just gazing up to the sky, and I just stayed there. And like this had to be a while, because, and I'll explain after, because like the part after that comes after. Sorry, I'm freaking out thinking about this. I'm standing there, and all of a sudden like my body starts like alarming me. Like alarms start going off in my body, like trying to warn me. And like I'm kind of confused as to why my body is kind of like reacting that way. And like I feel like I have really good intuition. And I just keep, like, something keeps telling me, like, yo, you need to look to your side. Like, you need to turn your body right now. Like, you need to turn your body right now and look to your side. And, like, at first, like, I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. Because, like, my body felt like it was a trance. I felt like I wasn't moving. But my body is freaking out. Like, yo, you need to turn right now. And I shit you not. When I finally feel like I got some type of control over my body, I turn this way. I don't like this. I turn this way. Literally charging at me is a full-on like black shadow, like 8 feet tall. Like, I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't know, like, till this day what that was. And when I tell y'all that when I saw that, like, whatever it was charging at me on that hill that I was at, like, I started, like, I have never ran that fast in my life. Like, I sprint down that hill, and like that hill is steep. Like, there's no way that you should be able to run down that hill. My feet, I don't know what it was, that my feet stayed planted to the ground. I just, like, I felt like Speedy Gonzalez, or like the Flash. Like, I was just out, and I like literally ran down from the hill, out of the exit where the old people live, like just running. And I told myself, like, do not look back. Like, whatever you do not look back. And I ran all the way to the main street, to like where my house is at, running straight to my house. I did not stop, like, at all. And I'm running to my house, and like I get to the door, and I'm like, boom, 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 boom. And I look out to the driveway to see if my mom's car is there. My mom's car is not there. I was so like freaked out that I jumped through the window. Like I opened the window, I jumped through the window. Yo, I like took, I don't even remember what the fuck I did with like my shoes or whatever. I remember just taking off upstairs. And I know that this happened because when I looked at myself in the mirror, I was pale white. Like my face was white. Like I had just experienced something. Like usually I try to psych myself, but I'm like, nah, something happened. And I remember calling my best friend, and my best friend was like, no, Mikey, like, you know, you're just under a lot of stress. She didn't believe me. Like, she didn't believe me at all. And so I hung up on her, and I called my mom, and my mom, like, I'm incoherent on the phone. I'm like, oh my God, like, and my mom was like confused what's going on. And, you know, she's like, I feel like she doesn't believe me, but she's being more respectful of it. And after that day, like, based off, like, my best friend's, like, reaction to it, like, her not believing me, I was like, you know what? I'm never going to tell anyone this story ever because, like, I feel like I'm crazy. Like, no one believed me when it happened. And, like, that always sticks with me. Like, for as long as I live, like, no matter how old I am, I'm always going to remember that fucking happened to me at the graveyard. And, like, this fucking 8-foot shadow was charging at me. Like, it sounds crazy, but I never want to experience something like that again. Like, ever. Like, never, ever, ever.
So I have a lot of stories about weird things that have happened to me during my life, or, you know, weird experiences that I've had. But the weirdest ones that I've had as of late actually have to do with my daughter. My daughter's 13 now, but when she was born, we had lived in this house that was a newer house, like maybe in the 80s it was built. So it wasn't really that old. And while she was a toddler, she was enamored with this spot on the stairs and this spot in her room. And she would sit on the stairs and she would talk to this spot all of the time. And I always had this like super creepy feeling about it. And then the same thing would happen in her room, and she'd point to this corner and she'd talk to it all the time. So we actually didn't live in that house for very long, maybe a year and a half or 2 years, because we ended up upgrading when we had another child and moved to a bigger home that we built. And it's important that I just want to make sure that you understand we built this home. Nobody had ever lived in this house before. And I think that that's where, you know, people sometimes forget that just because a home is new doesn't mean that it can't have something or some weird experiences in it. And so we've been living in that house, and ever since we moved in that house, my daughter would just stay in her room all the time. And we moved in when she was 2. And so, you know, she'd tell me things like, Mommy, I just want some alone time, or I just want to be in my room. And she would always alienate herself from me and the rest of the family, and specifically me. And it's really, you know, it was really weird because she would get frustrated with me and her and I wouldn't get along. And this went on for a while, for a couple of years, where she would just, you know, stay in her room and she'd entertain herself. And most people would be like, oh my God, that's a dream. Your daughter is like self-sufficient and self-entertaining. But it was just weird, and our relationship was really hard at that time. She had a really hard time with me and me with her. And, you know, usually you don't have those types of experiences with your daughters until you're older as a mom. And so we ended up having a friend of ours who was a Native American shaman come over, and they let us know that there was actually like a woman, a spirit in the house, and that this spirit thought that my daughter was their daughter that they had lost, and that she didn't like me and was threatened by me because I was, you know, acting as the mother. And that's why my daughter was being kept from me and was staying in her room. And so after having that conversation, you know, there were some things that we were told to do within the home to start to like make it known to this spirit that my daughter was my daughter and not her daughter. And one weekend I had taken the kids up to my parents' house and I was alone in our home. And the way that the rooms were set up is you'd walk to the top floor, and at the top floor there was a landing, and to the left was a loft area and the main bedroom. Straight ahead was my son's room, the laundry room, a bathroom, and then all the way down to the right side of the hall was my daughter's room. So her room was automatically like the furthest away anyway. And as I'm walking up the stairs, I turn and I see something out of the corner of my eye, and it is this figure, this dark figure of a woman. And I don't even know how to describe what her face looked like. It was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. And as I'm walking up the stairs, I look at her and she just rushes towards me. It's just like she floats so fast across the hall and at me. And I literally ran into my bedroom. I slammed the door and I called my husband. He was my boyfriend at the time. And I'm freaking out. I'm like having a panic attack because this spirit is trying to attack me. And it's like she knew that we were telling her that she, didn't belong there anymore. And anyway, like our Native American friend ended up coming back, and they ended up doing a cleansing on the house for us, which was great. And we had to put photos of us and the family in the landing area to let, the spirit know that my daughter was actually my daughter and not hers. And I didn't have any experiences after that, but it was so terrifying seeing this woman basically coming to attack me, and I have no other way to explain it, but it was probably the scariest encounter I've had with a ghost in my life. Not the only one, but probably the scariest and the most memorable. And she was definitely trying to let me know that my daughter was hers and she was going to do everything she could to take her. So anyway, yeah, ever since, my daughter's always just kind of drawn to weird things, and it's been interesting for us as a family.
I'm gonna leave this door open for this video and see if the ghost will shut it again like they just did in the video before this. We shall see. But anyways, people on this app keep asking me to tell stories about like stuff that we've seen, ghost stories. So here is a story about when we lived in the most haunted house that I've ever experienced in my life, other than when I got the dolls. This was before I got the dolls. When me and my brother were teenagers, my mom and dad moved us into this huge house. It was like 8 bedrooms. There's only 4 of us. And it was huge. So we had a lot of extra space. And the only reason why we could afford it at the time is because my dad is a painter. And he was going to paint and clean the whole house out. Because it had been vacant for a really long time. And so we were getting it for really cheap. So when we were cleaning it out, me and my brother found a wheelchair that we were playing in. It was like old and squeaky. It made a very distinct sound. And it was like super rusted, but it was the one that had like the headrest and like the big armrest and the whole leg part. Like it was a full like bondage type wheelchair. And I just assumed that it was weird that there was Velcro on it. There's a bug. I thought it was weird that there was Velcro on it, but then I was like, well, if they have like some type of muscle problems, they'll draw up if they're not like attached to it or something. So I was like, I chalked it up to that. It wasn't that. But anyways. So while me and my brother were playing in that wheelchair, which we should never have done, while we were playing in that wheelchair, the old lady from next door, she was like 80, she come over to tell us about who lived in the house before us, pretty much just creep us out, because she had some terrible stories about who lived in the house. Like, everyone that lived in that house died. I mean, not everyone, I'm saying somebody died from each family while they occupied the house. Like, the first people she told us about was an old man who was lonely and killed himself inside the house. And the second couple that lived there died in a plane crash while they lived in the house. The third person, it was an old man, he had a heart attack at the mailbox. And then the last people that occupied the house before we moved in was the girl that owned the wheelchair. And she was like young. I think she was like 12 or 13. She was super young. But her mom and dad abused her, and she ended up dying in the house. But the old lady was saying that her mom and dad hid her. Like, not hid her, but hid her. Like, they didn't let her go out anywhere. They didn't even know. The old lady said she only knew that there was a, god dang bugs, that there was a little girl that used a wheelchair because she had came out one day using her feet. I'm gonna have to, hold on. Okay, the wheelchair, okay, wait a minute, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, you know how I told you the wheelchair was like the whole bondage type wheelchair? Okay, and it had Velcro on the arms, on the forearm part, and on like the feet part. And the parents, they ended up neglecting her, and she died in the wheelchair, and they kept her strapped in it, the old lady said. But one day the little girl made it outside by using her feet to just like, hold on, she would like, the only thing you can move if your legs was strapped in the wheelchair was like this. You'd have to and like scoot yourself. Well, that's what she was doing when the old lady, she went into graphic detail, like trying to scare us, I think. But everything was true, she said, because we knew the owner and he verified everything she said. But the little girl was scooting her feet and made it outside one day. And she said the mom came out, was hysterical, like embarrassed, apologizing to the old lady that seen her, and like rushed her back in, like they were embarrassed of her. So the little girl died in the house. I don't know how. I just know the old lady said she was neglected, so maybe she starved to death. I don't know. Bless her heart. But anyways, that wheelchair made a very distinct sound. And me and my brother were hanging out in my room one night, and we heard that wheelchair coming down the hallway. Now, my dad already threw the wheelchair away. Like, I know y'all just heard that. I know y'all did. You didn't, because I had to re-watch the entire fucking video to see if you could hear it. It was banging on the walls. It sounded like right here. I had to run in and make sure my husband wasn't beating on the wall to make sure my baby's good. Everything's fine. Nope, that beating come from somewhere around here. I hope to God that it picks it up next time. Could you do it a little louder? Maybe on this door. Anyways, so I've got to rewatch this whole freaking video again to see where I was at in the story. Damn it. Okay, so me and my brother are sitting in my room, and we hear this squeaking, and we both freeze. We're like, what the fuck is that? Like, my parents are in bed, and we're sitting there, and you hear that wheelchair squeak, like, and then you hear bare feet hit the floor, scoot, and you hear the feet slap the floor, and then we're both freaking out. This, hand to God, my brother's on this app, you ask him. It both freaked us both out. We looked in the hallway, there's nothing. But you could hear that little girl coming down the damn hallway in that wheelchair, and we only know what that wheelchair sounds like because we freaking played in it. So, anyways, that's not even the only thing that happened there. Another thing that happened there is we were in my room, because we always hung out in my room, it was just me and my brother, and we heard a pencil, or we didn't know it was a pencil at the time. We just heard something throw down the hallway, and we looked out, and there was a pencil. It rolled down the hallway. Somebody threw it down the hallway, and it rolled and pointed right at our door, the room we were in, my room. I swear to you. And then the whole family is sitting in the kitchen one night, and my dad found a little glass jewelry box somewhere that had a little silver cross in it, and he hands it to my brother and told him to take it to the bedroom, take it to his room, and put it on his dresser. Now, my dad had one of these huge, like, oak dressers. They're like super heavy. You have to, like, 3 people to help tote. Like, it's solid oak. It's really heavy. One with the big mirrors, like it's an old dresser that has like the shelves on the side of the mirrors. Well, my brother takes it back there, comes back, like 3 minutes later we had this huge crash. Like, I mean, it was so big that it shook the house, and the house was huge. Like, you could feel the vibration on your feet. It was huge. Like, we thought somebody had hit the side of the house with a car or something. Like, we all run back there, like, see what happened. And all the dresser drawers were pulled out, all the clothes were ransacked. They were all just through everywhere. And the dresser was upside down across the room. Something like, all of us together on our best day could not pick up that dresser and throw it across the room the way it was, upside down. But the weirdest thing about that was the little jewelry box was still sitting, or it was now sitting in the floor, not broken, anything crossed, still inside. Everything was fine. But like, it threw that dresser and threw all the clothes everywhere. Now, my dad hates talking about stuff like this. He hates death, he hates ghosts, he hates all this. And that freaked him out. And he started believing everything me and my brother were telling him that was going on in the house. Like, anytime me and my brother, like, when you told him anything like that, he would get upset. He would assume we were doing it just to, like, irritate him. But he's on this app too. You ask him. Everything I'm saying, I'm pregnant, okay? I'm not about to lie on anything, especially spirit. Like, I don't need any kind of bad luck, anything. Hand to God. Everything I'm saying right now is the God's honest truth. My brother and my dad, my mom, everybody's on this app. They'll be on here. Ask them. Everything I'm saying is the hand to God on my unborn son. True. Everything I'm telling you. Everything that's come on my page is true. Everything I'm showing you, all the videos, everything. Everything's true. Nothing is made up. Okay? And then, I'm trying to think of another time. Okay, there was another time in the same house. One of the bedrooms my dad had set up, like, I had just graduated GCI, Georgia Career Institute, for nails. And so he set me up. It was almost like a salon in one of the other bedrooms. And it had like this sliding glass door that led outside. And that's where I was doing nails one day, and I like heard a crackling, like a static noise. Something just scared me. I'm on edge telling these stories, I'm telling you, because I know the activity's gonna be bad tonight. But I'm jumpy. But I was in there and I kept hearing like this static, and then I was like, oh, it's whispering. So I'm freaking out, calling mom and dad to come home. Oh my God, that bug scared the shit out of me. They couldn't come home. So I was like, okay, I called my best friend, and she's on this app too. And I was like, hey, can you come over to the house, because her granny just lived right a couple streets over. I was like, hey, can you come over here? I'm freaking out. I'm hearing somebody whispering something. And then while I'm on the phone with her, I hear people having a conversation on the phone that I'm talking to with her. Like, it's freaking me out. And I'm like, I hear people talking right now. Like, they're talking right now. Well, it keeps on. I'm trying to keep my calm. I'm like, just come over here. So she agrees. She's coming over. But before she could get there, I hear the crackling, and I made out what it said. It said something like, come here, I want to tell you something. I try and run for the screen door to get out real fast, and I could see the apparition of somebody in the glass. Like, I know that sounds weird, but they weren't like on this side. They weren't in the room with me, and they weren't on the other side of the room, or on the other side of the door outside. They were like in the glass. It was like the shadow of somebody. It was the weirdest thing ever. I've never seen anything like that ever before in my life. Like an apparition that's like inside the house. It's inside the glass. Like, it scared. I was trapped. I couldn't leave. And the house is huge. I had to run from that end of the house all the way to the other. Shit, I'm about to run out of time. Okay, part 2. Okay, scary story time is back. Okay, this is a very creepy story, and I still get cold chills telling this one. This story takes place way before I got the dolls. I don't want to ramble too much before I get to the story, but I got to defend myself a little bit before I start telling the story. As you heard a few story times ago, I talked about how I went to Salem, Massachusetts, where the witch trials took place. And I love antiques and oddities and anything to do with the Salem witch trials, anything like that. So when I come across a actual witchcraft book in the antique store or the used bookstore, I don't remember which one, I bought it. Yes, I was young and dumb. But I also knew my husband would be I think we were just dating at the time, I think. He would have been pissed if he found out I bought this book. So as soon as I bought it, I took it home and just hid it. I never opened it or did anything with it. I just wanted to collect it. And I had to turn the light on. But this was the very beginning. Oh my God. This was the very beginning of the nightmares. Like, this was before the dolls. Once I bought the book, we started having really bad nightmares. Like, really creepy ones. I'll tell the stories of the dreams we were having in another story time, because this is going to be a series. Because I had the book for a while, and I ended up getting rid of it. But just like with the dolls, I allow a lot of things to happen before I'm at my wit's end. I'm like, okay, that's enough. Because number one, I hate getting rid of things, especially my things. But it had to go. I sleepwalk. I've been sleepwalking my whole life. Like, it's nothing new. It's nothing connected to the book or anything, the dolls. I just sleepwalk. But I was having dreams that in my dream, I would get up out of bed, get the book out from under the bed where I hid it, and put it on the counter. But then I would wake up in the morning, because I always wake up first. I wake up in the morning to go make my coffee and see the book on the counter. I'm like, oh shit, I'm sleepwalking and getting this damn book. I'm going to end up telling on myself. So instead of putting it under the bed, I started putting it under the mattress. Like an idiot. I just wanted it to be a place where my husband could not possibly find it. But I kept having the sleepwalking dream of me getting the book and putting it on the counter. I never did anything with the book in my dream. I just literally would get the book and put it on the counter. And every morning I'd wake up and that damn book would be on the counter. This happened for a few nights, and I was like, okay, for real, I gotta move it somewhere. So I went and got the stool out from beside the refrigerator, put it up, because my top of my closet is really high. So I put the stool up, and this is important. I put the stool up, got in the top of the closet, and hid it under clothes. So it's in the top of the closet. And I was like, surely I'm not going to sleepwalk and go get the stool, and so it's going to be safe. I'm not going to have to worry about it anymore. But I did, because the next morning, the son of a bitch was back on the counter again. And what's really weird is my husband put a special lock on our door because I kept sleepwalking and leaving the bedroom and just running around the house. And he was afraid I would leave out of the house, the apartment, and get hurt. And I've never been able to undo that lock that he put on there, and that's why he bought it. So how I was sleepwalking and getting in that lock, I don't know. Except that I do. But one night I got woke up in the middle of the night and my husband's just standing at the foot of the bed, like just standing there. And it's like freaking me out. I'm like, what is he doing? And I said his name a few times and he's just standing there. I was like, now he's sleepwalking. Like, I didn't think nothing creepy about it at first. But as I'm just sitting in bed trying to let my eyes adjust to the dark, trying to figure out what the fuck he's doing at the edge of the bed, just standing there like a creep, I finally realized when my eyes adjust, he's got that damn book. And at first I'm thinking, oh, we're about to fight. Because he hates stuff like this, and I knew if he knew I had that book, we was going fucking row. But he just walks out of the room with it, And as you've seen in the videos of my apartment's small. So when he opens the door to go out, I like lean over in the bed to like look, see what he's, oh my God, to see what he's doing. He puts the book on the counter and just stands there. I'm like, no. I like lay back down and put the cover over my head. I'm like freaking out now, like, oh my God. Like, so no, he's not, because if he was awake and he seen that book, we'd be fighting. He ain't about to just put it in there, and he'd wake my ass up in the middle of the night and be like, why do you have this? So I knew something was wrong. He stayed in there for a good few minutes, like maybe not even maybe 10 minutes. He wasn't in there long. But then he just, oh my God, he just walked back into the bedroom like nothing was wrong, laid back down, went to sleep. I'm terrified to go back to sleep with the asshole in the bed. Like he just been done something real creepy. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but it's freaking me out. So I lay there for a good hour and a half. I just couldn't fall back asleep. I was freaked out. The next morning, I very casually, I'm like, so what was you doing last night up? He was like, I wasn't up last night. I was like, you was. I was like, I don't know. I left it alone. Because I made sure when I got up that morning, I didn't get up that night. I was like, no, I'm just going to get caught with the book. We're going to fight. Because I was not getting out of that bed that night. So the next morning when I woke up, when it was daytime, I ran in there, got the book, and hid it back under the bed. And I forgot to add this to the story. Every morning, he would wake up and complain how tired he was. I didn't think nothing about it. He was tired because his ass was up getting that book every night. But eventually, I didn't know if he was trying to teach me a lesson for buying the book and trying to creep me out, or if this was legit him just sleepwalking and freaking like doing something creepy. I ended up telling myself, I was like, hey, I need to tell you something. I showed him the book. He was real upset. I was right to hide it because he was hot. Okay? But I showed him the book, and then I told him what he did, and I told him why I was telling him. He was even more mad that he was sleepwalking and doing that. So once I found out, I was like, okay, yeah, he wasn't trying to creep me out. He was telling the truth, that he did not know that it was him sleepwalking and going to get that book. Even though my husband knows I don't lie, and he believes me about telling him that he was the one getting the book, like I told him the whole story, this was why I started documenting everything. Because other things, I'm trying to ruin the other story times. Other things happened throughout having the book, and I documented all of those as well. So that's why when I got the dolls and they started moving, I knew automatically to document, because some people are not going to believe this crazy shit that happens. I marked out some of the story because I don't want to ruin tomorrow's story time, because it's going to be some of the rest of this post. This was when all this was going down. This is what I posted on Facebook about it, and this was years ago. So yet again, I did not just now make this up for a good story for TikTok.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true. I'll go first. When I was 8.
So I actually told this story last year, and I ended up deleting it because I was like, well, no one wants to hear my story of, my ghost story or monster story, and maybe I shouldn't talk about it. But after seeing like hundreds of videos where people talking about very personal and weird encounters, I thought I would share mine again. So mine, I didn't actually experience directly myself, but it's, what my loved ones experienced around me that was connected to me through seeing something that was basically like my evil doppelganger. And so the first time was in 2011. My mom was in the hospital. She was dying from brain cancer. And, she'd been in and out of the hospital, and this was a particularly long stay. She'd already been in there like a couple of weeks. And so I went in, this is like the middle of the day in Oklahoma in probably July or the beginning of August. So it is not creepy time. But, you go into the hospital, and especially in the unit where they're caring for people like my mom, and the lights are dimmed, and it's like kind of a very unreal experience. So I go to my mom's room, and I go into a room, it's dimly lit, there's like this one little yellowish orange lamp thing, and I go into her room and she's asleep. Or at least I thought she was asleep, but her eyes were closed and she had her head turned like this to the side. And so me thinking that she's asleep, I'm like, Mom, I'm here. And I'm used to her being disoriented or, a little bit out of it because of medications. But she like very slowly turned her head and she looked at me and she opened her eyes and she just stared at me. And like with these big eyes, like I hadn't really seen that expression before. And I said, okay, she's still out of it from medication. You know, I'm just going to stay right here, give her a little bit of time to adjust and, you know, mentally wake up. And, you know, she looks at me and she just blinks at me and she goes, "Is that you, Kathy?" And I'm like, you know, "Yes, Mom, it's me." And she's like, "Is it really you?" And I'm like, "Mom, it's really me. Who else would it be?" She just stares at me for another second. She's like, "Someone that looked just like you just crawled out of the ceiling. She looked just like you and sat on my chest. And I couldn't breathe. And I was so scared. And she looked just like you. Are you sure that it's you?" And, you know, this broke my heart and it made my blood run cold because, you know, I'm thinking, you know, she's had a nightmare, something's going on. But, you know, I didn't know what to think of this. And so I'm like, "Mom, that wasn't me. I would never do anything like that. I would never crawl out of the ceiling and sit on your chest. This is me, your oldest daughter. You know, I'm here. I would never hurt you. You must have had a nightmare, Mom." And she was like, "Okay, are you sure it's you?" And I'm like, "Yes, it's me, Mom." And, you know, it's really hard hearing this conversation because she had basically like brain trauma caused dementia and loss of like mental function. And but she was really scared. And, you know, so I went over there and I held her hand and, you know, eventually she relaxed, but she would still keep on looking at me like, "Is this really my daughter? Is this a trick?" Until she calmed down. And so, you know, I talked to the doctor afterwards and he's like, "It's common for patients who spend long time in the hospital to kind of lose their grip of reality because they're divorced from time and normal routine. And so hallucinations, and especially when you have brain cancer and you're on the medication she's on, are not uncommon." So I'm like, okay, because you know, I was worried that maybe someone was abusing her in the hospital, and you know, her brain had put together the image of this is like a monster, my doppelganger, or she had a nightmare, or she was having a bad reaction to her medication, but there were no signs of abuse, and you know, she never brought it up again. Not that she didn't live that much long afterwards. But fast forward to maybe like 10 years later, and I've had a son. I'm living in another state. There's no connection to that hospital in Tulsa. And this is again in the summer. This is like July or August. And I tell my son, "Hey, you know, I know it's still light outside, but it's, you know, summer, so the day is long. You need to go get ready for bed. You need to put your pajamas on, you know, do all the stuff that a little kid will do." And so I sent him there, and there is a direct line of sight into his room from the living room. I can even see his bed because of where his bunk bed at the time was positioned. And so I'm doing stuff, half an hour passes, and I realize I haven't actually heard anything from him. Like, his room is silent. And I figure he's either goofing off or maybe he's fallen asleep. And so I go in there and I look for him, and he is on his bed, kind of huddled up like you would, protectively, like hunched over with his butt in the air, but his head is completely under his pillow with both arms clutching it over his head. And I'm like, what? I think he's playing hide and seek because my son is really bad at playing hide and seek. He like would hide behind curtains and half his legs would be visible. That kind of bad at hide and seek. And so I'm like laughing, but I'm like, "James, it's not time for hide and seek. You need to go to bed. You need to get ready." And he's like, "Mom, is that you?" And I'm like, "Yes, it's me." And he's like, she really scared me." And I'm like, he must have had a nightmare. I'm like, "Who, James? Who are you talking about?" I'm like, "Mom, she was really scary. She came out of the wall and she scared me." And I'm like, "James, who are you talking about? What, did you have a bad dream?" He's like, "No, Mom, I was getting ready. And then this lady came out of the wall and she looked just like you. She had your face, but she had the body of a spider." And everything just kind of froze for a second. Like, I didn't know what to think. Like, there was this sense of horror, like, what the hell, is something following me? But there wasn't fear. Like, I actually had this, like, wash of, like, I don't know, I see, like, rage because there's all these emotions over losing my mom and seeing her experience that, and then seeing my son being, like, terrified. And I can remember, like, I just stopped for a second And I was like, I need to fix this. I need to make sure that he is not scared. So, you know, I started joking and I was like, where is she? You tell her to come back. He's like, no, Mom, she's really scary. And I'm like, I don't care about any monsters. No one's going to be in my house and borrow my face, and they're not going to pay rent. They're going to do chores. And he was like, what, you can't? I was like, yeah, monsters can do chores. If she can climb through a wall, she can pick up dog poo, and we have 2 dogs. We have a bunch of poo. Or she can clean the bathroom. That's really gross. But Mommy, she's really scary. And I'm like, have you seen the toilet after your dad uses it? And so, you know, I got him laughing and, you know, kind of diffused the situation, kind of made it seem less real. But inside, like, my heart was just like pounding like a freight train. And so I'm like, all right, I'm going to be right there in the living room, like, you know, 10 feet away. Now you get ready and, you know, I'll be back, whatever. And I was pretty sure at that time that he was going to, you know, play a joke and call me back and, you know, say that something was coming. So I was like prepared for him to be goofing around. But when it actually did happen, and I could hear him, he was laughing. He was not scared at the time. Mommy, she's back. It was like my body went into fight mode. I ran to the room. I grabbed a pair of kitchen shears on my way, and I jumped in the room, and I was ready to fuck something up. I'm like, how fucking dare you terrorize my mom? How dare you terrorize my kid? If you're there and you have any kind of physicality, you're getting a pair of scissors to the face. And of course, there wasn't anything there. I don't know what happened. You know, there's all these rational explanations, like maybe he saw anime, maybe he was asleep and had a nightmare. But, you know, I keep on hearing stories about evil doppelgangers, and this is twice that someone has told me that something with my face has climbed out of the ceiling or the wall and terrorized them. And so part of me is still waiting for a third time.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely...
Okay, so I've always been connected, but I don't want to open that door, so I just try to ignore it. But I always get dreams, or like that's how people come to me, is in my dreams. I'll dream about, you know, my dead relatives that passed, my friends' dead relatives that passed, and they'll tell me stuff. So I live alone. I was going to bed one night, and I'm about to close my eyes, and right before I close my eyes, I see a dark black figure standing over my bed on the left side by my feet. And I was like, So I sat up. It went away. It wasn't sleep paralysis because I was moving. It went away. I looked around. I was like, yeah, I have work in the morning. I got to go to bed. So turned around, closed my eyes, went to bed. That night, I had a dream that I was in like a dark dimension. There was 2 different dimensions it kept switching to. The one that we're in now and then the dark dimension. I was at my friend's house. And she was screaming my name, and I could hear her, but she couldn't hear me, but she knew I was in danger. The same dark figure that was standing over my bed when I was awake before I went to bed was in my dream, and it was on the wall, and it kept getting closer and closer and closer. And at that time, the boss that I had was Muslim, and she told me, whenever you feel a presence, just say Bismillah, Bismillah. It's like in the name of God, and it'll go away. So the entire time I'm screaming, Bismillah, Bismillah. And every time I would scream that, it would shrink, but it would get closer. So in my dream, I'm like, I have to call my boss. I have to call my boss. She has to recite the Quran on me. So I'm trying to call her. And I'm like screaming her name. And, you know, it's not working because I wasn't in the right dimension. So I didn't have any service. So I wake up and I went to work out with her that morning. And I said to my boss, I'm like, I have to tell you my dream. It was really scary. It felt really real. I saw something before I went to bed. I told her my dream. She's like, I have goosebumps. I had a dream about you and you were calling for me, like you needed my help. And I recited on you, and then you started speaking Arabic to me. So then fast forward, that was a few months ago. So fast forward to a few nights ago, it was like a vision dream. I could see the fire escape from my window, like the stairs. I saw the same black figure walking down the stairs, and he was trying to get into my window. And again, I'm like, you know what? I have to go to sleep. I'm not even going to deal with this. I ran into one of my neighbors that I went to high school with. She told me that there were multiple people that died in my apartment. And she's like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's haunted. And I'm like, wow, that makes so much sense. I've seen so many dark figures standing over my bed or trying to get in my room or just around me. Yeah.
Alright, I'm a little late to the party on this one, but I wanted to share my story, and I hope you find it just as creepy as I do. Just for some background, my dad had this house built in the 90s and no one else has lived here, just our family. So I don't know why there are spirits here, but there definitely are some. Okay, this story takes place a few summers ago. I was home from college and I was asleep in my bedroom. It was really early in the morning. The sun was just starting to rise and I was kind of like in and out of sleep at this point, but still, you know, very, very groggy and not fully aware of like what was going on. You know, I just knew it was early. I heard someone come into my room. I had this necklace hanging up against the door and it would like clank up against the door whenever someone opened it, and so that kind of stirred me awake, and my back was facing the door so I didn't see who came in. When I opened up my eyes, I just saw what time it was. It was like 6:30, I think, and I was like, it's early, why is like my mom in my room, assuming it was my mom. But they didn't say anything at first, and a couple minutes pass, or just a couple moments. I mean, it was so early that I'm like, I was in and out, right? So I'm just like, why aren't they saying anything? But I could sense someone standing there. And they go, Molly. Very like breathy, sing-songy woman's voice. I don't reply, I just stay on my side. And I kept my eyes closed and I feel them poke me in my lower back. It felt like a long acrylic kind of nail, and I'll never forget the sensation. Like, you know when someone pokes you and like it kind of stings after? I felt that in my lower back. And it felt like a real human finger. So I was like, maybe it's my mom or something? Like, what the heck? Because my mom has acrylic nails. But I still didn't turn over because I'm like, she would, you know, continue to say something. But when I didn't do anything, they go, okay, bye. And then it just kind of like dawned on me that that wasn't my mom. And I don't think it was one of my sisters. And so I like flip over and I look and nobody's there and my door is closed. I still don't know who it was to this day, because when I go downstairs a couple hours later, I fell back asleep magically. I asked my mom, like, why'd you come into my room so early this morning? And she's like, I didn't. I just woke up. So I don't know who that was. Yeah, it was great though.
Get ready with me while I talk about a paranormal experience that I had last night. So last night I was at my boyfriend's house and it was about 1 a.m. or like 12:30ish. It was around that time, so it was pretty late out. And he gets a text from one of his closest friends telling him that he's not feeling good, if you know what I mean. Like, he had a long night. And he didn't really have anywhere to go, and so I gave the idea to my boyfriend to let him crash in his movie room. And nobody was in it, and his movie room is right down the hallway from his bedroom. So while his friend is getting a ride from another friend to be dropped off at my boyfriend's house, my boyfriend goes upstairs to get him some blankets, snacks, water, all that kind of fun stuff, right? And for context, the door, there's like a back door in the movie room, so that's where his friend was gonna be. He wasn't gonna go to his upstairs door. All right. And earlier that night or day, I had gone through that bottom door and I locked that door completely. I shut that movie room door completely, sealed shut everything. Keep that in mind. So while my boyfriend is upstairs, I'm waiting in his room at the edge of his bed. So this would be his bed, and then this is the door. So the bed is awfully close to the door, and the door was completely wide open. I could see the hallway, I could see everything, I could hear everything. Like, the walls are pretty thin in his house, like I could hear him walking upstairs. So while I'm sitting at the edge of his bed, I'm not even on my phone. Like, there's no TV, there's no noise, it's completely silent because everyone was asleep at this time of the night, right? And I was just waiting for my boyfriend to come back downstairs. And while I was in his room, I give him a text and I ask him if I should unlock the bottom door to let his friend in. But he doesn't reply because he's busy doing whatever he's doing upstairs. So I just kind of like, I'm like, all right, I'll just have him do it then, right? And then a few minutes after I send that text, I hear a voice literally right outside of the door, clear as day, human voice say, hello? Is anybody there? Hello. Spaced out just like that, those exact words. And I will never forget those exact words. And something in me just told me, don't say anything back. So I made noise like on the bed to make whatever was talking to me known that I am in the room, I'm present. But something in me just told me to keep my mouth shut. So about, I want to say maybe a minute or two, I
go out, like I take a step out into the hallway and I look down the hallway and the movie room door is open. But it was like, it wasn't wide open, it was just open, like someone went in there and just didn't shut the door all the way. So in my head, I'm like, okay, it was just his friend, like, whatever. I'm not scared at all at this point. So then I hear my boyfriend coming downstairs, and then he heads into the movie room. And I can hear that clear as day. Like I said, I could hear literally everything. I even heard him unlock the bottom door to let his friend in, and I heard his friend walk in. I was so confused because I didn't even hear footsteps approach the door at all when I heard that voice. I didn't hear footsteps coming to the door or leaving the door at all. I did hear the door, however, but I didn't really think anything of it. I just was like, there's no way, you know? So at this point, I'm just waiting for my boyfriend to come back into the room. He was just in the movie room talking to his friend, you know, like getting all situated and everything. And when he comes back to the room, I was like, hey, did your friend come in at any point? And he was like, no. When I opened the door, he was in his friend's car, like a few, like 100 feet away. Like he wasn't anywhere near the door. So I tell him what happened, and he is just as scared as me. Not scared, but like freaked out. So he tells me that there's absolutely no way his friend could have came in the house at all at any point because the door was shut completely. The windows are locked. The upstairs door locked. Everything is locked. The reason why I was so set on it being his friend is because the voice sounded just like a boy, like not a man, like it sounded like a boy. And that's why I thought it was his friend, and that's why I wasn't even like scared. So I made my boyfriend go back into the movie room and ask him, and I also wanted to hear if I could hear his footsteps walking to the door and coming back at all. So I do end up hearing his footsteps when he's going towards the movie room, but I never heard him when he came back to the room. So when my boyfriend comes back in the room, he tells me that he told his friend and asked him if he was like messing with me or anything, and his friend was completely clueless, and he was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's kind of creepy though. Like he was just as confused as we were. I also forgot to mention, I don't even know how I forgot to mention this. When my boyfriend went into the movie room the second time, I decided to go out in the hallway and watch the door for some reason. I was just a little bit spooked and I wanted him to come back, so I was just kind of watching and waiting for him to come back, right? So here's the hallway, and in the hallway there's 2 walls, and there's one wall there's the upstairs that you go up, and then there's just like one wall. There's just like a wall. So the regular wall, there's like a corner, and then in the corner is just like a space, like a completely empty space. And I swear to God on everything, when I was watching the hallway, it was dim. It wasn't pitch black. It was like dim lighting. I saw like a pitch black, shadowy, like I don't even know what, like thing peek around the corner super, super quick and then go back to like wherever it was, like literally in the blink of an eye. Like I barely noticed it. But honestly, it could have just been my mind playing tricks on me, but I don't know. I don't really scare myself easily. I don't really do that. I'm not exactly like a fearful person when it comes to like supernatural things. I have had a similar experience happen to me when I was about like 10 years old, but that's probably like the biggest thing that's ever happened to me. I've never really experienced anything super paranormal before. I did say a prayer last night, and it did put me at ease a little bit, and I was able to go to bed peacefully. But I am going back to his house today. I'm gonna see if it happens tonight again, but I highly doubt it. But I don't know. Another thing I want to add is I didn't feel like it was evil. I wasn't like really scared. Like I was scared because something just like weird happened, but I wasn't like I need to get out of this house scared. It was really weird. It did not feel evil, so I don't know. It very well could have been evil, but I don't even know what I saw. I don't know. I tried looking it up and see what I could find out. It said I was having hallucinations.
I was not having hallucinations. I know what I heard. I know what I saw. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's about it for the story time. Sorry if it seemed like a little bit rushed. I'm the worst at telling stories. I'm just not good. So if anybody wants like a better story time where it's like detailed, layout, the house and everything, I can definitely do that. So let me know. But thank y'all for watching.
Story time. All right, so I have been seeing a lot of scary story times on TikTok, like a lot of scary stories or hauntings or whatnot. Well, you didn't ask for this, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway. So when my daughter was about 3 or 4 years old, we went to a hotel for her birthday. We used to do this every year because she loved to swim. You can't swim outside in the wintertime in Kentucky, so we would find a hotel with an indoor pool. We stayed at the Best Western in room 105. It's a couple towns away from us, not very far from home. And we got there about 2 or 3 or something like that in the afternoon. That way she could actually swim all day and, you know, enjoy her time there. Anyway, throughout the day, she would fall. And I know she's, you know, 3 or 4 years old and they're clumsy, because babies are. But it was like she was being pushed, right? She would not cry about it. She would just fuss about it. So anyway, the day went on. We did whatever we did. We went swimming. We played pool, you know, this and that. At nighttime, we were settling down for bed. She ate a bowl of cereal. I was on one side. John was on the other. She was sitting in the middle. And I said, honey, it's time to go to bed, you know, lay down. And she was sitting up and she said, I can't, Mommy. And I said, why can't you? It's bedtime. You've got to be tired. You've gone all day long. And usually my kids slept really well. Didn't have a problem putting her to sleep. She said, I can't because they're staring at me. I said, who's staring at you? And she said, the mommy and her little kids. And I said, what? And she said, the mommy and her little kids, they keep staring at me. And I said, well, where are they? She said, they're right behind you, Mommy. The feeling that came over me was pure dread. I have never felt anything like that in my life, and I have not since. I had cold chills. I got sick to my stomach. It was awful. And I asked her, I said, you know, Sissy, there's nobody behind me. She said, yes, there are, Mommy. The little boy, the mommy, and the little girl. They're behind you. And I said, well, what do they look like? Because I have to know what's going on. You know, I mean, I'm literally like frozen in place. Whether or not I want to move, I don't know what's going on. She said, well, the little boy's wearing like a brown turtleneck and he's got blonde hair and he's mean, Mommy. He's so mean. He's got the meanest look on his face and he's been mean to me all day. And the little girl's wearing a long dress and the mommy's wearing a long dress, but they're not mean to me. They're not mean to me. And I'm like, oh my Lord. Me and John both jumped up out of the bed, grabbed her up, and went to the front desk. I said, ma'am, I don't know what is in that room, but we can't stay there anymore. I know that we've been there all day, and I know that we've made a mess of that room because, you know, we've used it. So that means the bed's been used, everything, but we can't stay there anymore. And she said, oh, no problem. I said, has anything ever happened in that room? Not that I know of. She did not act like I was crazy. She did not act like she didn't know what I was talking about. Anyway, we changed rooms. Everything was fine. Now, I know kids tell stories because they do. But up until Sissy was about 6 or 7 years old, these stories never changed. And then beyond that, she kind of forgot about it. Even now, she has, you know, barely any memory of it. She's 18 years old, and what she really remembers is the things that I've told her. But the feeling that I got that night is something I have never felt. I even called my mom and asked her to pray. And my mom is a praying woman because I was like, I don't know what's in this room. I just don't want it to attach to me. And I don't know how that stuff works. But that is my scary story. It has forever changed me in a way to know that, yeah, I believe that there's something that we can't see. And whether or not good or bad, it's terrifying. But anyway, have a great day, guys. Bye.
Y'all seem to really like the craziest storytime videos that I have, so I have another one for you. This is a story time about when I made my ex come ghost hunting in a graveyard with me. And yes, we were in one of the most haunted graveyards in America, apparently, on the East Coast. If this video actually gets big, then I'll go and find the videos from my old camera and my Snapchat and the photos and everything from the actual ghost hunting session in the graveyard, and I'll share those with you if you want to see all of that. But yeah, a few years ago, I had my ex come and go ghost hunting with me. So basically we had to wait until the graveyard closed, and they closed at 8. So we went during the day and walked around and everything like that, because it's literally like a whole park. Like you could ride through, they have events and stuff there, but it's like a massive graveyard too. So we go through the graveyard and everything during the day, and we're looking around and everything. And then we went to like the street next to it that had like these bars and food spots and everything. So we went over there, grabbed some food, snacks, stuff like that. We already had our little bag ready with the cameras and all that and stuff that we needed, you know. But we waited until the sun started going down. Then it was a little after 8. We had to go and sneak into the graveyard because we couldn't go through the front gate. So we climbed up the fucking back wall and through the trees, and we get into the graveyard, and we look to the right, and it's like up at the main house, it looks like it's some people that's like in the parking area talking to each other, whatever. So we're like, oh shit, I don't want to get seen, let's get out the way, right? So it's like this massive field that we got to get across, but the sun is still going down, so it's like we kind of got the shadow of the trees to hide it, so I'll be running across. So we're ducked down, we're running. I have my eyes looking down at my feet, right? I look up. There's a man in front of me, right? And this man, it was a black man, middle-aged man. He looked like he was in his like later 40s or something. He had on one of those like trucker type hats with the like the net type of shit in the back, and then he had on a red flannel shirt and some blue jeans, and he had a rake, and he was raking the leaves. And I looked up, and he was right there, and I darted off to the other side, right? I run this way. My ex runs behind me. We get over behind this little wall, right? We get behind this wall. He's like, what the fuck are you running from? I'm like, you didn't see that man standing right there? Like, we walked right up on the groundskeeper, nigga. He's gonna call the fucking security. What the hell? We're sitting behind this wall 30, 45 minutes. He's like, I don't think nobody's right there. I'm like, I don't know. He's like, I don't think nobody's right there. I'm gonna go check. He goes to check. He comes back. He's like, I don't even see nobody. I don't see nobody walking. I don't see nobody up there. I don't see nobody raking no leaves and nothing. And then I sat there for a second. I was like, wait, he was raking, but he didn't say nothing. Like, we was right next to him. He didn't say, hey. He didn't. I didn't even hear the of the raking, and I was like, let me just not. Like, are you trying to tell me that's a ghost? Let's not, right? Because that nigga was, I saw that with my physical eyes, okay? So that was the first thing. And we're walking around in this graveyard and everything, and we got our flashlight, and we got our little radio, our ham radio, and we're flipping through the stations and everything, and we're kind of using that as our spirit box. We went in there with white sage and holy salt from a church in our pocket, so we actually did not have a negative experience when we went in there, because I went in there another time with somebody else and it was fucking terrifying. So this first time we went in there was actually a very peaceful experience, and we're walking around and we're using this thing. So like little stuff started to happen like this. We're walking past a certain plot or whatever, and you know, I feel this pulling from the right of me, but I didn't look. You know, I didn't look. Usually I look towards, but I didn't look where I was being pulled towards. And then I started feeling this aching in my chest. And then I felt the aching go through my breast and down into my ribs and my lungs. And everything right here was hurting to the point where I literally stopped. And I was standing there like, what the fuck? Like, it's hard for me to breathe. While I'm standing there, I look down and there's a plaque in front of the burial plot that I'm in front of. And it was a black women's breast cancer burial plot. We're walking down one of the main roads in the graveyard, and while we're talking and we're walking, my thought process is getting cut off, and it's like this kind of visual of a little girl skipping in a circle around me while I'm walking, and she's like, hi, I'm Mary. Hi, I'm Mary. Hi, I'm Mary, right? So it got to the point where I just looked at him and I was like, somebody wants to say, hi, I'm Mary, right? And he's like, Mary? I'm like, yeah, just keep saying, hi, I'm Mary. We keep walking down the road a little bit, and one of the only headstones that was actually literally like 3 inches off of the road, facing the road, usually they're like in plots and a little farther back behind the bushes, it was a gravestone for a child named Mary. I don't remember the exact years I was on there, but it was a short amount of years. It was a little child named Mary whose gravestone we ended up walking past after this. We took a number of pictures in the graveyard where there were like orbs everywhere, like snow. It was orbs everywhere, okay? Hella pictures of that. There's even a picture where I stopped on the side and I was like fixing something with my camera, and you can literally see like a whole face right here, like in the picture. There's a whole ass face, to the point we had to go back and look and see, like, was I standing next to a statue or anything like that? No, there was a whole ass face sitting right here while I was, and the crazy thing is, while I was standing there, I felt it right there, and then I decided to turn and walk in the opposite direction than the direction that I felt it in, and the picture just validated it. The whole time we were walking around in the graveyard, we just thought security was following us. We thought security was following us, but kept turning off their flashlights. And you look around the park, you'll see that like, you can see the entire park from almost every angle. Like, this, it's a big ass park. You could see the entire park. So if there were to be security guards in there, they would have been seen us. If there were securities in there, we would have been saw them. Okay, we had flashlights on, but it's just like, it just always seemed like somebody was like 15 steps behind us doing a small jog. Like, I'm gonna catch them. I'm gonna catch these fucking kids. They think they slick. That's how we felt the whole time. We were in there for like 2 or 3 hours, and the whole time we felt like somebody was like trying to catch us. I remember we were laying down on the ground and we were taking some pictures down the hill and caught a picture of this big, black, massive, beastly looking fucking thing, and then the camera died right after we took the picture. So I started recording on my Snapchat, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? The camera died. And then we looked down and we were like sitting on top of somebody's grave. So we stood up and we like, oh my God, I apologize. Swear to God, like, nah, sorry, we already doing too much being in here. But after that, I remember like we were walking around, some little stuff happened with the ham radio. Like, we were standing under this tree, and he said, do you know where we're standing right now? Do you know where we are? And then it said branch, and then we was like, did you hear that? And then it was like tree, and then it was like, okay, now it's saying something for real. And then it was like, ah, ha, ha, like a little fucking giggle. And you know, when you switch it through the station, just urge, edge, like, we're like, okay, all right, shit is happening, right? Later on in the night, we go to the center. We go to the center of the graveyard, where there's a little obelisk in the center of the graveyard. And it's like some grass around it up on this platform and shit. I went and I'm sitting on this platform, and I felt comfortable. Like, I felt a feeling like the grass was just so comfortable. Like, I could have literally laid down and slept there for the rest of the night comfortably, like fine. But I was like, actually, it might not be a good thing that something's trying to make me so fucking comfortable right now. Let me get up. Because I really didn't want to leave. Like, I was very blissful right there. I really did not want to go anywhere. But this motherfucking man, because there's also, when we looked online about it, there is, in the October seasons, there's a roll call that happens out there. One of the sergeants or generals who passed away and is buried out there, he does a roll call, and you hear him calling out names of soldiers. That's the story, right? This is not the time of year where it was supposed to be happening either. So we're standing there in the middle by the obelisk, and he's like, this man stands up and he says, soldiers, attention! And I looked at him and I said, why would you do that? And I felt this tingling from the back of my head, and I said, they coming. And I turned around and I clicked. Orbs coming up the walkway. Turn around, felt it this way. Click. Orbs coming up the walkway. Turn around, felt it this way. Click. Orbs coming up the walkway. He ended up taking pictures of me sitting in front of the obelisk, and there were orbs around me like fucking snow on a clear night. Every fucking where. That was quite an experience that night. We experienced a lot of different things that night, but we ended up having to go out the same way we came in. But we were in there for a few hours, and a lot happened. And when I went back in there with somebody else, I saw a little fucking dark demon thing running and hiding behind bushes, and me and this nigga was like, hold on. This is not the same energy. We need to get the fuck up out of here. So yeah, that's an only ghost hunting in a cemetery. Not recommended. Actually against the law, probably. Don't tell them it was me. It wasn't me. I didn't do that, actually. This is for entertainment purposes only. TikTok.
Okay. I have been wanting to tell this story because I lived in the Midwest for 3 years, and there is something weird about the Midwest. Like, there is just some creepy stuff that goes down there. There's a lot of old houses there. And anyway, I lived in the Midwest for 3 years in this town called Creston, Iowa, and I went to a music school out there, and it was a really creepy house. It was called the Dollhouse. And it was kind of notoriously known to be like the music school party house. And the reason why we called the Dollhouse was because it was a giant Victorian style house that was like Pepto-Bismol pink and had like white trim and everything. And all the rooms were like a different pastel color. It was cute. It was a really cute house, but weird things, honestly, when I was alone there, like there was some weird things that happened. I was rarely alone because, again, it was a party house, but it was just when I was alone, it was kind of weird. But basically, I want to tell you guys a story about the time that a ghost just decided to pretend to be my roommate. It was very strange. I still to this day cannot explain it, but it revolves around spring break. So spring break rolled around that year, and I was super inseparable with this one chick, and she would pick me up in the morning, and she would drop me off at night. And um and at the time, like for that spring break, the only roommates in the house were me and my friend, my roommate Tim, because everybody else decided to go home for spring break, right, to their own respective towns or states, right. I had 4 roommates, by the way. So um and the and I didn't really, it wasn't uncommon for me to like kind of go days without talking to Tim, because again, he was older, he was kind of keep to himself kind of guy, and he would hole himself in his room and practice and stuff. And the way to get to his room was kind of weird too. Like, you had to go through Mike's bedroom to get to his room. Like, you had to go through Mike's bedroom to a little hallway that had like a little bathroom that they shared, and then into his bedroom. Or you go through the dining room and go up this secret stairwell into the floor of Tim's bedroom. It was like a hatch that you would like open, and it was the floor of his bedroom. It was really weird. But it was kind of, like I said, it was common for him to kind of hole himself in the room and not like come out. And so for me, it was just normal to not see him for days on end sometimes. Or I would see him like in class or whatever, and like in rehearsal or whatever for choir. But other than that, like I didn't see him at home hardly, unless we were having a party or something, you know? And long story short, I would come home late at night, like every night, well after midnight. This girl would drop me off after our, little shenanigans that we would get into during the day, and then I would look up and his bedroom light would be on in the window. I would see it every night. I would see it, and it gave me comfort to know that I wasn't by myself, right? And so I'm like, okay, cool, Tim's home. And then I would go. It was weird because, like I said, he was a very quiet guy, and he very kept to himself and stuff. And I remember going to bed every night, and every night I would hear him walking around. And he was like, I mean, he was tall. I think he was like something crazy, like 6'3" or 6'5" or something. He was tall. People would call him Tree, like Tim the Tree. Like, that's how tall he was. So, he wasn't a quiet walker. He was a dude. He was a big dude. So you would hear him walking around, and the house was old, so it would creak, and like, it was the walls were thin. So I would hear him walking around, and I would hear him going into my bathroom, which was right outside in the hallway, because my bathroom had the laundry. And I remember because it would be like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I would hear him, and the water would be running in the drum of the washer. And I would hear him open and close the washer and dryer doors. I mean, they were old washer and dryers, so it was like you could hear, they were loud, So I was like, okay. So that's weird, but like I didn't judge him because, like everybody has their own routine, I guess. Like, And so I was like, okay, that's weird, but whatever. And this happened every night that week. Like, I would hear him walking around, and I would already be in bed, so there was really no point in me getting up to check on him because I was tired from the day, or like I would just be like in bed, and I would already be in bed, so I was like, why am I going to get up, So Saturday rolls around, and I am in the freezer, like, and the fridge was right next to the door, like literally right next to the back door of our house. And I had opened up the freezer, and I was digging around in there, and I hear the back door open, and I look, and it's Tim, and he has like bags, like travel bags, and a backpack and stuff. And I was like, where are you going? And he was like, what do you mean I'm coming home? And I was like, what do you mean you're coming home? And he was like, yeah, I decided to go to the Twin Cities with Forrest. And I was like, what do you mean you decided to go to the Twin Cities with Forrest? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, how long have you been gone? And he was like, oh, the whole week. And I was like, what the hell? You're joking, right? I was like, someone's in the house. Like, it's great. And so I tell him everything, right? I'm like freaking out. We go upstairs, go into his bedroom. Everything is as he left it. And the light is off, like turned off. And I was like, I swear I saw it on every day. I heard you walking around at night. I was like, there's no way. Like, I couldn't figure out why or how this happened. And I was freaking out, right? And still to this day, I don't know who was in the house. I really don't. And it baffles me to this day. And there were other instances before that instant that scared the shit out of me. Like, there's people outside my door right here. But basically, yeah, it was just like weird things would happen. I remember one time I was like in my room and I was like writing on a piece of paper. I didn't have a desk, so I would like sprawl out all my paperwork, all my handwritten assignments, and I would write it, on the floor. I would be on the floor, and I looked up. When you get that feeling when like somebody's approaching your door and they're about to knock on the door, you kind of already preemptively look up because you already know that they're there. Like, that's the feeling I got. And so like I look up at the door, and the door, you had to jam it shut. So when you opened it, because it was like a swollen wood and the latch didn't work, so like you had to jam it shut because the wood was swollen, and every time you'd open it, it would literally make a big popping noise every time you would open the door. And I remember I look up having that feeling like someone was approaching my door, and it pops open. And I'm thinking somebody's there, and nobody was there. So I go outside and I look, literally no one's there. And I see that there's a window at the end of the hallway and it's open. So I was like, okay, let me just close that. So I close the window. And I go back into my room and I jam it shut and I start doing my homework again. And like a few minutes later, I feel that same feeling like someone's approaching my door. As I look over at the door and it pops open, but this time it starts to creak open. So I get up right away. Like I get up really quick and I go outside and I'm like, Mike, because Mike lived right next door to me. I was like, Mike, is that you? And like I was like freaking out, right? Nothing. Nobody. I was by myself in the house. By my damn self. It was creepy. And I just got all my stuff and I ran out and I went to the school and I finished my homework there. And yeah. And then like I said, every time I was alone after that, which like I said, it was rare, but on the few occasions that I was, like weird things would happen. Like I would hear footsteps running up and down the stairs, or I would hear like Mike or somebody, one of my roommates, calling my name, and then I would go and look for them and they weren't there. Or I would hear the front door like open and close as if someone was coming in, but then nobody was there. It was just weird things. And I don't think that the like ghost was like bad, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I felt like really negative energy before, and I didn't get that feeling from it, but it was just like mischievous energy, I guess. I don't know, but it was just weird, and it just felt like there was somebody in that house. Like, I don't know. It was just weird stuff. Weird stuff would happen, and that's basically my ghost story. That I don't think anybody would believe me, but I mean, that's my tale.
Hi, I'm Jenny, Milo's mom. I'm hijacking Milo's TikTok because we have a crazy ghost story. So very sadly, over the last 3 months, I've lost both my parents. They were in their 80s and married for over 63 years. My mom passed first in February, and she passed away on hospice at home, where she wanted to be when she passed away. About a month later, my dad gave up and succumbed to dementia, because I can only imagine he missed my mom very much. Both of my parents were buried in a church cemetery that is actually pretty much in their backyard where they lived for 60 years. And that was their wish, to be close to where they spent all of their time and they built their home and beautiful gardens. So that's where they were set to rest in peace. Since they've passed, their home has been kind of locked up. My siblings will come and go for various reasons, but for the most part, nobody's living there. And we installed security cameras and ring cameras all around the house to ensure its security, although it's in a very quiet and peaceful neighborhood, kind of at a dead end. There's not a lot of people around, and the ones that are around are pretty old and not very active late at night. So the other night, I was laying in bed. I live on the West Coast, and my parents were living on the East Coast. Their house is on the East Coast. And one of the ring cameras that we installed was inside of the house, and it was installed in the kitchen. So I was pretty surprised when I got a ring alert saying that there's a person detected in the kitchen. It was around midnight, and like I said, nobody was in the house. So I was like, that's strange. So being on the West Coast, it was only 9 o'clock. So I was like, maybe I'll check it out and see what's happening. Maybe there's like, I don't know, a bug or a mouse or something. So I wanted to check it out and just be safe. So when I watched the video, I was like, okay, I don't see anything in the video. That's strange. Why would the camera go off saying a person was detected? So I looked very carefully at the video and I got chills down my spine. If you watch the video in the first maybe 5 to 7 seconds, you see a orb, kind of like a cloud, float from the right side of the screen all the way to the left. It was so eerie, and I'm not one to not believe in ghosts, but I've never had any reason to believe in a ghost, and I was pretty shocked when I saw this video. Thinking I was pretty crazy or I was seeing things, I shared it with a couple of friends and they saw the same exact thing. Being that my mom passed away in the house and her house was everything to her, all of her beautiful treasures are in her house, I can only imagine that it's her. But I want you to see it too, so I'm going to post it in the comments so you can see for yourself, but it's really crazy.
I've got several things that would work for this, but there's one incident in particular, and all the incidents leading up to it, that really just have like kind of stuck in my brain, so I guess I'll just share that with you. So it was like 6 years ago, right before and right after my daughter was born. Her dad was not in a good place mentally, and weird things started happening around our house. And it would start with like just knocking, and we had this motion light that we kept on our shelf in our closet, and it would like communicate with us through that. And it carried over to his mom's house, who has since passed, but it was just so weird. She used to watch preaching on the TV like Andrew Womack and Joel Osteen and them, and there was one sermon that Andrew was preaching in particular, and I had picked something up to go throw it away in their kitchen that day. I watch my feet when I walk because I trip over everything. And so, I'm being extra cautious looking at the ground when I'm walking to the trash can. And I get there and I throw what I had in my hand away. And when I turned around, I'm telling you, there was thousands of just maggots just manifested in the middle of the floor. And maggots have to have a food source. And his mom was really good about bleaching the floors, keeping them clean and all that. So those maggots literally appeared out of thin air. I watched it with my own eyes. Same thing happened at our house a couple days later. I was sitting in my living room. I was petting my cat who was sitting on the floor. And then the second time I looked down, there's just maggots by my feet. And they came from absolutely nowhere. It's like they just came up out of the floor. It was fucking weird. And then things started to get worse in the house too. A couple days before the main event, I came home from the grocery store, and when I got to the top of our staircase, the motion light that was in our closet, our bedroom lit up. It was night, so I could see that the bedroom lit up. And as soon as that happened, you heard something fly across the room and hit the ground. It was so loud, and it scared the shit out of me. But then I walk back there, there's nothing on the floor. And I just started smelling weird smells, demonic shit. And yeah, it just got really bad. And then came the night that everything happened. Everything that really fucked me up anyway. And I was laying in bed, and my daughter had just been born at that point. So it was her dad, her, and me on the outside. And she just kind of fell asleep eating. I was going to get her up and move her, whatever. But I just had this really heavy, dark feeling overcome me all of a sudden. It was so weird. I felt like something was breathing down my neck, and my heart started racing. And next thing I know, I had I guess you could say it was sleep paralysis, but I don't know. It didn't really feel like that. I was conscious when this happened, but my eyes just blacked. I couldn't see anything, and I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't talk, typical sleep paralysis things. But I was able to cut my eyes towards our closet, and I saw this thing standing in there. And how Freddy Krueger's face is scarred from being burnt and stuff is exactly what this thing looked like. and it had a snake tongue and bright red eyes, and it was saying stuff to me, but it was not in English, it was in Latin, and I did not understand it. But it felt like it was trying to kill me. It was really fucking weird. I don't know what I did to snap myself out of that, but eventually it all just like, and then it was done. Like it just stopped happening. And after that, he went fucking postal. This dude was off his fucking rocker, my daughter's dad. He just went absolutely fucking nuts. He was being awful to me. He was just being awful in general. Like, it was like he was fucking possessed. And the crazy part is, all that stopped once I left that situation. But to this day, I still have like nightmares about what I saw. And it was just really, really fucking weird.
Let's do this thing. So when I was younger, you know how as kids y'all play that game, like that's my house, that's my car, and with you and your cousins in the back seat type thing, right? Well, we used to do this all the time. And there was this one particular house on the way home that I loved, I adored, to the point to where I used to have dreams about the layout of this home before I moved in it. I technically kind of manifested being in this home, right? Or did the home choose me? I don't know. Anyway, fast forward 7th grade, and my mom and dad say they want to move. You know, my mom started writing down how she wanted houses to look, and, you know, doing all this plotting and planning type thing. And we so happy ended up viewing this home. But, you know, it was without realtors. It was just the key getting the home type thing. However, the first time we stepped in there and were just doing a look around, not moving in, we hear 3 ladies talking. Now, I say 3 ladies because all of us agreed that we heard 3 ladies, different voices at one time. But they were muffled. They sound like, that's how it sounds. Like if they was around the whole house, because me and my parents were in one room and my sister was in another one, in another room. Same time, we all taking off running out the house. At the beginning, when we first had this house, there was like this ramp out there, so all you heard was that door, boo, us running down the ramp, and we at the end of the ramp, I'm like, what was that? You know, my dad, being my dad, decided to say, oh, it was somebody riding past the house. Now, I will say, there are times when people ride past the house, and you can hear music being really loud, or if they're arguing, you can hear it for that split second. So I gave it to my dad. You know, I'm like, sometimes that does happen. You know, I'm believing in my dad, right? But I know, we all know we heard it. Now, once we moved in, my mom and then finally told us, and we like, I'm in high school, she telling us later, that they did have the conversation because my dad lied to us, had a conversation about whether they should invest in a home because they plan on being somewhere they was going to actually raise us, and would it be smart to invest in that space on that home if we was going to be terrified to live there because of the ghost. But they decided to buy it anyway because it was a good deal. Sounds like another place I remember, something like Amityville Horror. Like, they still tried it. Now, we move in, and I got a couple situations, a couple things that happen, and my family can vouch for this. If y'all would like, I can get them on here and they can each tell their own little stories, okay? But I'm gonna just give you a little rundown of what happened growing up. So we had one situation where me and my dad was sitting in the living room. It was really late at night because my dad was an all-nighter type person, like, and we all are, we like night owls. And me and him were up the latest, and we were watching TV. Well, at some point, something went across the screen, like a shadow of a man went across the screen to the point to where you can see the shadow reflecting on the shiny parts of the screen. So I didn't say nothing because my dad, I know my dad, he's the type that act like he didn't see it or whatever. I didn't say nothing. I just like, oh, wow. You know, I was still young, but I was like, ooh. And my dad hit the pause and was like, Shalise, did you see that shit? To this day, he denies that he ever seen it, y'all. Another situation. My grandma was in town from Philly, And they're more spiritual on that side, like the type that believe that every generation has that person that is spiritual and things talk to you, stuff like that. To the point to where at one of our we was at a graveyard. At one of our graveyard situations, family was there, and there's one particular color. It's the reason why I'm not supposed to tell that story. Okay, so we're just gonna come back to my story. Anyway, my grandma was in town, and she walked into my sister's room where her items normally are stored. That's where she put all her things when she visit, and the light turns on before she can get in there. And she just, thank you so much, you know. And we looking like, thank you. I'm like, are you crazy? Another situation. Me and my siblings and a couple cousins jumping across the beds. We put the 2 mattresses in the room, and we boom, 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 boom. And it was a blow-up mattress on the floor, so we bouncing all over the place. One of those nights. And in their bathroom, the bathroom cabinet, it's a drawer that's really hard to move. Like, to this day, it's super hard to move. Like, I couldn't get in it a couple days ago at all. I had to get one of the crowbars and pull it open. That's how hard it is, right? So this drawer it's full of shit, full of just chalk and shit like that. Well, that night, we heard that drawer, and all the chalk came rolling down in the damn drawer, y'all. When I say the cat took off before us, and we just jumping on trying to scatter, just like falling, blankets is all over our feet, we tripping, trampling each other out of there, like it was ridiculous. Another situation, there was a time in this house where my mom would hear like footsteps. Well, everybody heard it at some point, but my mom heard it the most. It would sound like feet would hit the ground, because my sisters and them, my sister room, the youngest one used to always get out the bed and come in there and my mom in the room. So it would always sound like it was 2 feet, and they'll walk through the hallway and they'll just stop. So this one particular time, my mom said nobody was there. My dad wasn't there. My dad wasn't there. That's what it was. My dad wasn't there, and she heard it. So she assumed me and my sister was getting into bed, right? So she hear the do-do-do-do-do. She hear come all the way to the bed. She feel the indentation in the bed behind her. And she goes, like a mother would, goes to make sure the blanket gets on the kid. My sister wasn't there. My sister wasn't there. There's another time where, the doorknobs on the doors used to move in my room. Only my room, nowhere else. Just in my room. And to this day, I do not have doorknobs in that room. I actually live in a house by myself. My family and everybody moved out. I live there now. I'm raising my child there now. But the doorknobs in that room are gone. I still do not put the doorknobs on there. I would rather look through the scary black hole through that door than see them doorknobs jingle the way they were. Another situation that happened was my Uncle Freddie, which is my grandmother's brother. Long time ago, he got beat really bad by some white people, and he kind of was a little slow a little bit. But we had him on the back porch getting some vitamin D. He chilling, and he's laughing like laughing at something. And he's pointing at the light post in the backyard. And we asked him, "What you laughing at, Freddie? What you laughing at?" He's like, "That man up there with the he said he had on a plaid shirt, right?" He's like, "That man up there with the plaid shirt, he gonna get hurt." That's what he can say. He gonna get hurt. He laughing like that, yeah, dummy. Well, fast forward like a couple months later, my mom come home and she's like, "Where your daddy at?" First thing she do is looking for my dad when she come in the house. "Where your daddy at?" And I'm like, "He right there." I'm in the living room. I'm looking past her into her dark room, which is and I'm looking at the bathroom. I'm like, "He right there behind you." And she stopped me. She's like, "What you mean he behind me?" I said, "He right there behind you." Like, dead serious. what I saw, y'all, was a man with a plaid shirt. It was like a electric blue and some vibrant red and a tan. Plaid shirt, but I couldn't see his head. But I seen a man figure back there. Now he right there, you know. And she's like, she start walking out the room stiff like, I was just in there. Your daddy ain't in there. Daddy wasn't even home. Crazy, right? Oh, y'all, I got more. It's going to be a part 2. I got more.
And I was gone for a total of like, I want to say like 8 months at the time. Obviously, I didn't want to pay for my rent whenever I was gone, so I decided to get a sublet. Like, just disclaimer, I'm not blaming her for this. This could not have anything to do with her, but I'm just stating what I know. So anyway, so there's weird energy. I'm trying to just ignore it for the most part and not really think much of it, but I am, you know, I am very sensitive to energies and very sensitive to spirits and stuff like that. So have been for a while, but I haven't ever felt anything in my house. I've only, you know, it's only been like weird experiences out in the world. But anyway, get back. It just feels weird. Like there's just something off about the entire apartment. But mainly, the main part where something's off is in my living room. I don't know, but like on that side of the house, it just feels dark. And I couldn't figure out why, or still don't really know why. I started looking at my cameras in the apartment just to see if there was anything weird or like off that was happening, or, you know, just like the basic paranormal things you would look for, of like things moving or like voices or whatever. And I was back for probably like, I don't know, I was back for probably like 3 months, maybe 4. And there was one time where I was talking to my dog and I had just given her a treat. She was eating, and I didn't hear anything while filming her eating her little carrot. And I played it back. There was a moment where she just stops completely and stares right next to me like someone was there, which she's been doing more and more since we've gotten back to the apartment. I think that's when I asked her, like, is it good, just to get her to, like, you know, distract her. And in the video, when I watched it back, I heard a whisper, and I listened to it over and over again. And I don't want to like put out what I think it says. I kind of want you to listen and like let me know what you think it says. But I have my opinions and I'll share in the comments. But same day, I'm going to get ready for work, and this is maybe like less than an hour after the video. So I'm already like, you know, hyper aware of something going on. So I start getting ready, and I'm in my room doing my makeup, and like thought I hear things, but of course I feel like I'm being paranoid at this point. There's this one point where I'm getting ready and I swear I heard something, and honestly I'm just so curious at what's going on in my apartment at this point that I'm like, let's go back to the security cameras, let's see what we can see or hear what we can hear, and then just kind of like go from there. Like maybe it's nothing, maybe it was just like a one and done, but like no, I feel like this thing wanted my attention. I decided to wait to like watch anything back until I'm out of the apartment and I'm like in my car headed to work, whatever. And so I get in my car and I put my phone on, you know, to the car, trying to figure out like what we can hear through the car speakers. I start playing it, and like everything's like normal, fine. You can hear me kind of like fumbling around in the back, but it's nothing like, I'm not talking, there's no voices, I'm not talking to anyone, I'm not on the phone, nothing. I'm listening and I'm driving along, and I'm like, all of a sudden, and it was like unmistaken, I hear a woman's voice say something. And again, I don't want to put it in your head of like what it is, so I would rather like you just let me know in the comments if like what you hear for both of these videos. I've dealt with spirits before, but I've never had to like get them out of where I live, and so this was new for me, new territory. So I, you know, post it and I'm like, friends, help. I think there's a spirit and I don't know if it's a happy one in my apartment. So, you know, I'm getting comments and like multiple people were like, get some sage, which luckily I already had, walk around the house, just let this spirit entity, whatever you want to call it, let it know that it's your home and you have to like tell it to get out. And so I look like a crazy person doing this in my apartment. So since I had saged it, I haven't really heard anything since, but like I still feel a presence. Like one of my best friends stays over a lot and they'll sleep on the couch, and he was saying like he could feel in the middle of the night like something there, and he was like, I was up almost all night, like, he was like, I was in and out of sleep all night trying to figure out like what's going on. I didn't tell him about this because I didn't want to freak him out, and then whenever he said it, I was like, okay. I feel like at this point I'm just kind of living with whatever it is. As long as it stays neutral, we're good. Like I can coexist with whatever it is. I feel like since then it's been better, but I definitely still feel it. It, you know, feels a little weird every now and then, a little dark every now and then, but as a whole, it does feel better. Anyway, I'm gonna put the video up next, so let me know.
Is it good?
So when I was in 6th grade, I moved into a really old farmhouse in my town in Maine, and it was probably built in the late 1890s. So it had no foundation, you know, gunshot hallways, kind of like a big mud basement. All the cabinetry was just very old. It's a very old, wonky, moving around house. And we originally bought it because my uncle sold it to us, but my mother had knew the family that lived in there prior. She used to play with all the kids when she was in elementary school, and their grandmother was the lady who lived in the house, and she was also my mom's school teacher. So she knew these people before we decided to move into the house. And I lived there until about junior year of college when we decided to sell the house. So there was one night when my sister and I went to my dad's, and my mom had listed the house and found the people that were going to be buying the house. And so my mom was laying in her bed in her bedroom with the cat at the end of the bed. And at the very foot of my mom's bed was a really tall chest of drawers, so maybe 5'4" tall, and then she had a TV on top, and she left the extra remotes up there. And then to the left of that drawer was a door that went to a really creepy in-law apartment that always made me uncomfortable, but we used to play in there, all that. And then a door on the other side of that went to an attic. Very old, creepy house. And so one night, my mom was watching TV, was on the phone with my aunt, and she was telling her about the potential buyers and how she's going to miss the house. And so the second that my mom brought up the fact that the house was being sold, my mom said the remote that was on top of the chest of drawers just lifted up like 3 inches and was hovering there. And my mom started freaking out like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on. And my aunt's like, you're just pulling my leg. And my mom's like, no, I'm being so serious. Like the remote is lifting and levitating right now. And so she took her phone and was going to flip around and take a picture. And so when my mom did that, the remote moved, so it was hovering above the ground, but off of the chest of drawers, and then fell onto the floor. And my mom started panicking. And then she called and told me about it and then showed me when she came back, and she did not touch the remote after that because she was so freaked out by it. Also, my cat was just really mean when we got her. She just did not like a lot of people. When people would come over to the house, she would run upstairs, scurry, usual cat things. But she was very protective of the 3 of us. She would always sleep at the top of the stairs, looking down the stairs, but where she would lay is between all 3 of our bedrooms. So she has done that since when we got her as a kitten in this house. So she was very sensitive to a lot of the stuff that we now realize. So then maybe about like a week later, I was going out with some friends. I came back late at like 11:30, got ready, went to bed, fell asleep. And so my mom comes in at like 3:30 in the morning and she's like, what did you just knock something over? Like you're so loud and like what's and I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, I went down into the kitchen and my coffee bean canister was on the counter and the beans had like spilled out all over the counter and onto the floor. And it's important to note that the cabinetry in our house was really, really old. So it's like solid wood doors, right? And because the house had kind of settled weird, it was really hard to slam them in. And so it's really hard to open it and close it. They get stuck really easy. And same with our drawers. Like we didn't have the metal rails. It was just straight wood in there. So you had to like shake it out and shimmy it back in. Very hard to open cabinets. Specifically this one that my mom had the coffee beans in, you had to yank it open. It was also on the top count, like on the top shelf. And also it was one of those airtight containers. So you had to like press a button to take the lid off in order to do that. So then my mom went, cleaned it all up, put it back on the shelf. Didn't think about it. But then at 7 a.m., she woke me up again and was like, no, seriously, what is going on? What are you doing? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, I came downstairs into the kitchen and all of our drawers and all of the cabinets are open. Everything is just pulled out. And then also the coffee beans had been spilled all over again. I'm like, what are you talking about? It wasn't me. And she's like, I'm going to show you. Like, I just woke up. You need to come see this. So I went down. She was right. Everything was open. All the drawers had come out, which are hard. And also the coffee beans everywhere. And I was like, this is so funny. Like, you're so funny. And she's like, no, I'm being so serious. Like, I do not know what's going on. And she was freaking out. And our cat was freaking out the rest of that week. She was super skittish. So then maybe a week or two later, my sister and I went back to my dad's and my mom was home alone again. And she said that the same thing happened. All the cabinets open again, except also like some of our bedroom doors and our bathroom doors had been also open, which again are solid wood doors that have multi-layers of paint. So they're impossible to open. You really have to yank them open and closed. And so she was just so fed up. And so again, she was watching TV in her bed, the cat's there. And she said that she got a really weird, eerie feeling once again. And my mom just wanted to nip it in the bud and was frank and said out loud, we believed that it was the grandmother who had done this. We never had any issues with her before, but my mom just thought because we were selling the house that it was probably her. And so my mom had said out loud, like, Mrs., like, I'm so thankful to have this house. I'm so thankful I got to raise my kids here. I'm so thankful for the memories and everything. I hope you enjoyed having us in this house and that we are so grateful to be here, but you need to go. And when my mom said that, she said that the remotes fell off again and the cat freaked out. And my mom's like, you need to go. Like, this is over. This is done. You need to leave. Thank you for everything, but you need to go. You have to leave. And my mom said that the eerie feeling kind of went away. The cat was normal. And then we never had any issues ever again. Can't say anything for the family that still lives there today. Also, it's important to note that when we moved into our new house, basically brand new built, our cat is very loving, very affectionate. She loves everybody. She will come to the front door. She likes to sit in the middle of the conversations. So we think she felt some stuff. But yeah, I have a couple more ghost stories from my mom and I, and so if you'd like to hear them, I'm gonna post them.
Okay, my turn. So many years ago, my husband and I went on a vacation to Charleston, South Carolina, and we ended up renting an Airbnb on Folly Beach. And it was this adorable little cottage that was built in the early 1900s, and the couple who owned it had remodeled the place recently, and it was just adorable. I loved it from the time we got there. But I did have an eerie feeling the whole time we were there that we weren't alone and that we were being watched. There were hardwood floors throughout the house and all these beautiful rugs in each room. And I kept hearing noises during the night that sounded like someone walking on the rugs, kind of that soft thud sound. I would hear that most of the nights. Well, the first night we were there, I had a dream that a man was standing over me, and he looked like he was from the 1920s or so. He had on a black suit, a white shirt, and then had a bow tie around his neck. But the bow tie looked like a ribbon that was tied. He had this really cool mustache, dark hair that was parted down the middle and slit down on the sides. But he was standing over me, and he had uncovered me, and he was running his finger up the shin of my leg. And so it startled me. I woke up. It just so happened I was in the room alone. My husband had gotten up to go to the bathroom, and I was uncovered and in the exact position that I was in my dream when he was running his finger up my leg. So definitely unnerving, for sure. And I would just have the feeling when I was in the bathroom and getting ready and stuff that I was being watched the whole time. So several nights into our stay there, I gone to sleep, and shortly after, I was in that pre-dream type state where you're not quite fully awake, but you're not really asleep. Well, I heard an electronic sound come into the room. It was like a zipping type sound, zip, and it zips into the room pretty loudly. I open my eyes, and there is a figure that had zipped into the room over to my husband's side of the bed, and it was in the shape of a man with no features, and he was glowing blue, kind of like it would look if you were welding something. It had that appearance to it, but in the shape of a person. And this figure pushed the bed twice. He shook it twice, and I felt the bed move. I was wide awake at this point. And then immediately after that, there was a transformer on a pole outside of our house, and the blinds were open. All of a sudden, there was this huge explosion, and sparks go flying all over the road. The transformer exploded, and there was this huge surge of electrical energy that went throughout the entire house. Like everything was abuzz. All the electronics were going off. You know, I was shaking my husband to wake him up, and it was just everything occurred back to back to back. It was really freaky. And at that point, I knew that there was definitely a ghost in this house. So, needless to say, I barely got any sleep the other nights we were there. And on the final night, my husband had gone to bed early. I stayed up late. I'd been outside taking out the trash, doing dishes, getting ready to leave the next day. About 30 minutes after I shut the lights off and gone to bed, I started hearing all these popping sounds in the house, and they were getting louder and louder. And so, of course, my first instinct is thinking, oh my gosh, it's a ghost. So I'm trying to wake my husband up. I'm shaking him. I'm like, don't you hear it? Don't you hear it? And he finally hears it too. So he gets up, he grabs his gun. We go walking through the house, and the noises are coming from the back door. There was a deck all the way around the house by the back door. So we're walking in that area. I had left the back porch light on that night when I'd gone to bed, but suddenly it was completely black out there, and there was a figure standing in outside the doorway, and it was a guy who had a black hoodie up over his head, and he had a crowbar, and he was trying to pop open the back door. So my husband raised the gun and yelled at him, and all of a sudden there's tons of shuffling going on all over the deck. So there were multiple people out there. I'm not sure how many, but my husband took off after him and chased him. He couldn't catch them, but when he got back, he realized that they had unscrewed the light bulb on the back porch and set it on the table. So our presumption, and the cops' at presumption too, was that they knew somebody was in the house, and who knows what their intentions were. They were trying to break in. So anyway, my thoughts about all of this is that the ghost, I think, was there to help us and to warn us that we weren't safe while we were there. And so if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have gotten the sleepless nights, and who knows, I may not have heard them that final night, and we don't know what their intentions were if they would have gotten into the house.
Oh boy, do I have one for you. So this is all the way back when I was around 8 years old. My mom and my dad decided their first toxic go around wasn't enough. Hey, let's give it another go. So my mom and my siblings and I moved to this small town along Lake Erie in this house my dad was renting. And it wasn't even in town, okay? It was outside of the already small town in the middle of nowhere on a farm, but also right along the lake. So in terms of views, for days. In terms of anything at all to do, girl, even our boredom was bored, okay? So we all had to use our imaginations to find something to do. And for the first week or so, things were cool, boring, but we may do. But one day I got dropped off by the bus after school, and my mom's car wasn't there yet for some reason. So the bus driver wasn't supposed to leave us alone if the parent wasn't home. But as she was about to call me back on the bus and take me with her, we see a hand waving through the window, and that was apparently enough for the driver. So she lets me off, I go inside and go to the computer room that my mom had waved from to talk to her about my date. Only when I got there, she wasn't there. So I figured, okay, maybe she was in her room and I just walked past her without looking. Got to her room. Nope. Bathroom. Nope. Kitchen, dining room, living room, any of our rooms at all. Nothing. There was literally nobody in the house. So the next thing I thought was, okay, maybe she went outside before I got in somehow. But when I went outside, I see her pulling in the driveway with her car just then. So now I'm freaked out, and I tell her I think there's a ghost in the house, but she just laughs and tells me it's my imagination working overtime from being out here in the middle of nowhere. And I mean, what could I say? There was literally no proof of anything, so I drop it. Things are fine for a couple days. Then I'm sleeping one night when I get woken up by the sound of my younger brother calling my name. So I say, "What?" And I don't get a response. Then I hear him call my name again. So I say, "What, bro?" Again, no response. So I close my eyes only to hear him yell my name right in my ear. So I shoot up, I'm pissed. I turn on my bedside lamp ready to swing on him, but he's literally on the other side of the room under the blanket, fast asleep and slightly snoring. Cue the immediate panic because the fuck? Now I know there's something in my house, so I scream loud as I can, and within 30 seconds, both my parents are in my room, lights on, asking me what happened. I tell them there's a ghost in the house, it was calling my name, and immediately, they're pissed. It's 3-something in the morning, they both have to get up around 6 for work, and here I was, screaming about ghosts. So my mom tells me it was me having a bad dream, and they tell me to go back to sleep and I'll be fine. But if they thought I was closing my eyes again that night, they were more delusional than my straight boy phase. I was more wide awake than Katy Perry, okay? And I wasn't going to sleep for nothing. I stayed awake the whole night, bedside lamp turned on, and went to school tired as hell. I fell asleep several times in class that day, and my teacher decided I must not be feeling well and had my mom come get me to take me home. So I get home, my mom sends me to bed because I must be sick, and I'm happy with that. It's daytime, and whatever was in the house couldn't get me at that time. Yeah, my dumbass already forgot about the hand in the window. So I'm drifting off to sleep, happy as can be, when I hear my mom calling me. So I say, "Yes, Mom?" and don't hear anything, so I close my eyes again, and I hear her yelling my name louder from the other room. So I yell, "Yes, Mom," with my eyes closed. But I wait a little bit and open my eyes when I don't hear anything, and I'm face to face with an old woman leaning over my bed looking at me. Now, if you want a visual of what she looked like, look up the bathtub scene from The Shining, but picture her a little older and that'll get you pretty close. I immediately start screaming and hysterically crying. And Mom comes running. She sits down on my bed and wraps her arm around me, asking me what's wrong. I tell her about the ghost, and she sighs and says, "Justin, there is no But before she could finish her sentence, she looks towards the doorway where she sees the woman too. But in a split second, the woman disappears. But now that I know she sees it, I'm like, okay, cool. Mom knows she's gonna get us out of here. But tell me why my mom turns back to me, looks me in my eyes, and finishes her sentence. "Justin, there is no ghost." And tells me to go back to sleep while walking out of the room. Okay, so I guess Mom, Dad, and a creepy old lady ghost were now teaming up to be my number one ops. At this point, either my family didn't believe me or they didn't care, and both of those terrified me. So I spent the next couple of weeks refusing to sleep at night and falling asleep at school during the day. It was getting to the point where my academic performance was so poor my parents considered pulling me out for homeschool. But despite begging them to leave the house and constantly bringing up the old woman as the reason, they ended up doing exactly nothing. Until one night, I snuck out to the kitchen to grab a snack sometime after midnight. I overheard my parents in the living room discussing me. My dad was saying, "He sees her too. We should really leave." To which my mom said, "He already replied to her when she called to him. There's no point now." And if y'all haven't heard, if you hear a voice or a spirit calling out to you, you do not answer. So I guess I had unknowingly screwed myself and basically invited this creepy asshole back for more. Over the course of several weeks, I would see her everywhere, day or night, always when I was alone, just torturing me mentally. And when I didn't see her, random things would fall off the counter or off the tables or the walls. My parents were arguing nonstop. Not sure if I could place the blame on Ghost Granny for that one, but if it was her fault, she did us all a favor, honestly. But the cherry on top of this fucked up cake came when one day my brother and I were having a Star Wars lightsaber battle in the front computer room. All of a sudden, I hear hissing. So I swing the door closed, and behind it, there's a 6-foot snake staring me dead in my eyes, looking like it was ready to strike. So we both scream, run to my mom, and tell her there's a snake. And she thought we were pranking her with one of our rubber toys until she got there and realized we weren't lying. So she goes to bring us to our rooms while she's about to call someone to deal with the snake, but she stops as we're entering the living room and screams. The whole thing is filled up with baby snakes slithering around, and that was the room that she had just been sitting in when we went to get her a minute ago. So Mom picks us up, carries us into the computer room, and makes a run for it past the massive snake. I don't remember this, but Mom says the snake did try to strike and missed, but she got us out safely, waited for the people to come deal with the snakes, and when they got there was nothing. No baby snakes all over the living room, and no massive snake either. I don't remember much of the rest, but Mom tells me she took us all in her car and drove us to a church. I guess we spoke to what I'm assuming was the priest or the pastor there and got some sort of blessing or whatnot. As far as I remember, we never went back to the house. If my parents did to grab anything, I'm not sure, but we ended up moving back with my great-grandpa in actual civilization, and luckily never saw the lady again.
Okay, I'm sorry. Work has been crazy. I will tell you guys my scary ghost story now. I tried to record this, it got way too long, so I'm gonna try. Okay, I grew up in Washington. My other set of parents, my father and stepmom, live outside of Las Vegas, Nevada. So I would go stay with them like once or twice a year, let's say. This particular time, they had just moved to a new house, and I was very excited because their last house was a dark place. Scary. I have stories about that house that I will not share here, but let's just say that I was super relieved that they were not there anymore. I was excited. So picture it, summer, 17, I'm going to stay with my other family. I'm like, oh, creepy things won't happen anymore, that's great. Little did I know. Okay, quick layout. Bottom floor, all the living area, set of stairs, very small landing, and all the bedrooms are clustered around this landing. On this particular night, everyone goes to bed before me, let's say at like 10. Parents in one room with my baby brother, my other little brother who's like 12 at the time in the other room, and then the nursery, which is where I'm sleeping. Okay, so it's like midnight, I'm awake, I'm 17, I'm reading a book. I had just gone to the bathroom, so I knew for a fact everyone was upstairs because they all sleep with their doors open. The landing is super small, so I saw all of them a moment ago. They were all fully asleep in their beds. So I'm minding my own business, reading, and from the bottom of the stairs, I hear something. And it's footsteps on the stairs. And it sounded like a little kid almost, like, you know how little kids just like kind of barrel up and down the stairs, like do 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 do. Yeah. Stops at the top of the stairs. I'm like, what the is this? I hear it go back down. Do 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 do. This continues to happen. I hear it multiple times. Do 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 do. My grandma was very spooky and kooky, and she always told me if anything paranormal happened to ignore it, because if you pay attention, you'll like feed into the energy and it will get more aggressive and stronger or something. So this is in my head and I'm like, I'm ignoring this. Nothing's happening. Everything's fine. And again, stuff had happened at their last house and I was just like, not again. So I'm ignoring it because it's gonna stop, right? At this point, I have like a headphone in, volume very low, pretending I'm not listening to the running up and down the stairs. I hear it come back up. Do, 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 do. It stops. It stops for a few minutes. I'm like, okay, maybe it's done. Let's say 5 minutes passed after this thing had stopped at the top of the stairs. Again, the landing is small, so let's say hypothetically, wherever this thing stopped is like 3 feet from my closed door. After a few minutes, I'm sure everything is all good. I kind of relax and I'm still reading my book. And then suddenly, it was like a full-grown man, like a 6 foot tall man, took both of his fists and slammed it way harder than that. Slammed it against the door of the room I was sleeping in. The door shook. I jump up. If there's fight and flight, there's also freeze. And I fucking froze. I was so scared. But again, my grandma's wisdom, I'm like, I have to ignore it. Nothing happened. 2 minutes later, again, harder. And the vibe was genuinely like, don't ignore me. That was like the vibe I got from the second slam. A couple minutes go by, I haven't moved. But I'm like, what do? I decide to take action. I take my blanket, wrap it around my body for protection. Flip on my bedroom light. I swing open the door to meet my fate. The landing is empty. Everyone is sleeping, obviously. I flip on the hallway light, flip off my light. Flip on my brother's light, flip off the hallway light. Close his door, shake him half awake, and I'm like, scoot over, I'm sleeping in here. I'm 17, he's 12. We haven't shared a bed in several years, but that's how scared I was. It is summer in Nevada, and I literally have the covers over my face like this, and I'm like breathing in my own carbon dioxide, but I was like, I have to have the covers over my face. After like 15 minutes on his door, again, softer, but kind of like a, I know you're still in there. I was like, thank God I'm going home tomorrow. Anyway, this started happening to them after I left. This would happen on my brother's door, the slamming. From downstairs, they would also start hearing like muffled arguments at the landing, like voices fighting. Anyway, they moved out of the house as quickly as possible because it was super scary. I don't know if this was like an actual ghost. I don't know if this was like residual energy from like a bad DV type of thing going on in that house previously, but I did not like it. And yeah, that's it. Sorry, this was...
Okay, we're just gonna get right into it. This has emboldened me to share some of my paranormal experiences in our house. I have some other ones from earlier in my childhood, but this is the most recent one because it's ongoing. So my husband and I bought our house, and we were newlyweds, which was, that was in 2011. So what, 12-ish years ago or something. And we moved in. It was, fine. Everything was fine. The house was redone. It was repossessed when we got it. So the bank had came through and redone it all. It was great. It was new. We moved in. We got settled in. And I found myself after like a few months, like feeling like I was being watched. And it was always in a certain part of our house. It'd be like where I'm sitting now. I can look to the kitchen, to our dining room, or down the hallway. And is always in the hallway. I always felt like I would make eye contact or see somebody. That's how intense the feeling was. So I keep those little things to myself, and I just kind of continue on with things. I don't say anything to my husband because, there's a running joke between us since we've been together since we were teenagers. Like, oh, I always find paranormal things. I'm always thinking something is haunted. So I'm just like not wanting to be teased about my feeling, even though he would have listened to me. But then, life goes on. We end up having kids. And when I'm pregnant with my second, my oldest came to me and goes, can you come get this guy out of my room, Mom? He's bothering me. There's no one in his room. I walk back there, no one. He points to the corner, says, him, right there. He needs to get out of my room. I'm trying to play. Okay, so I tell the guy to leave. We don't have time for him. I think my exact words were, hey, if there's anyone in here, we do not have time for you right now. You need to leave. You're bothering my child and making him uncomfortable. You need to get out. Done. So a few months later, my best friend has made friends with someone who is a medium, and she's doing readings at her house. And of course, I'm interested to go. Of course, I go in with some skepticism because I want to like really put her to the test, and like so I don't give too much away. And she's giving me a reading. It's fairly standard, and all of a sudden she goes, "Do you know you have an older gentleman with you?" And in my back of my mind, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, my husband's dad had passed away right when we got married, so it's probably him. And she goes on to say, I said, oh. And so the medium, who is now a close friend, goes, yeah, it's not family. It's not family that's with you. It's just an older gentleman. And you like to tell him you don't have time for him? And she starts laughing, and I'm like internally kind of freaking out because the only other person who's really heard me say that out loud is my 3-year-old who's not there with me and who would not have been able to, tell anybody. My mommy tells people who aren't there she doesn't have time for them. So I kind of laugh it off and tell her, oh, that's weird. And she goes, yeah, he's gentle. He's a gentle soul though. So I'm not really sure. And I didn't know either. So we just, finished up. Time goes on. The medium becomes a close friend of mine as well. And I go on to have another boy who grows and gets big. And we're getting to about 2020 now. And he comes out from our bedroom after getting some screen time and goes, Mom, will you tell Ghost Daddy to leave me alone? He's bothering me. So I set my third child down in the pack and play and walk back to my bedroom where there's nobody. And I say, so where did you see this person? My child points to an empty bathroom. And I say, okay, whoever is here needs to leave. You're bothering my child and you are no longer welcome. Thank you. So after I do that, I haven't heard anything else from my kids. And finally, I ask my friend who's a medium to come back and come to my house. And I just want her to walk through and just tell me, maybe we just needed to do some cleansing, some refresh. So she agreed and she came. And after she did her initial walkthrough, she looked at me and goes, do you know that older gentleman's here with you? And I said, no, who is it? Because by this point, she knew who my father-in-law was, and she knew personal details of my life. And she came back to the guy she'd originally saw with me the first time we ever met, which was crazy in hindsight. And it turns out it was a gentleman who had been in charge of taking care of our property while the bank was redoing everything and trying to get it on the market before we bought it. He had a heart attack and died on our property, and we had no idea at all. And, these details were surprising to her as well as me. And so she, told him he didn't know what was going on, apparently. And he didn't know what happened, and he didn't know who we were, and he didn't know why he was stuck here, allegedly. So she gave him some kind encouragement and let him know that, you are dead. This is where you need to go. These people mean you no harm. You're kind of freaking their kids out, though. So if you could just be, more mindful, that'd be great. And we did some saging and we did some things to just make sure the house was fresh. And then I happened to be talking to my neighbors who have lived next door to us for about, lived next door to this house for 30 years. And they're amazing. And I was telling my neighbors about, this experience. And she goes, oh, yeah, there was a gentleman that did pass away on your property while he was mowing the yard. It happened in the front yard. Consider my mind blown. So it kind of made me feel validated. But so that's been the biggest thing. I'm pretty sure the gentleman still hangs around. He's very harmless. I still get feelings of being watched every once in a while. And I literally do say, I do not have time for you right now. I have 4 kids. Unless you're here to help me with them or pay some bills, I don't have time. So just find some light, find some warmth, and go hang out there for a while. Thanks. There are some other things that happen here that I'm pretty sure aren't related to Mr. Caretaker guy. We don't really know his name. I've decided not to look into that too far because I feel like sometimes if you give energy to certain things, then it becomes more active, I guess. But there's some other things we've had happen that I'm happy to share, just with strange occurrences, doors opening, me lucid dreaming, my husband seeing stuff, my youngest boy, who's 3, sharing some off-the-wall things where I'm wondering where the heck he even got an idea of sorts. So while my experience isn't super scary this time around, it's definitely odd, in my opinion, or validating, however you want to see that, but it's definitely spooky.
This is the story of how a demon boy made my city shake. Now, I tried to stitch the creator's original video about ghost stories, but the sound and everything is messed up, so she put this one up to give people a better chance of trying to tell their story. So I never told many people this story, but when I tried to record it, it kept not recording the audio, so now I'm gonna give you the story. So the year is 2011. I'm between like 11 and 12 years old. Me and my mom and my brother were living with my aunt and her daughters, who so happen to be black witches. That's a different story. Let me know if y'all want me to get into that. Didn't find this out until after everything that happened. So just a little bit of a backstory. I would play a lot with the youngest daughter. She was a few years older than me, but me and her would spend a lot of time together. The older daughter lived upstairs. She would interact with us, we would have fun and everything like that, but she kind of lived her own life. So this is the way that the house is set up so you can understand the story. We're living in a duplex, right? That's when it's like a full home that's cut into 2 levels, and then each level is technically like an apartment. So if you come in through the front door, there was an additional front door as soon as you come in, and there's steps that go up. The steps that go up is our upstairs neighbor's house. We don't interact with her. And when you come into the house, you get the living room, dining area, kitchen, and basement is our house. Now, it's only 3 rooms in there, and we're all kind of like sharing rooms. So this is how it started. It started with my aunt, right? She had her bedroom door open while she was asleep, and she heard somebody whispering her name at the door. We'll say her name is Deborah because she passed away. So she hears Deborah, Deborah at her door. She hears it, she disregards it, she says, leave me alone, right? Rolls over, goes to sleep. Now my aunt, she couldn't use her arms were completely paralyzed because she had ALS. So the youngest daughter stayed in the bedroom across from her, so she had, easy access to come and help her mom whenever she wanted to. So then my cousin says that she heard somebody walking up the basement steps towards the top floor in the middle of the night, and she thought it was my mom coming to check on her mom. But my mom was in the room with me. Now, I was the last one up in the house because I was watching a movie. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. I was watching a movie on a laptop, so the movie had just went off. My mom's asleep on the floor with her boyfriend on the air mattress. I'm sleeping on the couch next to them. The entire wall next to this couch is a mirror, right? Now, the house was already a lot of freaky shit going on in that house, and we had played hide and go seek in the house before, and we played it in the dark, and I saw a little boy in the dark, and he was staring at me, and I was staring at him, and I got freaked out, and I quit the game. My mom had also seen a little boy peeking in the room after she got out of the shower. She seen him in the mirror, right? Was no little boy in the house. And my cousins had told me, jokingly, it's a little boy in here and he likes you, right? This is all over a series of events. Let me know if y'all want those stories. So on this particular night, I'm up, it's pitch black in here, right? So I'm like, okay, it's about time for me to go to sleep. I'm scared. So I go to lay down, but I don't want to look in the mirror because I'm scared I'm going to see something, right? So I get under the covers and I'm facing like the inside of the couch. Now, I didn't hear any doors open, but I heard someone start to walk into the room. Like you could hear the depression on the wood, like you could hear the creaking in the steps, and it sounded like some pretty big feet. Like we had a dog in the house. So I'm like, is it the dog? No, because you can hear the ksh when the dog. It was not a dog. It was some solid feet walking on the ground, right? So I'm scared. My heart's pounding. I'm holding my breath, right? Because I'm just listening. Mind you, these footsteps are about 4 feet away from me. So it's 4 feet away from me and I'm hearing it, right? Then I hear them come around. I hear the footsteps come around the bottom of my mom's air mattress that's on the floor. Then I hear like a little, it sounds like the rubber from the air mattress is like rubbing against the floor a little bit, like they were moving around on the air mattress or whatever. I didn't think nothing of that point. But he did bring up to her that following morning, he was pissed off because he was like, why were you pulling on my foot trying to wake me up? And she was like, how the hell would I be pulling on your foot if we're laying face to face? So I hear that little sound, and the footsteps come around the air mattress to my side, right? Now the footsteps are literally like right here, still under the covers. Eyes wide open, I'm not asleep. Eyes are wide open, holding my breath, heart pounding, and all I could hear is these steps, right? And then it gets silent, gets dead silent. The covers start to depress down onto me, and I swear to God on my life, this is the closest experience I've ever had with a ghost. And my heart is pounding. I'm under the covers, and all on this side of my face, I felt the breath flow off of my face. I heard it in my ear. Oh my God, when I tell y'all I freaked the fuck out, I threw the covers back. I'm sitting up, instant panic attack. Panicking, screaming, crying. My mom gets up. She's like, what's going on? What's going on? I'm like, no, something's breathing on me. Something's breathing in my ear. She's like, no, it's a nightmare. It's a bad dream. I'm like, no, I'm not going to sleep. This is not a nightmare. Like, I'm freaking out, crying, tears. Like, she had to get up, cut the lights on, all of that, and try to be like, it's just a dream. We're not going to talk about it or whatever, because she had a feeling something was going on too, but she didn't want to give it any attention. So the next day we're standing in my aunt's room, right? It's a hot day, it's summertime, so we're standing there, we got the door open. And we're talking about the series of events that happened the night before, where we're kind of like putting it all together, like, okay, something was walking around this house. So my mom lifts up her shirt and she's, she just standing there like this because it's hot. She's sweating. She lifts up her shirt and then she was like, because she said it felt like something was stinging on her stomach because she looked down and she had 3 claw marks going across her stomach, thin claw marks, right? So we're looking at that like, what? Maybe it was an accident. Did you scratch yourself with your ring? Whatever, right? In the middle of talking about this, she looks at my older cousin's back while her back is turned and she has 3 claw marks down her back. She didn't even feel them on her back. So we're looking like, how'd you get this on your back? Whatever. So everybody else gets to looking around, right? Trying to see what's up with them. My cousin who was closer to my age, she had 3 claw marks from her knee to her ankle on her right leg. My aunt who couldn't use her arms at all and was in bed all night had a burn mark, like a cigarette burn, all the way underneath her boob, like somebody put out a cigarette on her skin. I believe my mother's boyfriend had scratches like on his foot or his ankle, and I didn't have any scratches, right? While we're talking about how this shit's weird, the shades start swaying. So then my mom stops talking and she looks at me. We look at each other and we look at the dog because the dog was scratching, right? So we're like, maybe it was the vibration from the dog, whatever, trying to write it off, right? She keeps talking. Then the whole fucking dresser starts shaking. So we look at each other again and the whole house, everything in that bitch, everything is swinging back and forth and oh my God, it was crazy. My mom slings open the front door. She's like, stand in the doorway, stand in the doorway. So I'm standing in the doorway and in the doorway, I'm looking directly into the mirror and I'm looking at myself in the mirror, freaking the fuck out while the house is shaking. And my mom is behind me with the front door open like, this is not your house. You gotta get out of here. You don't have no rights over nobody in this house. Like she's trying to banish the demon out of this bitch, right? I'm like, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way this is real. So it stops, right? My cousins run up from downstairs. They're like, what's going on? Like, I thought I was just getting dizzy, about to pass out. Like, what's going on? My mom goes outside. There's other people outside. She's like, did y'all feel that? Did y'all feel that? Everybody's like, yeah, what the fuck? What was that? For the first time in the history that I've heard of in Baltimore, there was an earthquake. There was an earthquake during that conversation about the demon scratches in our house the night before. Everybody else who I asked, like, what were y'all doing during the earthquake? Like, what was going on that day? They were asleep, on the toilet. I'm the only one that was reminiscing on a motherfucking demonic attack before it made the fucking city shake. Okay, I'm not gonna attribute it to the spirit, but just know a lot of crazy shit happened after that. A lot of sleepwalking, a lot of nightmares, a lot of seeing shit, hearing shit. A lot of stories came from that time period, so let me know if y'all want to hear all the crazy shit that happened when I was living with some witches. But yeah, I don't really know, but that's my ghost story. I actually never replied to this comment and I thought that I did. So look at my profile at the past pinned video and this should be the original video that this comment is coming from. But I'm just going to get into some more detail for y'all because I was fresh off the meditation when I did that last one. So basically it was like this. I started off in this room, right? And the room was like a regular square room and looked like an apartment room or whatever. It was nothing crazy about it. Like it had a little fridge in there, a counter, and that was it really. Like no furniture, nothing. It was literally like the size of a living room. It was a small room, like a studio apartment or something. The point of it wasn't about the room. But as I was coming into this room, I was like coming through a cloud of like fog into this visualization. So then I'm in this room and then I look to the right and there's a wall there, but it's like I can also see myself from an outside perspective. So it's like I'm looking at myself, looking at the wall from this perspective. And I can see that like the wall's here, but right behind the wall there was like it looked like lines of a grid. Like, you know, you get like grid paper. It looked like grid lines, but they were like blue, illuminated blue, and it was just like space. It was just deep space, like stars in blackness and clusters of clouds and colors and shit. Like it was space, like physical space. And I went and I touched the wall and the wall rippled like water. And when it rippled like water, I could see the grid lines on the wall also like kind of lighten up. Like, you know how you see water flow and it kind of reflects off the top of the water? It was basically doing the same thing, but it was like the matrix of the wall or whatever. So I look up at the ceiling and I float up to the ceiling, and then I kind of squeeze myself through it, and it felt like a thick water is what it felt like. It wasn't like glue or like putty or like slime, but it felt like a thick water. Like I had to push through it, but it wasn't very like dense, you know? So I pushed through this. Mind you, the room is pink. The room that I'm in is pink, whether or not that means something to you. But I pushed through the ceiling, and when I come through the ceiling, I'm coming into the water. Like if I was to be in a lake, I would be coming through the bottom of the lake, like the ground of the lake up into the lake. Like that's basically how it was. So I come through this ceiling, and when I come through, I'm immediately underwater. Now me, I have a fear of open water. So I'm in this area and everything, and a part of my meditation also previously, me in this room, it was like asking like, you know, what it is that I need to release and stuff like that. And then I ended up in this space, so I took it as, you know, I needed to release the fear of diving that deep into myself, because I was at the deepest depths of the water and I was scared. But it was like pitch black water around me. You know, you could just feel when you're underwater. You could see the bubbles flowing up. Like I was deep underwater in dark black water. And at first I was holding my breath and I was panicking because, you know, I didn't want anything bad to happen. So I'm swimming upward through this water, right? And there's this like white light that's flashing down through it. You know, I can see the streaks of light coming down into the water. So I'm swimming up towards this light as hard as I can. And I realized midway up that I can't hold my breath anymore. And I'm holding my breath in real life as well, but I was like, I couldn't do it no more. I let go and I started breathing. And it calmed me down a lot because I was freaked out at the fact that I could breathe underwater. But then it's also like, girl, you're meditating, girl. You're not physically there. So I'm breathing underwater as I'm swimming because it's kind of a long swim. I'm swimming through this black water, right? Once I get close to the top of the water, I get pulled out of the water by my chest. Like there's like this force, this stream of like magnetic energy that just kind of like flows through my chest cavity, and it literally picks me up and pulls me out of the water. So once I got pulled out of the water, I'm flying through space, like pew, like I'm flying through space, right? And I'm looking around and I'm realizing like I'm really in space. Like there's distant, like very far away, but like very bright and very big, like different colored stars, and I'm flying through these like big thick orange and purple and blue clouds, and it's just it's a lot. It's very beautiful. And then I realized like where I was, in that I didn't have to be in the shape of a body, so I kind of crunched myself down. And it's so weird to understand, like I crunched myself down to like an atom, basically. Like my whole being just crunched down to this tiny little point. And once I crunched down to that point, I blasted through space. Like I was already flying, and then now I'm blasting through space. And the only thing that can like kind of go along with what I'm saying that will make sense is like if you think of like particle accelerator and how they send those particles around fast, but like trying to get them to like blow up and when they hit each other and shit, you know. But I'm flying through space, and I'm flying through space as this little fucking orange dot. I'm a little orange ball of light, and I'm flying through space. And I'm flying in all different directions, and I'm spinning around, and I'm going this way and that way, and I'm kind of just feeling the expansion of like being free, being outside of a body, being in space, having no limits, going whatever I want, going how fast I want to go. I could slow down, I could stop if I want to, you know. Then I end up coming across a certain part of space where it was like I was coming up to it, and then it was these stars, like a star system or something, but there was a star that was the biggest star, and like as a human you would probably think of some shit like the sun or something, like a bajillion times bigger. Like you cannot fathom how big this fucking star was. And it was bright clear white with a blue outline to it. Like the way the light was shining, it had like a nice blue outline to it, but it was crispy white, right? And then there's these other stars around it, between like 5 or 7 stars or something like that, where they're probably about 4 times smaller than the star, but they're still big as hell, and they're all floating around it. And then it was like I got the knowing, or the download, or whatever. It came to me that Seraphim, highest realm, that is God. So I said, I want to go over there. And I tried to go towards the God Star, and I was stopped by another like graph of a wall. It was like I didn't even know the wall was there. It was basically like a force field. Like it's not seen, but as soon as I tried to go in that direction, I was stopped and I couldn't go through it. And I kept being pulled like in the right, like to the right. I kept feeling a pulling in that direction to come to this star, and it was a star that was smaller than all the other stars, but it was off to the right, past the force field or whatever, and it had like a tubular line going up to the bigger star that was like blue and black and all these colors. It looked like a wormhole. And that was the second heaven. That's what came in my mind. Mind you, I'm not Christian or anything. Second heaven was what it was. And it was a reflection of God in the highest heaven. So I was being pulled to go in that direction, but I didn't really want to go that way because I knew that if I went to the right and if I went through that portal into the second heaven, not that I was going to die, but that I was going to meet with someone, maybe a guide or something, and I knew that I was going to go to a library, to the Akashic library, and I was going to sit with them and we were going to learn some things. But I didn't want to do that in that moment because I was so interested in the God Star. So I shattered myself. I split myself into a whole bunch of little pieces like glass. It combusted. My little being of a ball of light, I combusted into these shards of reflections of myself. And the best way I can explain it is there were shards of glass that I could see, like when it's like you're watching a movie and the glass is flying and you can see the reflection of the person's face, eyes, whatever, in the little pieces of glass. That, precisely. And now that I'm all these little shards, I start flying towards the God Star. And as I'm flying towards the God Star, I'm feeling this white light permeating my being, like melting into me. Like, it's so strong and so powerful that it could have ripped through me. It was like a shockwave from a bomb. And then it blasted through me and then it pulled me into it. So I'm flying through this white clouds and everything like that, and then I come across the front of a temple, and the front of this temple is like white marble, and it's very beautiful, very ornate. It's awesome, right? So and the temple door is huge. The doorway is humongous. Like, I'm like an ant in the doorway, right? So I walk in and I'm looking around left to right. There's red on the walls, red on the floors, like velvet wallpaper, carpeting, shit like that. There's gold ornaments, there's like gold flake on stuff and gold painting and shit and gold offerings in the room. And that's where I met my higher self. Let me know if you want to hear that in detail.
My partner stepped out with the dog for one last walk at that night, and I was the only one left in the house at this point. I grabbed my phone as quick as I could and actually captured the noises. There was a couple different noises that were heard. It played that noise twice, and then laughter style, which you'll hear later, and then it also played like a very loud shrieking noise of a girl screaming. So I don't know, it came from the basement. It was just mind-numbingly loud. So I did what any composed man would do. I grabbed a knife and gave it a good 5 minutes and went down and looked around. So at this point I noticed everything was normal, and there's a couple rooms down there I didn't really care to look in, so I just marked the doors with pillows so I could go back and see if anything had moved the next day from my video I was taking. And at this point in time we determined just to get out of the house, take the dog with us, and
come on, Jesse, up.
Get out
come
of
on.
there because there's just too many unexplained things.
Come on, up. Let's go. Come on, up.
Go. She had to come back the next day first thing, so I said, As soon as you get there, check for the ball at the door and then take pictures of the pillows downstairs. And this is what she sent me. Well, this is the original. This is what she sent me. Normal. Video. Next day. So at this point I realized, okay, someone's in the house. Get the hell out of there. And I went over there and put 2 cameras in there. One in the bonus room and one on the main floor, which captured everything. It was the weirdest thing. The dog just went up and down all day and just stared into a room and just whimpering back and forth. We're not going to pretend like the decor up there is normal by any means. And then the camera did the weirdest thing. It just went blank. So she went back to check that night, and finally we captured the laughter on the cameras. Her motion had set it off and saved the clips. And to this very day, we cannot explain what happened that day. Everything's been disconnected electronically in the house.
This story is insane. This happened to my family when I was in high school. And it sounds like it's not even real, but I promise you it is. It involves demons, exorcism, deliverance, whatever you want to call it. So in high school, we had a housekeeper. For her privacy, we'll call her Joanna. So one day, Joanna comes up to my mom, and she's really distraught. And she's like, I don't know what to do. Please, can you help me? And my mom's like, what's going on? And she knew that we were Christian and spiritual. And I guess she thought that maybe my mom would know something that'd be able to help her. So she was like, we've been having a lot of paranormal, ghost, demonic activity in our house. And my mom was like, what do you mean? What's going on? So she tells my mom that everything started going crazy when one of her neighbors or somebody that she knew gifted her youngest daughter a bicycle, like a tiny little tricycle that she could ride inside the apartment. And she had 2 daughters. So the youngest one got this tricycle and received this gift. They were really happy. And then weird things started happening. Like, she said that in the middle of the night, they would hear like the bell of the tricycle ringing, and they would like hear it like going around the house by itself when the kids were not on it. The kids were asleep in their bed. And then she would start to get up like late at night and go look and see what the noises were. And the daughters would too. And they literally said that they would see the tricycle like going around the apartment at night, riding around with nobody riding it. Things started to get weirder. The youngest daughter, who was gifted the tricycle thing, she started seeing like a little boy, like a tiny little toddler boy, like a demon, running around their house at night and playing with the tricycle and playing with her toys. And it started to talk to her and befriend her. And it would tell her to go and hide like knives from the kitchen underneath her bed. It would tell her to harm herself, to harm her sister, and different things like that. So at this point, this is when Joanna comes to my mom, and she does not know what else to do. She's like, this is a spiritual problem. I don't know if I have ghosts in my house, if I have demons in my house. I don't know what is going on. And luckily she went to my mom, because all the women in my family, me, my mom, my grandma, great grandma, we're ministers, and we know how to clean houses, cast out demons, all of that stuff. And instead of going to like a psychic or a witch or something like that to go and help her. So my mom and my grandma meet with her, and they just start talking to her and explaining to her that these are demons in your house. They're not ghosts, because when we die, we go to heaven or hell, and our souls are not trapped here on earth in some in-between realm and unfinished business. That's all baloney. So they're like, you have demons in your house, and the good thing is that these can leave when you call on the name of Jesus. So we're going to come to your house. We're going to cleanse your house, pray over your house, cast the demons out. People call it different things, but they were like, that's what we're going to do. And she was like, great, come over. So my mom, my grandma, and their friend, I'm like, this is before I'm in ministry. I'm in high school. Now I'm a minister and I do this stuff all the time, but this was like 10 years ago. So my mom, my grandma, and their friend, they go to their house, they explain the gospel, believe in Jesus, get saved, and be filled with the Holy Spirit. And then like, okay, now that you have the power of God inside of you, the power of God in your home, let's kick these demons out, because sage and crystals and waving around like plants, and those things do not get rid of demons. Those things invite demons. And so we were like, the only one who has the power to cast out these spirits and send them back to where they came from so they stop tormenting you is Jesus Christ. So they're like, okay, like, let's go. So they start praying. They anoint the home with oil, commanding every demon, so basically what happened, if you guys are like, how did this even happen? A tricycle. So whoever gave that tricycle, that item was cursed, that object was cursed, or that person was like a witch or a warlock, and they attached a curse and demonic spirits onto that gift and gave it to them. So whatever gifts that you are receiving, be very careful. Don't like take gifts from strangers, or especially don't take any gifts or presents or whatever from people who are involved in witchcraft, the occult, tarot cards, astrology. I used to do some of those things, and it's all really, really evil and demonic. And my story's on my page if you want to go look at that. So yeah, anyways, to end the story, it's so crazy. So after they pray and they command all the demons to get out of their house, threw away the tricycle and everything like that, prayed over the daughter, commanded all demons to leave, then the little girl is like staring out the back patio, and she was just like kept looking out the window, and my mom was like, what do you see? And she was like, the little boy and like the spirit. She was like, they're outside the door, like trying to come in. And my mom was like, are they able to come in? Are they coming in? And she was like, no, like they can't cross the door, like they're not allowed back in anymore. I don't know why. And they were like, because Jesus lives in your house now, the Holy Spirit is protecting you, and there is a barrier that they cannot cross because you're covered in the blood of Jesus, and he's your Lord and Savior now. And that part of the story always gives me chills. It's so beautiful. God protects us. So there are definitely things that you can do to protect your house and clean out your house. I get so sad when I see people saying, oh, we had to move out, we had to sell the house, we were tormented for years and years. It's like, call on the name of Jesus, anoint your house with oil, get saved, and command those things out of your house. They're the ones who are trespassing, not you. Anyways, if you thought this was interesting, if you want to hear more spiritual tips, spiritual stories, go ahead and hit that follow button, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Be blessed. And I hope you know today that Jesus loves you. He died on the cross for you to have a new life.
Okay, I've got a ghost story for you. As you may know from a few of my other videos, I have seen things, experienced things ever since I was a kid. Scary, like some good, some bad. This particular story is a bad one. It was back when I was living in Canberra, and my brother, I'd come back from, because I spent a year traveling around South and Central America, and then I came back for summer, and I thought I went back to work for a few months in between, and I was staying with my brother at his house. Now, I was staying in his room, and not in his room, like in one of the rooms. So I had my own room there. And the first night that I was there, I went to bed, and oh my gosh, the energy and the activity in the room, it was just like every time I would try and like doze off to sleep, I would just get poked, and I'd be like, oh, and I'd just get woken up. And it literally happened all night. I ended up sleeping with the light on because I was just like, what the freak's happening here? It wasn't like, and I could sense like the energy was awful. And I went out like the next morning, I was like bleary-eyed, went out to my brother, and I was like, there's something in that room, hey, like, it's not right. And and he said, oh, that's interesting, you say that. Other people have said that too. And I'm like, well, there's something in there, and it's not friendly. And so I was staying there. So every night, like, literally the same thing would happen. I've just got no sleep. It just would not let me get any sleep. Every time I would doze off, it would just like, it would move my leg or poke me, or I don't know, it was just keeping me awake. And it was freaky. And so that sort of went on for a period of time. And like I would try and get, and I was already really, really tired, and then I was working as a lawyer during the day, and then I was trying to stay up really, really late, so that I was so tired that I would just go to sleep, and it didn't work. It doesn't matter how tired I was, so I was just like sleep deprived, getting no sleep during the day. And then they had a bathroom there, and I thought, all right, well, I'll run a bath and I'll have a bath. Okay, as I relaxed, so I was just laying in there. It, like the water, so the water was flat, and it was like 2 footprints came into the water with me. And I was just like, nope, I'm out of here. And I got straight out. I'm like, no way, I'm not having a bath with freaking a spirit. It was so freaky. I was like, no, not having it. And then my sister came over, and she was staying with me, and in that room, and I'd kind of told her about this, and we were out in the lounge room because we were both so we were both out in the lounge room, and we then, I don't know why we did, but we went into the kitchen, and we were like standing like away from all of the stuff in the kitchen, and like, so the kitchen cupboard, sometimes they would just like close, and we're like, what? Did you hear that? And so we went in, that's why we went into the kitchen actually, because it was that time. And then the kettle started boiling, like it just started like whistling, and we were just like, did you do that? And I'm like, no, did you do that? If you did that, I'm going to scare you tonight. Like, we both knew that neither of us had done it, like, because we were nowhere near it. And this kettle just started going off by itself after we'd heard the cupboard doors shutting in the kitchen. So it was like, oh gosh, it was so freaky. And then, like, the worst part, and it's so funny because my sister and I tell the same story to this very day. It's nearly 20 years on, but so we had the light on, we were sleeping. I was sleeping on so looking at the roof, I was sleeping on the left side, and she was on the right. I was looking, well, I wasn't looking, but I was facing up, and she was facing, sort of looking at my shoulder. And so I had like a singlet top because it was summer, and anyway, I was just sort of laying there, and it was just sort of doing the same thing, and it was just sort of being a bit annoying. And I could feel like it poked me, like in the shoulder that she was looking at, and it poked me like that. And Beck just straight away, because her eyes were open and she was looking at my arm, she just goes, Lisa. And I had my eyes shut, and I just said, I know. So she actually saw the indent. So I knew I wasn't going crazy. And I'd felt it at the same time. Like, I knew it had happened, but I didn't realize her eyes were open until she said, Lisa. So that was pretty scary. I ended up having to go and stay with another friend. I couldn't do it anymore. And funnily enough, my brother, his flatmate was, they had a baby, and they wouldn't put the baby in that room. And I said that's probably a good thing, like, and then they ended up moving. But far out. I've never been so tired in my life. That was a horrible spirit, like, and I didn't have the skills then to actually tell them to go away, and like and put protection and all that stuff that I do now. But it was good. I got the validation at least that I wasn't going crazy when my sister saw the same thing. So that was one of the freakier stories. And there was a lot more to that, like a lot of noises and activity, but it would go on and on and on. But so there you go. That's my ghost story for the day.
What's up, TikTok? Do you guys know what tomorrow is? Tomorrow is the first day of September, the first day of the first Burr month. September, October, November, December, the best 4 months of all time. But you know what else that means? That means that it's officially spooky season, and it's officially ghost story season. So what I want you to do, I'm going to give you some homework, okay? I'm going to give you some homework. I want you to tell some scary stories to your friends. I want you to get the gang together, circle around the campfire, roast some marshmallows, and tell some scary stories. It's free to do that. You don't have to pay anyone, except maybe the store where you bought your marshmallows. But you don't have to pay anyone a dime to tell a nice little spooky story and to get spooked together. Except maybe you might have to buy like a scary stories book or something, or just Google it. Or you know what? If you're creative and cool enough, make up your own story. Just lie to your friends. Just get them together, tell them some scary lies, and just feel that autumn air, because it's officially autumn starting tomorrow to me. And if you disagree with me, we can't be friends. That includes meteorologists, scientists, anyone who disagrees with me. Because it's Halloween now. So do as I asked. Do not disobey me. Go out there, get together, scary stories.
How long ago? This was like 2 years ago? Okay, I'm gonna tell you. So it was like 2 years ago. It was a regular night. I had not been talking to my dad. Like he wasn't even in my mind. And I fell asleep. And I, in the dream, woke up in this big white room. He was sitting at the bar. And it was like a bar in the middle of a big white room. And it was very like what you would see on TV, where it was just like an endless white room. But there was just this little bar. And it's kind of crazy because I always thought like how much I would have loved to like get a drink with my dad or something, because that never happened. I never got to like sit down and really just shoot the shit. I always wanted to be able to sit down and have like a conversation with him, like get a drink. And I think that's where that came from. So I was sitting at this bar and he was like 2 chairs away from me. He was literally telling me about how time exists on the other side. He told me that he couldn't come see me earlier because there were things that he was currently doing, and that he tried to explain to me how time, it's not linear, it's all happening at the same time, like it's all on top of each other. Like instead of being this way, it's this way. So it's all happening at once at the exact same time somehow. He was in the 1920s and he was like 6 years old and he wanted to be in movies and he was like living out his dream of being like a movie star or something, but he was only 5. And so that's why I wasn't feeling him often, is because he was living out this life that he needed to live in the past. And that's what blew my mind. I was like, you're in the past? Like how, what do you mean you were reincarnated into the past? And he tried to explain it to me more, and I'm sure that he did a good job, but I'm only able to tell you certain parts of this dream because as we had this conversation, it lasted 3 hours. He told me some cool ass shit, okay? That's all I remember, was hearing detailed things about the universe and how it works, how our paths are like part of our like soul's journey, and reincarnation is real. And he was, you know, going through all these different lives in order to be a better person. And he apologized to me for not being able to tell me all these things. And he said, like, he told me that the information would be available to me as time passed, and as I was ready to be open to it, I would remember things. And then this is a crazy part. He looks to me and he goes, okay, you're about to wake up now, which is crazy to hear when you're dreaming. He's like, you're about to wake up now and I need you to call your aunt. I need you to call, I think it was my sister. I have a fuzzy memory because he told me, you're going to forget all of this and I need you to wake up and right now call your aunt, call your sister, tell them everything that I told you and tell them that I love them. And then he told me that he loved me and he hugged me. And I woke up and I called my aunt and I told her everything, and I called my sister and I told her everything, and then I fell back asleep. And I fell back asleep for 3 hours. And then I woke up to my aunt calling me, because I called him at 5 a.m. Like I didn't call him at a normal hour. I fell back asleep and then I woke up at like 9 to my aunt calling me, and she's like, how are you doing, honey? And I was like, I'm fine. I'm like, how are you? I haven't heard from you in a while. And she's like, no, you just called me. I was like, what do you mean I just called you? She's like, you don't remember anything? And I was like, I don't remember anything. What do you mean I just called you? She's like, check your log. I had called her and told her about the entire dream and everything that Dad said, fell back asleep and couldn't remember a single thing of it. But she recited it all to me. And as she was telling me, I was like remembering, but it's almost like there's parts of my brain that locked it up. So every now and then I'll remember like little tidbits of the dream, but crazy. Oh, and he also told me, there was a point to this story, because somebody had asked like about making a connection with their dad after they passed. He told me that that souls, the way he explained it to me was without words, and I think that's why it makes it so difficult. It was like an understanding that I understood from him, and it was without words. So putting it into words is kind of hard. But he told me that our souls, when we pass over, are not a singular thing the way we think they are. Like the way that we see our bodies as being something separate from everything around us. It's like this is how we perceive, so it's hard to see it from another perspective. But he was trying to explain it to me, that the soul was something like much
bigger and expansive and without constraint, that he was reincarnated and living that life in the early 1900s, but he was also there for me when I needed him as the dad I knew before he passed. And he would be there and is always there for me. There's a part of him that's still there with me at this time, in this dimension, and also living that life. He's in more than one place because they're capable of doing that or something. I don't know if that makes sense, but... And then that expanded my entire idea of paranormal stuff and how paranormal stuff is happening, because what never sat right with me in haunted spaces, or when someone offs themselves and they're like trapped there forever, that never sat well with me. I never liked the idea of, there's so many tropes, but like the trope of going into like a haunted hotel and somebody off themselves. It's typically always a woman who's sad because a man doesn't love her. Like there's that story, and she offed herself in the bathtub and she's just haunting the hotel crying forever. That never sat well with me. I was like, there's just no way. I don't believe in a world where somebody would do something to escape their pain like that and be stuck forever. So from what I've gathered is that they're fragments of us, and this theoretical person who offed themselves in the bathtub, it was very traumatic, and there is a part of their energy, a part of their soul that is there and is tied to it, but that's not their soul, that's not their whole being. Their whole being isn't trapped there in that purgatory. So when I go into investigations, I know people like the idea of like helping somebody move on, which I am open to, but I think it's so much more complex than that, like echoes of the energy. But it's more than an echo, it is still a part of you. Like it is a part of your intelligence and of your soul. And I think when I go into these places where like people are like, help them move on, I don't think it's about them moving on. I think it's about, when maybe I'm comparing it to life now. When we go through something in life that's very traumatic, we tend to ruminate on it. It stays with us, it's in our body always. And when I started doing trauma therapy, I'm not going to say exposure therapy by any means, but I would purposely put myself into situations that were triggering once I was in a healthy mind state to do so that I would become not desensitized to it, but I would heal myself. I think that these people that have led these like traumatic deaths are trapped there in a way, but only in a way that they are working it out, the way that we would be working it out if something traumatic happened to us. So when I go into a place, I'm not going into a place being like, I'm going to say all these scriptures and you're going to move on to heaven because you're trapped here and I'm the only person that can help you. I go into a place thinking, I'm here for you and I want to listen to you. And whatever it is that you need from me, I'll hopefully be able to give to you so that you can move from this place that you are now into wherever you are. Because I feel like some parts of us do stay in places that we've been on purpose. And even if it was a traumatic event, it was a part of us. It was like a part of how we were molded into who we are, and sometimes we stay there. So it's very complicated. The energy from the experience is trapped and the soul isn't trapped. That's what I'm trying to explain, is that the soul isn't a singular thing, that there are like fragments of us that are, when I say fragments, it's hard to wrap your mind around that still being a part of something, because fragment to us would be like a piece of something that's like separate from self. But I'm talking about like trying to explain how the soul could be beyond limit and in more than one place at once. Fractals is a good way to put it. If time is on top of itself constantly, and if everything is happening at once, not at once, but accessible that way, then it could be possible that your soul could be in more places at once. Like only in certain situations, though, only certain hauntings, intelligent hauntings, where you can speak to the spirit, something that isn't a thought form that's been programmed, something that is truly, actually an intelligent haunting, which is very rare. I very rarely find intelligent hauntings, by the way. It's usually something that was programmed because people walk in giving those thoughts to it, or it's like residual. It's just like memory trapped in the elements around us. It's so hard for me to try to explain how the soul is more than just something, because we're here and we feel like this is it. This is our soul, you know? So it's easy for us to try to like put that knowledge into our idea of what a soul could be, but it's definitely spanning across something beyond time. So like people are saying that's trapped, but it isn't though. I've got a better way to describe it. Your brain. What if your soul is like how your memories work? You can access those memories. Those memories are there as if they are there, as if you're time traveling. You can think back to a time when something traumatic happened in your life, and it can affect you now as if you're still there. That is like what I'm talking. Oh my God, my light just turned out. That was crazy. My light just turned off. Have a good night. But like, our brains are capable of holding an entire lifetime of memories. And if the memories are lifetimes, or the memories or a brain could be considered the soul. So yes, there is a part of my brain that is stuck in time, and that's the memory that I have. So in relation to the soul not being one specific thing that is in one specific area at all times, the soul can also be in different places in different time. Does that make sense? So yes, stuck. Yes, stuck. But it's like as if a memory that we're accessing, but it's our soul. Oh my God, I love that I get to nerd out on this stuff in life. This is fun. How did you stumble on that theory? I feel dumb. Oh, I don't know if you were here earlier with my conversation with my dad. My dad came to me in a dream and like told me that I came to it because he came to me in a dream and told me that time doesn't exist, and he was reincarnated in like the early 1900s, and I had a hard time understanding how he could be there in the dream talking to me, how he could be there when I ask him to be there now in my life as I'm living, because he does visit me, and also be reincarnated in the past. And that knowledge brought me to the conclusion that the soul is so much more than we're even capable of fully understanding. We have more of these yapping sessions. Honestly, I'll come on it live and yap all day long. I love this stuff. I'm not stuck as in trapped physically, but stuck as in ruminating on a tragic event. It's yes to both though, because if your memory can be accessed in a way, because there are people who have flashbacks, okay? There are people that are physically back there, like they feel it, they're there when those events happen to them because they're so intense. You're accessing this memory that happened to you, but you're there, but you're here now at the same time. And that's the closest way I could try to describe how the soul outside of ourselves isn't contained in a way that we would believe it to be. Like we can be in more than one place. It is all one thing happening at the exact same time. And time is what messes us up, because we see time as this linear thing. It's hard not to see it that way. It's hard not to organize. So stuck isn't the right word, and fragment isn't the right word. I haven't been able to describe it properly enough to find the right words. Essence, because it's still you. It's more than your essence. It's more than just a fragment of memory. These intelligent hauntings, these people that we're speaking to, are able to tell us about their family, about what it is that ails them. They're feeling what it is that they felt at the time, and they're walking around reliving it. They're still there for some reason. And my thoughts as to why they're still there lays with the idea that there are parts of me that are still in traumatic events in my own mind. Like I'm still there. There are things that, even without me consciously being aware of it, I am still subconsciously in these thought patterns and things that have happened to me in the past that shaped me to who I am today. Dead can get stuck, even though they have passed. Unfinished business. Unfinished business, yeah. I remember that was like my first way of describing why I thought spirits got stuck, was unfinished business. But it became much more than that, because it wasn't business. Like they didn't have things that they needed to do. They were there because something happened to them. Like they were victims of something, and and it imprinted a part of them there. So like, and they're not there forever. They're not there forever. I think it very rarely happens, and I think it was only happened in certain situations. Some spaces have echoes, sometimes leaving energy behind. They felt there. Yeah, so residual energy and residual hauntings are very fascinating. I know that science has proven that water can hold memory. They're only like a rock skip and a jump away from proving that wood and other limestone, different types of materials can also capture energy. All the things that happened to me in life, like I was talking about before, I think allow me to access different types of residual energy and maybe resonate with spirits in a way that can be a lot deeper. I've explored the idea that a poltergeist isn't something evil, but has something to do that is actually connected to the people that are living there. You were just thinking about water memory? Yeah. But I think our energy, I think there's a name for it. It's like stone tape theory. Yeah, I think people that have been through a lot statistically have more paranormal occurrences in their life. People that have been through a lot. I'm just gonna say that because I don't know, TikTok's gonna like ban me for saying the wrong thing. But I think because we carry that like energy with us, even if it's not in the forefront of you as a person, you're just able to feel these emotions differently. You trigger the hauntings more than somebody who hasn't. How do you keep the spirits from following you or sticking to you? Power of the mind, witchcraft. I'll yap forever if you bring up something like that. I literally can't shut up about it. I love you all. Sweet dreams. I'll see you again, okay?
Okay, so my thing is glitching, but I've seen like these Audacity stitches about ghosts, and I've had a couple of ghost experiences since I've been like 16, and I'm gonna tell one. So my first one was in Spain when I was 16, but I'm gonna start off with like the most recent one that's like fresh in my brain. So I have always kind of believed in ghosts, but this was the one that like really stuck with me. So I worked as a realtor in Chicago for like a year, and you get to work with some really cool buildings, and I had a client that wanted to see a bunch of high rises, but she wanted to see one historical building in particular. And it's really, really uncommon to find a high rise or like even a mid rise that is historical in Chicago that's like a managed building, because that's what I primarily worked in. And she wanted something that had like 20 floors or more. And so I found this building, or she found this building. She's like, can you tour it? And I was like, sure. So we looked at like 2 new construction high rises, and she's like, I like it. It just doesn't have the character that I'm looking for. And like, bear with me, this is all relevant to the story. So she was like, these are great, but they just don't have the character I'm looking for. So we skipped the other 3 buildings that I had to show her, and I took her straight to this like mid-rise in the Loop that was built, I think in like 1904. And it had, I think, 20 floors. Don't quote me on this. But I'm not going to say the building, because even though I had a ghost experience in this building, I would 100% live here. And I don't want people to not rent there because of a ghost story. So we get to the building, and she's like in love with the outside already. And then we go in the lobby, and like I could tell she's sold. I was sold. And we meet the leasing agent, and you know, we're walking towards the, you know, the leasing agent for the property that lets you into the unit and show you the unit and stuff. And we're walking towards the elevator bank, and there's a picture of John Dillinger and his wife. And if you're not from Chicago, you're not familiar with John Dillinger, he is like the really famous gangster that was also famous like Al Capone, and was gunned down in an alley. They made the movie Public Enemies with Johnny Depp about him. And he and his wife were in pictures on either side of like the hallway that led to the elevator. And the lease agent was like, oh yeah, this used to be the German Cultural Center, and they had a lot of galas. And if you remember that scene in Public Enemies where Johnny Depp meets Marianne Cotillard's character at like the coat rack, they met in real life at the building that we were touring that is now an apartment building. And so I'm a history buff. I was like, oh my God, that's so exciting. Like, John Dillinger met his wife here, you know, he's in psychopath, but like part of Chicago history. And my client was totally broke in. So we go upstairs and they made the ballroom, have not changed a thing, like the flooring, chandeliers, they just moved gym equipment in. It's so pretty. And then we go up and we look at the pool, and it's an original 1920s pool. They have not changed a single thing. It's like tiling, everything is so, it's like you stepped into a time capsule. And we were just like blown away, me and my client. I was like, if you don't take it, I will. And we go and see the unit, and I don't remember what floor it was on. It was on a higher floor because it was up past the L. And I think I mentioned that this building was in the Loop, because that's important, because that's where you get some more historical buildings. She loved the unit. She's like, it was a little dark, but it had like domed windows and like vaulted ceilings, and it was just chef's kiss, perfect unit, huge for a 1-bed. And she was like, oh, I think I'm gonna take it. And I was like, awesome, love it. Loved the client, loved the unit. What is there to like be upset about? We get in the elevator. And I press the 9th floor, and then as the doors are closing, this woman gets in the elevator, and she's like really short. I mean, I'm 6 feet tall, and so everybody's a little short to me, but she was really short, and she was wearing like this pleated maroon skirt and like this buttoned up tight-ish blazer that was also maroon, and like these little heels. And I was like, you know, in Chicago, you see people that dress like very thrift store chic. And so I was like, maybe this is one of those girls. And so I was like, what floor? She just doesn't answer me. And my client is like, what floor? She doesn't answer her. And the leasing agent is like, and I was like, so the woman just doesn't press a floor. The doors close. We're going down the floors, and then I was like, oh, do you live here? Like, how do you like the building? Because I'm like, nudge, nudge, like, tell me about the building. And the woman just doesn't answer. And I don't think I mentioned that the elevator got really cold when she walked in, like 20-degree temperature drop. And the woman's just not answering me. And so I just turn and I take a closer look at her face, and she had like the really maroon lipstick. You know, if you Google like a picture of like Marlene Dietrich, the actress in like the 20s, or like Mae West, that makeup, like super thin eyebrows, very defined lips with like the very defined Cupid's bow. And I was like, people don't do their makeup like that anymore. You know, like that's just not something that you see on the street. And her face was like really like pale and like waxy looking. And my client just kind of started to like freak out, and then our elevator just stops, and she gets out on like the 12th floor. And I know you guys were like, the 13th. No, it was the 12th. And I was like, okay, have a good day. She just gets out of the elevator, walks very smoothly, or not say it was a glide, and just turns and goes right. And I get out of the elevator and I look, and the woman's gone. The woman is gone. She's not in the hallway. And I did not get out of the elevator with enough time for her to like have gone into an apartment. So that was not a person. And then the elevator just gets warm again. Super warm. This was also July. The elevator doors close, and the leasing agent is like freaking out. She's like, I'm so sorry. Like that's, you know, and it immediately like 2 and 2 is John Dillinger's wife. It was the lady from the picture. This lady from the picture. And the leasing agent is like, sometimes people see her. Sometimes people see her. She doesn't do anything. She doesn't do anything. And then my client is like, oh my God, I knew something was up. I knew something was up. And at first she was like, it doesn't really bother me. It doesn't really bother me. And the leasing agent is like, yeah, sometimes like people see her in the laundry rooms, and like, you know, they'll like see her, you know, outside apartment doors. And that was when my client was like, So she went with one of like the classic like all glass high rises, and she was a great client, but
she got spooked. So yeah, that's one of my ghost stories. That's the most recent one. That was in 2022. And yeah, that was crazy. That was really crazy. It was really cool. Also, if you're like from Chicago and you're able to figure out what building I'm talking about, please don't dox it. And move there, because she's a harmless ghost. She's historical, and everything that I've heard, she seems pretty chill, so.
Okay, I hate that I keep meeting everybody looking like this, but when the moment strikes. So, I lived in Chicago. Well, okay, first of all, my credentials, I don't have any, except the fact that I lived in Chicago for 5 years. So, I'll start off strong. The Drake Hotel, I used to live 2 blocks away from it. Apparently very haunted, 10th floor. It's gorgeous. I mean, it's really pretty, like architecturally speaking, it's a really gorgeous hotel. It's very old. So if you don't, I mean, I'm assuming you're fine with an older hotel if you want a haunted hotel. But I guess there's like a woman haunts the 10th floor, and she jumped to her death out of the window in like the 20s or something. I don't know, but that is what a waitress told me in the when I was getting tea there once. So keep the Drake on your list. It's also just very pretty to visit. The Millennium Knickerbocker is literally across the street. I'm sure there's some ghost stories there because I believe it's older than the Drake. Never been inside though. I would also keep in mind the Mac Daddy of haunted hotels in the city is the Congress Plaza Hotel. Everybody talks about the Congress Plaza. Everybody is like, she is that girl when it comes to haunted hotels. I did college for 2 semesters at a school that is 2 blocks away from Congress Plaza, and I used to spend my lunch hours just basically annoying the staff there to tell me about the haunted room on whatever floor it's on, I forgot. But the Congress Plaza has the room that inspired the book 1408 by Stephen King, and then the room scene in The Shining with the woman in the bathtub, if you know, you know. It's really haunted. I guess there's like shadow people that people see. They get really depressed feelings on like the 14th floor. I've been inside the ballroom. I will not go in the ballroom anymore because I don't like how it makes me feel. I feel physically sick every time I've been in the ballroom there. A lot of people have weddings there. I could not have my wedding there because I would feel like I was going to die. It's just a very uneasy feeling. The hotel it's very old. It's pretty. Very creepy feelings. I've never stayed anywhere, any of these places except for the Drake though. Right down the street is the Hilton Magnificent Mile. I don't know if this one is haunted for like a fact or not, but my guess is yes, because it's right on it's in like the South Michigan Avenue Hilton. And during World War II, it housed the, there was a runner walking past me and I didn't want to be one of those people that was filming a TikTok in public, so sorry. It apparently housed soldiers in World War II before they got sent to Europe. And they literally closed the hotel down to make space for the army. So I would assume, considering World War II wasn't exactly a trip to the Ben and Jerry's, that would probably be haunted. Very pretty, very pretty. It's kind of creepy, but not really. I enjoyed that hotel. I used to study there. So I personally love that hotel, and it is the Hilton on South Michigan Avenue, probably 2 blocks away from Congress Plaza. It's also huge. I would also say the Lincoln Hotel. I've heard that the Lincoln Hotel is haunted, but I've never had anything happen there. Worst comes to worst, you don't see a ghost and you get to go hang out at the J. Parker on the roof, which has amazing cocktails. But if you're not looking for a hotel and you just kind of want to hang out, the Red Lion Pub in Lincoln Park is super haunted, and so are the establishments next to it. I don't know why, but I think it's on Lincoln Avenue. And it's, I guess, the most haunted pub in Chicago. Also, if you're in Lincoln Park, there's where the St. Valentine's Day Massacre was. Check that out.
Also, go to the Biograph Theater because the outside is exactly the same. It's where John Dillinger, the gangster from my story, was shot and killed in the alley by the FBI in 1934. The alley is still there, and so is the exact storm drain that he died on. So I hope my video doesn't get taken down because I said that word. So where he, but yeah, those are my recommendations, and I hope you have a great trip. Also, oh my God, I forgot the Blackstone. The Blackstone is right down there by the Hilton and the Congress Plaza. Super old, so gorgeous. The cast of Harry Potter stayed there once and I saw them in the lobby, and that was really cool. Yeah, so just keep in mind though, if you stay in any of these places, some of them are a little bit more rundown than others. So just keep that in mind. Also, check out the Jane Addams Hull House, which is apparently the most haunted building in Chicago, I guess. I don't know. So is, sorry, I'm walking my dog, Tao nightclub, where is actually I guess there was a massive fire there, I think, or that was where they kept the overflow from the Eastland disaster on the Chicago River. They kept them in what is now Tao nightclub. So keep that in mind.
So I wanted to share this story for a hot minute. I've been watching a lot of these stitches, and it just, I don't know, it just reminded me of the singular experience I had growing up with the paranormal, whatever you want to call it. I believe I was about in the 10 to 12-year-old range. Growing up, I was best friends with this girl, and I would hang out at her house all the time. It was this old Victorian house, very big, old. It had like a big spiral staircase, and it was on this big piece of property, and the entire neighborhood, which was the neighborhood that I lived in, was built on the land that was originally owned by the family that built the house. So this house was way older than all of the houses around it in the neighborhood, and the street it was on was actually named after the family that built the house as well. So very old house. It always kind of had a little bit of spooky vibes. I don't know if that was just because it was old. Her mom liked to collect older like antique things as well. We would go antique shopping all the time. She had like these old dolls, a bunch of like old china decorations, porcelain, like that kind of thing. They always threw really creepy Halloween parties. But yeah, anyway, so I hung out at this house for many, many years throughout my childhood, and I never really had anything weird happen until this one day. We were hanging out at her house. I believe we had been previously talking about ghost things, but I'm not really sure. That could have been afterwards, sparked from this event. Anyway, we were walking up this spiral staircase to go up to her bedroom. And when you are exiting the staircase, you go into the main hallway of the second floor. And if you turn right, her room was down the hall and on the right, but straight ahead was her parents' room. And their parents' room door was open, and there was a window, and the light from the sun was coming in through the window. She walks up first, I walk up behind her. We are looking down the hallway to head towards her room, but we are looking into her mom's room. The door is open. And there is this extremely tall black figure. Looks like a man, has really like long arms, and is like leaning towards us. Now this hallway is like a decent length, so it was still like far away from us, but it felt like it was getting closer because of how it was leaning. It wasn't actually like moving, and we both felt this angry presence wash over us. Like the feeling was anger, and that was the only thing I could describe it as. It wasn't just like an uncomfortable bad feeling, it was anger. And so she walked in first, I walked in behind her. She said she blinked and it was gone. I passed behind her while looking down, as she passed in front of me, it disappeared as she blocked my view. And we both looked at each other and we screamed and we ran to her room, which was in the direction where we just saw this thing, but we just wanted to get into her room. And so something that makes it more real to me is that we both saw it. Which at the time we were like, oh my gosh, did we really just see that? Was it like a shadow? Like, you know, did the sun hit our eyes weird? So we went back out into the hallway later and we tried looking and we couldn't see what would have even, like, there were no objects in front of the window. There was nothing that would have made that shape. And also it was just like the feeling as well. So the next day we told her mom about it, and her mom's face just went white. And she was just like, I wish you guys wouldn't have told me that. And we were like, what? And she said that about a month earlier, maybe a couple weeks, she had woken up in the middle of the night to go pee, and this is at night, there was no sun coming in through that window. She saw the same tall black figure, angry presence looming towards her, and she said she just put her head down, was like, I'm seeing things, and she just walked to the bathroom, walked back. When she came back into her room, it was gone. So, and that was the only experience I ever had in that house. My friend said that was the only experience that she had. She did say that because the house was so old, there is a possibility that people had passed away in that house. But yeah, we're not sure what we saw. Never saw anything like that again. And that's just what happened. Unfortunately, this girl and I are no longer friends. We ended on bad terms, like, for something completely unrelated, years later. But I've always kind of wanted to reach out to her and be like, hey, do you remember this? Like, because it's been so long, I'm like doubting myself, like, did I make this up? But I want to ask her about it because I'm like curious. But anyway, yeah.
Okay, so this was about 2011, 2012. I was with my boyfriend at the time. He's not my boyfriend anymore. He's my ex now. But we worked at a restaurant on Oahu, and if you know anything about Hawaii, it's an illegally occupied kingdom. It's a very spiritual, spirited place, lots of paranormal activity of different kinds. But at the time, he lived with his mom in an apartment, and we got out of work pretty late, as you do in the restaurant industry. So we got to her apartment maybe around like 1 or 1:30. And the way that her apartment was, there were parking stalls on like the street level, and then there were parking stalls underground in this like underground parking structure. And her parking stall was in this underground parking structure. And the way you could get into the structure is you had to stop by a guard shack. You had to talk to a guard. You had to tell him, I think you had to tell him like what apartment you're going to. He had to manually like press a button so that the arm would lift and you could be let in. But so we had done all that. We were fighting that night. We were probably fighting a lot at the time, but that night was pretty bad, to the point where he parked the car and we were still fighting when we got out of the car. We were like yelling at each other, throwing things, not to cause bodily harm or anything, but you know. And it was so bad that the guard actually came down to tell us to cut that shit out. And so after the guard left, I was like, fuck you, I'm not staying with you tonight. Like, I'm gonna sleep in my car for a couple hours and then I'm just gonna drive home. So he was like, okay, whatever. So he left, he went up to his mom's house, or his mom's apartment, and I got back in the car. And I wear contacts every day. My eyesight is not super bad, but like in an emergency, I could drive without my contacts, but it's just better if I don't. I wear them every day. but I took my contacts out so that I could sleep. I was trying to get comfortable, but maybe like 30, 40 minutes later, I still hadn't fallen asleep because it was just too hot. So I texted him and I was like, never mind, I'm coming up. Open the door. And he was like, okay, whatever. So I grab all my stuff, I lock up the car, and his mom's parking stall was like the farthest into the structure that you could get. So it was like the back wall and then around a corner. And so I had to walk to a set of stairs that would take you up to the ground level, or the street level. And then I would just like walk like a short distance. And then her apartments were like like 3 or 4 apartments stacked up on top of each other. It was open air. It wasn't like a tower. So I'm passing the back wall of parked cars. And mind you, it's like 2 a.m. or later at this point. But I'm passing the back wall of parked cars. And I see in my periphery a young woman standing between a mid-sized car and this like big pickup truck. And I see her in my periphery, so I, give her like a little nod, and I think I probably like smiled in her direction or whatever, but I didn't slow down. And I remember it was a big pickup truck because we tend to like back our cars in Hawaii to park, and the truck was backed in, and she was pretty far back. Like she was past the passenger door of this pickup truck, and she wasn't moving. She was just standing still. She was standing parallel to the parked cars, so it didn't look like she was getting in or out of either of them. It didn't look like she was grabbing something from either of them. And so in my brain, I'm like, oh, my brain is like processing her standing there at like 2 a.m., right? And I'm like, oh, maybe she's like waiting for the driver of one of those cars. But I didn't see anybody else. Nobody else was coming. So my brain was like, well, maybe she's like waiting for somebody to pick her up. Maybe she's getting a ride from somebody. And then at the same time, my brain was like, but if you were waiting for somebody, why would you wait on the backmost wall, like the furthest into an underground parking structure as you can, where the person picking you up would have to stop by a guard shack, speak to a guard, they would have to manually let you in? Like, wouldn't you just want to, like, if it was a safety thing, you could wait near the guard shack, but on the street level. So I was like, going back and forth in my mind as I'm continuing to walk past her, right? And then I think finally in my mind was like, something's not right here. And in that very moment that my mind settled on something is wrong, I'm a clairsentient empath, and I felt that she suddenly had an awareness of me. And so in that exact moment when I felt that she had an awareness of me, I see out of the corner of my eye, granted I hadn't seen her face yet, right, because I still don't have my contacts in, but I see out of the corner of my eye her head just go like this, really slowly. And now she's looking at me, and I'm like, oh my God, I just got chills. And so I'm like, I knew in my mind that I had to get the fuck out of there, but I also knew if I run, she's gonna follow me. So I'm like speed walking as casually as possible to this set of stairs that'll take me to the street level. And the whole time I'm like, don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around, get the fuck out of here. So I hit the stairs, and I'm taking them like 2 at a time. I'm just trying my damnedest to get out of there quickly, but not alarm her. And I hit the stairs, and I call my ex, and I'm like, open the fucking door right now. And he's like, it's open, what's wrong? He could hear the panic in my voice. And I was like, just have the door open, I'm coming up right now. So I'm like running. And at the top of the stairs, I had been telling myself, don't turn around, don't turn around. But at the top of the stairs, like, I just couldn't help myself. I turned around and I was so sure that she was going to be right there, right behind me, just like right on my ass, or at the bottom of the stairs, like looking up at me. But I turned around and there was nothing there. And I just booked it like to his mom's, the staircase to go up to, I think she lived on like the third or fourth floor. And so I like ran and I run in the door and Max is like, what's wrong? And I was like, I just saw a fucking ghost. Oh my fucking God. So anyway, that's my ghost story. My ex's mom did end up moving shortly thereafter. I don't think it was because of that, but who knows? We're Filipino and it's superstitious, and also, I mean, it's also a very ancient and spirited and spiritual place. So, the Philippines, I mean. But come to find out years later that the area that that mall is in, it's like 4 minutes from one of the most haunted schools on Oahu. It's an area where night marchers are reported often. It was literally right across the street from a mall that there's like a TikTok trending right now of the bank at that mall door opening on its own. So it's not outside the realm of possibility. But if you don't believe me, okay, that's fine. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, so the story takes place circa 2020. I was about 17. The night before the story took place, I was actually at my friend's house and I was hanging out with her. We decided to trip on psychedelics. So bear in mind that through a lot of the story, I thought I was the problem. Turns out, no, baby girl, it was not me. After a super fun night of spiritual discovery, I walk home from my friend's house, and bear in mind, she lives so close to me. It's literally, I lived in a cul-de-sac that went like this. She lived down the street. So it's like a 3-minute walk from her house to my house. On my way home, I heard footsteps walking behind me, so I turned around because that's my instinct. But honestly, I lived in a super safe neighborhood, so I wasn't like concerned. I was just seeing who was behind me. I turn around and literally no one is there. So I was like, okay, I must still be tripping a little bit, whatever, let me go all the way home. I am about to open up my door to my house in Virginia. This takes place in a suburban area in Virginia, by the way. And I lived at my aunt's house at the time. I open up the door and I turn around to look in the cul-de-sac, and there's someone walking into the cul-de-sac. So I was like, okay, maybe there was someone behind me, whatever. So I'm trying to unlock the door because it's not really working. I am not very good with keys, and I definitely was not good with keys back then. I finally get into the house, and I remember I looked back out the door one more time because I was really paranoid, and I was like, huh, where's that person going? Because in the cul-de-sac, there was only 4, maybe 5 houses. I lived at one of them, and I knew all my neighbors and their families because, like, you know, the person that followed me into the cul-de-sac was gone. I really thought that was very weird, and that was the first time that something weird was going on. But again, I completely ignored it just like last time because whatever. I get into my house, I go up to my room, and my room is bright bubblegum pink at this time. It's actually that color right now too, but at this time it was so bright, so pink. My room was so light because the pink walls, I had white doors and white boards. So nothing was like dark in my room. I literally have 2 windows on the wall in this tiny room, so it was fully lit up all the time during the day. I go to open up my door. Well, it's sort of cracked a little bit, but I go to push it fully open so I can go inside my bedroom. And as I'm opening it, I see this like shadowy figure inside of my room. And I thought it was somebody that lived in my house because I lived with my aunt and her 2 kids. So I was like, okay, it's probably just my cousin, whatever.
I go fully opening the door because I'm like, who's in here? Because I didn't think anyone was home. And no one's there. The shadow's not there. Everything's gone. And it looks like my regular room. So I'm thinking that's a little weird, but whatever. I just tripped the day before. So I thought, let me just go to bed and it'll be fine in the morning. I go to sleep and I must have had the craziest dreams. I don't really remember what they are at this time because that was a couple years ago, but I remember startling awake. Like I just opened my eyes. I kind of woke up because of whatever my dream was. If you catch the vibe, you know what I'm talking about. I see that shadowy-ish figure, but this time I could see it more clearly. It kind of looked like a silhouette, but it might not have been a person. It was just really tall and slender shadow that reminded me of a person because that's what I'm used to seeing. I realize at this point that I'm fully awake and conscious of what's going on, but I could not move my legs. I could not move my arms. I could like literally not move my body. And I was freaking out. I remember I could move my neck a little bit. I don't know if that's normal or what. I think it's called sleep paralysis, but I was freaking out. I never get sleep paralysis. I've only gotten it like 2 times, including this time. And I was literally about to pee my pants. This tall shadow keeps coming closer to me, but it wasn't walking, and that was creeping me out too. It was literally just like closer, 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 and I was freaking out. It didn't get this close, but it got to almost my bed, and at that point, I was like trying to scream. I couldn't. I was just freaking out. This is when I remembered something that my Christian grandma told me when I was a kid, and she said, if you're ever in danger, just say, Jesus, come help me, and he will do that because he loves you. I'm not really Christian or anything, guys, but this shit worked. I was like, Jesus, please be with me. I do not know what this is. And literally, as I said, Jesus, please be with me, before I could even finish the second part of what I said, the thing was gone. It was just like not even there. It wasn't backing up. It was completely gone. And I have been kind of scared of the dark ever since, and I constantly sleep with lights on now. And oh, if I'm ever scared, you know I'm calling upon my boy Jesus, because what the fuck was that? Okay, I really hope you guys enjoyed this ghost story, and I really want to hear some ghost stories from you guys because I really like hearing them. So hit me up with them. Bye.
So the year is 2006. I feel like my dad may had just gotten out of jail or was home for some time. So, it was a good idea for me to go visit him. So he lived in Stamford, Connecticut, where that house belonged to my great grandmother. My great grandfather served in the army and all those different things as well. The house was it was like a multi-family house and had upstairs, downstairs, and it had different kind of like apartments, but they made it into one. If you know, you know. So I newly just got into the space of MySpace and all those different things at that time. I was 12 years old, by the way, in 2006. So one night I was on MySpace and, at that time, computers wasn't an everyday thing in everybody's house. You seen somebody with a computer, you thought they was rich, whatever the situation is. So I ended up going on MySpace. I was up there all night. It's now in the wee hours of the morning, which we call the witching hour. And I'm like, I'm getting a little sleepy. Let me go in my dad's room and lay down. Mind you, in my family, things already happened. A lot of spiritual things was going on. I have one experience as well. My grandmother seeing a hand running by her foot and all different types of stuff. But we'll get into that another time. So as I'm on the computer, I decide to turn off the monitor. So I put the computer on sleep, which turns off the monitor. So now it's a black screen. I don't learn about black screens until I get much older about them being portals. As I am looking through the black screen, I see this figure near the bathroom. Near the kitchen. The kitchen was behind me. I didn't really know what to say or what to do, so I was kind of like, damn, should I run downstairs with my cousin Jasmine and all of them at where they lived in the lower levels of the house, or should I run towards my great aunt room because her room was towards the back? as well. So I decided to just get up and run. And originally I was going to run downstairs. When I got up to run, the figure ran past me, and I felt this very cold, almost webby-like feeling from the energy running past me. At this point, I haul ass to my great aunt's room. I come in the room, she like, oh, you okay? And I said, yeah, kind of sleeping here. You know, she thought nothing of it. She was like, hey, come sleep. So I slept in her room and stuff like that. Ironically, the next day when I wake up in the rising, I can hear her and my cousin talking about the experience last night. And, you know, before I get too far ahead, I did tell her that I'd seen something, like some type of figure. So that's why she was like, oh, just come in my room. It's like it was normal, like a normal day for them. So ironically, like I said, I heard my cousin and her talking, which is her granddaughter. And I wake up exactly on the point where they're talking about where she was like, oh, such and such seen, you know, a ghost last night, or a cousin, or whatever the situation is. Well, I forgot what she, you know, the word and verbatimly what she said. And that kind of like shook the core of my experiences going there, because I just thought about that experience where I'm like, oh shit, I'm turning the damn monitor off, and this big figure is standing at the doorway of the kitchen. I don't know what to do. I haul ass. It runs past me. It feels so cold and so misty and webby like, and people probably that had those same experiences will, like, you know, validate that. You know, it was just a lot. But I have so many other experiences. I'm a medium. I see a lot. I know a lot. I pick up on a lot. So ghosts and all those different things is not something that's new to me. But hope y'all enjoy that.
The story takes place in my childhood home when I was a teenager, and it is the first time in my life that I believe I experienced a apparition and or a shadow figure. It's important for me to mention that up until this point in my life, nothing paranormal or scary had ever happened in this house. There is much less lead up in this story, but all you have to know is I was asleep in my bedroom, and the big thing is, much like my last story, I always shut my door to my bedroom before I went to bed for no other reason than I wanted my privacy. I wake up in my bed one morning and I realize it's very early. I look at my clock, it's 3 something in the morning. It's very early, still some time to sleep, so I roll over to face my wall. I'm laying there with my eyes closed, and I don't know why, but something in the room felt different. Something felt off, something changed. So I roll back over after sensing this feeling to look in my room. And standing next to my bed is a massive cloaked figure. There were no discernible features at all. There was no face I could see. There was no arms or anything. It just looked like someone had thrown a very dark cloak over their body, and it was more so just their silhouette. But despite the fact that I couldn't make out a face or anything like that, it felt like it was looking at me. And in the moment, all I could think to do was throw the covers over my head. So that's what I did. Covered myself up and waited. So as I waited under my covers for probably a good 3 to 5 minutes, all I could hear is my heart pounding. And I'm just waiting to be grabbed or stabbed or something. I don't know. Whatever was out there, I assumed something bad was about to happen, but I was so scared, I cocooned myself in my covers and was just waiting for the worst. But after a few minutes of nothing, I kind of got pissed. So I made a little peephole out of my covers and kind of faced it up towards where my pillow would be, and slowly brought it down to where the shadow would have been. And of course, as soon as I get to where that shadow was standing, it's gone. So after I realize this, I throw the covers off of me and I go to turn on my light, which is by the door, because in my mind, something might still be in my room. But as I get up to go turn the light on, I realize that my bedroom door is wide open. So immediately, just to check him off the list, I went into my brother's room, which was right across the hall from me. His door was shut. He was in bed, sound asleep. I then look out into our living room area from the balcony. Our house was a very open floor plan, and don't see or hear anyone there either. The only thing I can say is I don't know if that door was open before or after I saw whatever it was I saw. But no matter how you cut it, whether it was before or after, there was a cloaked figure standing in my bedroom at around 3 in the morning. And before you chalk this up to something like sleep paralysis or a hallucination, it's very important that you understand, when I moved out of the house, my sister moved into that bedroom. And years later, she would tell me a story about an encounter she had with a very similar entity. I will be telling her stories and a couple others in upcoming videos, so please stay tuned for more ghost stories.
Time I try to upload a video, it doesn't work. And so part of me thinks that the ghosts don't want me to tell you guys about all the weird things that have happened to me. But I don't know. I'll try to use them here, I guess, and then we'll see. Okay, so 3 stories. They all take place in my mom's village, San Miguel de Cruces. It's in Mexico. It's very rural. There are no roads within the village proper. There's a road that leads to and from the village outside of the village. So you still have to walk to get to the road, at least at the time. I haven't been back in many, many years. And after you hear these stories, you will know why. But yeah, and there was like no electricity from after midnight, I think it was. So once the sun went down, they would turn on the electricity for the town. And then at midnight, they would shut it off. Anyway, this first story is about my sister. Okay, so my sister Rita is going from my mom's house to my aunt's house. So both houses are connected by an outside staircase. It's a short distance, but it's one house. My mom's house is at the bottom. My aunt's house is at the top of the hill. It's a very short distance, but it's a sheer outcropping of rock. Like it's a sheer rock face. So you can't just climb up there. You need the staircase. So my sister is going from my mom's house to my aunt's house, and she happens to see someone sitting on that rock outcropping. And at first she thinks it's my aunt because they have long black hair, just like my aunt. And then she realizes as she's about halfway up the stairs that it's not her, that it's a complete stranger. And she looks over at her, and the woman is combing her hair. And as she's combing her hair, the length of her arm stretches unnaturally long to reach the ends of her hair. So my sister is watching her as her arm stretches all the way down to the naturally, length. And she realizes that she's seeing like a local legend, and it's like a crying woman. And they say she was a jilted lover, and she up to her death, and now she's seen around the town crying, waiting for her lover. So my sister is seeing this being that they're speaking of, and as she realizes this, the woman turns to her very quickly, and her face is just like this mask of like rage and grief, and my sister loses it. She freaks out. She starts screaming for my aunt and uncle, and she's rushing to the very top of the stairs, and she's banging on their door, and she's like, let me in, let me in, let me in. And so my aunt and uncle open the door, and they're like, what's wrong? So my sister tells them what happened. My uncle's like, yeah, right, it's not real. It's not a real legend. So he goes out there. Less than 5 minutes later, he comes back, pale, ashen-faced, doesn't say a word to either my sister or my aunt, closes the door behind them, and tells them not to go back outside for the rest of the night. So, we just always assumed that he saw her too and came right back inside. Okay, I'm going to have to tell you the other 2 stories tomorrow because Ava is still awake. It's like 11 o'clock at night, so I have to put her to bed. And maybe these stories are probably best told during daylight hours because these next ones involve me directly and they are pretty creepy. Stay tuned. Okay, so the next story. Same village, San Miguel. So, if you remember before, the houses are on stilts because the ground is like stone. You would have to dig into the earth. So, my mom was going into town to go shopping. It's like an hour away. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay home by myself. And so, my mom left and she took my younger brother and sister, and I was alone in the house. Before she left, she said, don't answer the door for anybody. Standard. So I was like, okay. So anyway, I'm by myself, and I'm in like the living room area, and I can see the window. I can see like out, like to the, ground or whatever. And I see like these 3 figures walking by. So I kind of like peek, and I see it's these 3 women, or I assume they were women. They were dressed in all black from head to toe, and they had like really long veils covering them almost all the way to their feet. And they were walking by, and they were going to come back around up the wooden staircase. So I see like these figures, and they're not like they don't like, they're not like women shaped. They're like almost rounded, like a tombstone, even. Like they were like completely round like that. And they were starting to come up the wooden walkway. So now I'm kind of trapped, because if I move, they're going to hear me because everything is wooden. So there's like the doorway, and then the next room is the window. And in between, there's like a little, wooden partition. So I'm like right in between where that partition is. So if I move, they're going to hear me, and they're also going to see me because the window's right there. And I couldn't go the other way either because they would have heard me. So they come and they start knocking on the front door, and I'm standing in that little space, the only place where they can't see me. I'm standing right there, and they're knocking and knocking and knocking, and then they stop knocking. So I was like, okay, and I'm just going to wait for them to walk back down and, leave, because they'll realize that no one is there. So the knocking has stopped. I'm waiting for them to leave, when suddenly there's a pounding on all the doors. So the front door is pounding, the back door is pounding, and the side door is pounding. There's pa, 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 over and over again. These women couldn't have moved because I would have seen them move. And like I said, the house is on stilts, so you would have to go downstairs, go back around, go up to the next stairs to pound on the doors. They didn't move. I would have seen them. So there's pounding on every single door, and then I freak out. So I run to one of the bedrooms. There are no closets. The house was not built with closets. They have like armoires. So I lock myself in an armoire, and I'm sitting there in the dark listening to these doors just almost being blown off the hinges. They're pounding so hard. So I'm locked in this closet in the dark, and I have no idea how long I was in there for until the knocking or the pounding stopped. And I eventually came out, and then my mom came home sometime after that, and I told her what happened. She didn't say a single word to me. She didn't, have any explanation. She didn't, but she had like a look on her face, like, I don't know, I can't explain it. Maybe, I don't know, she knew about something and didn't want to scare me as a kid, but that's what happened with those ladies. And then I have one more that also involves me directly, and I'll tell you that one next. Okay. Last story. So in the middle of the village, there is a school. And the house, like the ground, everything like slopes downward. So you can see the school from the house. It's not very far. And we were all bored, and we wanted to go play because they had a playground there. So our parents gave us permission. It was myself, my younger brother, my younger sister, and maybe 3 or 4 other cousins. And then we're all varying in ages. So we go down to the school. It has a pretty tall fence, and there's barbed wire at the top. So we, climb up the fence, wriggle through the barbed wire, and go out on the other side. And we are playing at this playground. We are having the best time. Okay, so we're on the playground, we're playing. I'm on the swings, and I think my brother and my sister are on the swings too. But we're on the swings, and we're facing the school. So we're swinging, and we can see the building, and it has like a row of windows at the top. They're, it's pretty tall. It's probably about 10 feet high, and the windows are at the very top. So we're swinging, and suddenly we see a bunch of little hands, like children's hands, on the windows, and they start pounding on the windows all across the top, and we flip out. Like, they're banging on these windows, and we start screaming our heads off because there shouldn't have been anyone in the school. And it's almost like they're calling for help or something, so we freak out. We are just panicked. We rush back to the fence. We get all cut up from the barbed wire because we're struggling through now. We're so scared. And then we fall onto the other side. So we are screaming, running through the village, all the way back up to the top. And of course, because we're so loud and you can see the school from the house, our parents come out and they're what's going on? What's happening? And so I think I was the eldest. I told them what we saw. Nobody said anything to us. They all the adults kind of looked at each other.
Okay, when my stepdad was in like high school, they lived in this house like out in the country, and they had one of those stereo systems with all the different components and all that. And they had a ghost that lived on their property. And at random times when the stereo was on, the little needle would move, like it was picking up sounds and things like that. And also, they had a cattle gate at the road end of their driveway, like a big heavy metal gate that also had like something like this that stuck into the ground. So when you open the gate, you didn't just swing it or just unlock it. It couldn't blow with the wind. You had to lift up this pin out of the ground to move it. And he was going out one night with some friends in high school, and he walked down to the end of his driveway, and the gate was open, and he knew that it was closed. And so he decided not to go out with his friends that night. He just thought, this is too weird. And his friends that went out that night got in a really horrible car accident. And he attributes this ghost to saving his life.
So whenever I was little, I could see ghosts a lot. Like, I could talk to God. I could talk to ghosts a lot whenever I was little. But there's this one story, and it happened when I was 7 years old, and it's like one of the scariest stories ever. It traumatized me. I can't even walk into a room without closing the door behind me because I'm afraid it's going to slam before I even get to leave it. But anyway, what happened is my brother was babysitting me, and my parents took my little brother to the store. And so my brother was watching me, and he had all of his friends. They were all on the football team with him. They were all a bunch of jocks, that kind of thing. And so they're sitting around the table and playing the Ouija board. And I'm just a 7-year-old little girl. I'm running around it and yelling stuff into it. Hello, what's your name? Yelling all things like that. And my brother gets annoyed, and he makes me get in the corner in my parents' room. He like grabs me by the arm and takes me to the room. And I'm terrified because we were just playing with a Ouija board, you know? Any little kid would be scared of that. But he takes me to the room and has me stand in the corner. And keep in mind, the door is like right next to me, and then I'm in the corner right here. And then across the front door of like by where I'm standing of the bedroom door is the bathroom door, which doesn't have a door, but it's a door frame, and then it leads into the bathroom. And this is my parents' room. And so basically, the door was leaning up against the door frame in the front bedroom door, and it was off the hinges. It was just leaning, and he like moved it, had me get in the corner, and then he leaned it back up against the frame. I tell him I'm scared, I don't want to do it, I just let me come in there, I won't say anything else. And he says, no, I gotta stand here and face the corner. And so I'm standing there facing the corner, silent, minding my business, terrified, and the door slams, shuts, and locks into the frame. And I think it's him messing with me. I think it's him and his friends messing with me because how scared I was. No. And so I'm banging on the door. I don't know why I said he's banging on it, but I'm banging on the door, scared, like, hey, let me out. And they can't even hear me. They don't even realize. They're too busy laughing and playing with the Ouija board. But the lights start flickering in the room, and I like start to realize it, and I turn around, and you remember that bathroom that I was talking about? There was this man, like this thing. It was a man, but it's like it was something more. It was so terrifying. But he like, I'll show you. So he was standing in, like, he wasn't standing, he was like on all fours, and he was in the doorway like this, but like he was smiling at me, like he was looking at me. And then I turn and I start screaming and banging on the door like, let me out. And then he crawls at me. Like, I don't want to show you because it's really scary, and I don't even think I can do that with my body. I couldn't even do that when I was 7. But my brother hears me screaming, and he runs, and he's banging on the door. And keep in mind, this door was just off the hinges, and linebackers are charging at it, and it's not budging. But I feel like scratches on my back, like I'm getting scratched. And my brother, like, he told me like his side of the story. He said that he was like putting screwdrivers in the door handle, like the doorknob, trying to get it off, everything, and nothing would work, and this door was just off the frame. Sorry about my stuffy nose. Oh my god. But yeah, so he just hears me screaming. The door's not budging. So what they do is they go around outside, and I see them, like I peek out the window to them because I see that they're trying to get around to me. And it's a double wide trailer that our house is basically. And so my brother pushes like our friend, like his family friend Carlos, up through the window, and I'm laying there on the ground. I'm just laying there on the ground. I'm unconscious or something. I don't really remember that part very much, but I remember being scratched up all on my back and him crawling at me. It was terrifying. It was so scary. Like, I've told people the story so many times and I still just get chills about it, or I'm scared to go into rooms by myself. It's a lot. But Carlos came through the window and he picked me up from the ground and carried me out of the room. And then my brother saw the scratches all over my back. He got in trouble with my mom, and my mom, she'll say that it's not true, but she didn't believe us at first. She didn't, and then she went to the school and found out her own little information and found out that there was a man that lived in our house named Ron who killed his kids because they were misbehaving, and then killed his wife because she came home and saw what he did, and then he killed himself in the room where that happened. He killed himself in the room that I was standing in the corner, my parents' bedroom. Yeah, that's just one really big ghost occurrence that I've had, but I've had so many other than that.
True creepy story time. So sometime in the 1970s, my aunt was living in the Philippines and she got a call from her niece's school. They told her that she needed to come right away because she was acting very strange. And so my aunt went, and she went to the principal's office, and everybody was on one side of the room, and then her niece was sitting on the other side, completely motionless and silent in a chair. And my aunt was like, what the hell is going on? And when she tried to go up to talk to her, the other people pulled her back, and they're like, no, don't go near her. Apparently her niece had been acting really strangely all day, and so they wrangled her and put her in this chair, and she'd been sitting there since. So my aunt is no stranger to the supernatural, and she sensed something very paranormal was going on, and so she suggested that they call the town sheriff, who also happened to be an albulario, which is a folk healer. So the town sheriff comes and he approaches the girl, and he tries to talk to her, and then my aunt says that her niece began to talk in a voice that was cold, dark, and not hers.
She hurt my children. She stepped on my house.
And the town sheriff was like, what do you mean she stepped on your house? Where is your house? And then the girl pointed to the outside of the school, and that's when the town sheriff realized what was going on. She had been possessed by a duende, which is a creature in Filipino folklore. They live underneath the ground, and particularly in anthills. And right outside of the school is a ton of anthills. And so the town sheriff thinks that the girl was running a little bit recklessly, and she might have stepped on one of the duende's homes. So the sheriff asked the duende inside of the girl, what can we do to make things right? And she told them to bring oranges and salt to her home. So that's what they did. They bought those items, they placed them around the anthills, and then they went back to check on the girl. And if you want to hear if things turned out okay, you can hear the full story and more details about it on the latest episode of Stories of Sapphire.
It happened when I was 17 years old, back when I was living at my aunt's house. And to this day, I don't like to think about that part of my life. It is very unsettling, scary, and ever since I started getting close to God, I just want to pretend that that part of my life did not happen. But here it is. I was 17 years old. I had a routine. Every single time I would get out of high school, I would come home, watch cartoons or watch Disney Channel, and then go to my room. Well, this day, I arrived, and the way that the living room was set up was 2 single couches that were tilted together towards the TV. So every time that somebody was sitting in that couch, You could only see the side of them if you were passing through. I got home and I saw a figure, a person. I saw the side of them wearing beige pants and a white t-shirt. My aunt and my cousin at the time, they would invite people over all the time, so I didn't think nothing much of it. Like, I just thought that it was somebody that they invited. I went to the room because I'm like, they're watching TV, I'm just gonna go to the room. And I got curious, so I went to my aunt's room and I'm like, hey, did you invite somebody over, or are they waiting for Letty or what? And she goes, what do you mean Letty's not here? And I'm like, yeah, well, there's somebody in the living room. I don't know who they're waiting for, but they're in the living room. She goes, who's in the living room? What do they look like? And I'm like, they are wearing a white t-shirt and beige pants. So we both walk into the living room and that figure, person, whatever, is gone. They start asking me all these questions. My aunt arrives right after and my mom arrives. They also start interrogating me and I'm like, this is literally what I saw. I just saw the side of them. They were wearing a white t-shirt and beige pants. That's all I could remember. You know, I didn't see nothing else. So finally my cousin arrives and she goes, what happened? And I tell her, I thought you were waiting for somebody. They were wearing this and this. And then she's like, wait. She's like, did that person look like this? And she shows me a picture of a person that was wearing the exact same outfit. White t-shirt and beige pants. And I'm like, yes, this is literally the person I saw. And she's like, that can't be possible because that person got shot yesterday. It's one of my friends. So then I'm like, what? And she goes, yep, it was very unexpected, but he passed away yesterday. Don't ask me why I saw that. I don't know what that person was doing there. I'm assuming that person was trying to say goodbye to my cousin. But the fact that I saw it clear as day was terrifying enough. At the time, you know, my family believed that our ancestors cursed us with something, that for some reason I was able to see a lot of different things during that time, and it was nonstop. Like, I was seeing things constantly. So that is why over the years I started getting close to God, because I was like, I'm tired of seeing things. I don't want to see things. I don't want to have this curse, gift, whatever it is. I don't want to have it. And a lot of these stories for a lot of you, they might seem like jokes or made up, but the fact that the trauma, you know, that it leaves behind is not. You know, a lot of people that are telling their stories can tell you it is unsettling and you can't stop thinking about it over the years. That happened to me when I was 17 and I am now 30. And I still think about that story to this day.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely true. I'll go first.
Alright, y'all. I have one. Well, I have a few, but I'm gonna tell y'all one of them. So this was back in like 2018. It was in Boulder. I used to babysit when I was in undergrad and grad school. And one of my boss, she had a friend who needed her friend's daughter needed a babysitter. And so my sister was supposed to go, but my sister had a final, so she asked me if I could babysit for her. So I don't know this child. This child is like 2 years old. I go to the home. I was like home sitting and dog sitting at the same time, and I was like a few blocks away, or it was it was a few blocks away. But anyway, so I get there and they're really sweet. It's like this little tiny baby. There's a German Shepherd and there's a family. And so they were gonna go see a play or something at CU. And basically they were showing me around the house because I've never been to the house. So they're showing me around the house, and like the grandma had some like fruit cut up for me and everything, and it was super sweet. They were showing me like the routine, and we get to the grandma's room. And this is where it starts to get creepy, and I should have realized what was going on. So we get to grandma's room and she's showing me like, okay, we give the baby like her bottle here and we read a book, and then out of nowhere one of the drawers opens by itself. It just opened. And I look over because it was like to my left, and I look over and the grandma was like, ha, it's not like there's like ghosts in here or anything. And I'm like, ha, yeah, okay, cool. So they showed me every room except for one room, and that room was like closed. It was closed. They didn't show me nothing. It was just closed. And I was like, all right, cool. They left and we like started off with our little routine. So I gave the baby like her food. We were just like hanging out. We were playing. It was bedtime. I put her to sleep. Nothing weird happened. And when she went to sleep, I went to the living room and I was hanging out with the German Shepherd, who was a super like sweet dog. The dog was just sleeping the whole damn time. But when I went to the living room, it kind of like it was like in front of me, like it positioned itself to look at the hallway in front of me. And so it was like I was sitting here and the dog was sitting here, and you could see the hallway where like the baby was at the room all the way to the edge, and she had her own little room there. And so I'm watching TV, I'm on my phone, whatever, and then I don't know where I hear the door open, right? And I can kind of see the hall, but not really because it was dark already. And so then I see like the baby had really curly hair. So, and then I see like a blanket like this and just like little curly hair and just like running, and I hear it. And I was like, oh my God, this baby's so silly. Like, I don't know, maybe it got hungry she got hungry. So I was confused and I just watched her just like walk over, and I couldn't see her face, you know? It was just like this and like little curls running. And I saw her just like pass us and go to the kitchen. But then I got this weird feeling because the German Shepherd, and this was her dog, this was the baby's dog, the German Shepherd got up and started growling and barking and just like ran to the kitchen, and I thought it was gonna attack the baby. And so I get up and I run over and I'm freaking out because I'm like, where's the baby? And so I'm looking in the garage, I'm looking outside, and it's dark, and the dog is like somehow like barking at the door in the back. So I open it and it just like sprints off, and I was anyway, the dog's just like barking uncontrollably, and I'm freaking out. I don't know where the child is, and I'm looking at the dog and it's barking at I don't know what. So I get the idea of like, all right, let me just go check one more time in the room because I hadn't checked. So I'm like, let me just go in the room to check. I go to the room, the door was closed. And I was like, what the fuck? So I open it and the child is sleeping. And my heart just sank. Like my heart just sank. And I was like, and I closed it back up. And then I like keep walking, and I walk past the room where they didn't show me, and it was open, like it was cracked a little bit open. I did not go in there, but I did go get the dog, and I put that dog in between like my legs. Like I just put that dog sitting there, and it was like in front of me, and I was just petting it, and it was just growling and growling and growling. And I texted the family. I was like, hey, are you on your way back soon? And I didn't tell them why, but they're like, yeah, we should be. And I was supposed to walk back, and it was gonna be like a 10-minute walk to the place I was house sitting at, and I was texting my sister the whole time, and I was like, I'm gonna go in a fucking Uber. I don't care if it's 2 minutes or whatever. I am not walking in the middle of the night like in a park. There is no way. But yeah, that was like the first time that I actually like hear and see, and I still to this day it feels unreal, but just the like fact that the dog reacted to it as well like really helped me confirm that I was not like just making shit up, because it still feels unreal, but it felt so real. Like it was not bad vibes, but it was scary once I realized.
I've watched so many of these, and then I had to start clicking see for your posts because they were so scary. But I've never had an experience until literally 2 days ago, and it was the scariest experience of my life. So I was at a Airbnb in Houston with my 2 friends, and it was like a little duplex. You could tell they obviously renovated it, like it was in the hood, but it was like being gentrified currently. And the last night there, I went to bed sober. Like I had woken up, got ready for it, and went to bed sober. And that's the only night I did that, which is also weird to me. And I went to sleep like this with my hands above my head, just because I pull the covers over my head when I sleep because I'm used to the sun being in my face. So I've slept like that like for years, not every time, but most of the time, and I did this night. And as I'm going to sleep, I hear in the bed next to me, because my room has 2 queen-size beds, as me and Ari were staying in there. And I was sleeping, and I heard her and my other friend talking, Journey, and I was like, that's weird, because I know they're both asleep, but I was like, You're tired. And then they get quiet and I hear someone say Jade, and I'm like, that's weird, because why would they be talking to me? I'm trying to go to bed. And then I feel someone sit in the bed next to me, or like lay in the bed next to me. I don't know what. And I was like, that's scary, because neither of them would come get in my bed. And then it gets more terrifying, because whatever was next to me then sat on top of me, because I'm telling you, I'm laying like this, so like it sat on my stomach. And I was like, oh my fucking God, what is, my language. I was like, oh my God, what's going on? What's that? So I'm trying to say Ari. I'm trying to call my friend's name because I'm terrified at this moment. I'm scared and I can't speak. And I'm trying to move my arms down because obviously that's a wrong position to be in. And I can't move my arms. So then I just start praying. In my head, I'm like, Our Father who art in heaven. Because I don't open my eyes. I never open my eyes. I'm scared. You know me. I never open my eyes. I just start praying, and I couldn't even get the prayer through. I was so scared, so then I restarted. I was like, let me start over. And then I get through it, and I wake up. And I'm okay, but I'm terrified. It's like 2:35 in the morning, so I start playing gospel music. I start playing on my phone. I do everything except go to sleep for the next like 3.5 hours. And then the next morning when I tell my friends like how I just had the scariest experience of my life, the first time I've ever had sleep paralysis or anything, why does my other friend say, oh my God, I had it last night too? But she had hers after mine. And she said in her dream, she was laying in the bed looking at the doorway, and I was in the door screaming her name. When I tell y'all I would never go back to Houston, they will never see me again. And I'm scared of even Airbnb, because how are you Airbnb a haunted house? That is so messed up. That is so messed up. So yeah, that's my story. And I'm not watching no scary movies never again. I'm not, about to see fewer posts. That was so scary, y'all. Ooh, it's so scary. I've never been more terrified in my life. Like, I've never been more terrified.
Hey, yeah. So, right after my husband and I got married, his grandfather passed away. And we ended up inheriting a property he owned. And it happened to be the house that my husband grew up in. So we had to do a ton of renovations on this house because it was just not in the best condition. It needed pretty much all new floors, subflooring, all this kind of stuff. So we more or less gutted it and completely redid it from bottom to top. And it ended up being absolutely beautiful. So we did end up moving in, and it was awesome. So one day it was a weekend, and we were cleaning up around the house. We had just cleaned the entire house. I was just finishing up some sweeping because we had a German Shepherd at the time. And if you own a German Shepherd, you know that they constantly are shedding, especially in the spring. So we had just vacuumed and swept the floors, and we came back out and there was just hair everywhere again. So my husband sat down to play a video game, and I went back and got the broom. That way I could sweep up some of her hair. So I was sweeping up some of her hair and went and put the broom back and came back to where my husband was sitting, and I saw a pile of blue sand. And I was like, babe, did you move the picture? So we have this picture that has sand in it from when we got married, when we did our sand ceremony. Let me see if I can get a picture real quick. This is the picture. And this was sitting on a shelf, actually, this shelf. But it was sitting up against the wall, and there was blue sand just all over the floor. And I was like, babe, why did you move this? I just swept. Why would you do that? And he was like, what are you talking about? I didn't move. And I said, there is blue sand in a pile back here. What? Why did you move it? And he goes, I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't know. What, blue sand? What? So he got up and went around the back side of where the sofa was and looked, and lo and behold, the blue sand that is in the frame was in a pile on the floor. So we were like, okay. So I swept it up and went back about my business. and came back again about 5-10 minutes later, and it's back. The sand's back on the floor. And I look at him again and I said, okay, you're messing with me now. Like, really? How did this happen? And he goes, what are you talking about? And I said, why is there sand on the floor again? And he got up and looked, and there was sand, blue sand, on the floor again. And he was like, I swear I haven't moved. I've been sitting here playing my game the whole time, and I have not touched that frame. It is in the same spot it was earlier. So we cleaned it up, and we actually just kind of rolled on with the rest of our day, didn't really think about it. And we talked to his grandmother later that night, and she was like, oh yeah, you know, it's your papa's birthday today. And we both looked at each other and we were like, oh my God, it's his birthday. And he was trying to tell us that he was there and try to make us remember it was his birthday. So every year in March, we start kind of laughing because that story was wild. And it never happened again after that.
Tell me a ghost story that sounds completely unbelievable but is entirely.
Okay, so when I was 15, I used to stay in this room. There's a hallway to the other rooms. You can see the living room. It's a mess, whatever. Right, so it's nighttime. I'm on the phone with my boyfriend, and my dad from his room, he's like, go, lock the door, turn off the lights, so I go to bed. I was like, okay, whatever. So I come out of my room. I walk my little way to the door. I lock the door. I come back and I walk back to my room. And I'm an anxious person, so I need to look back behind me at all times. And as I'm on the phone with my boyfriend, I'm about to open my door, I look. And where you see, and here, there wasn't a couch here at that time. So here, it was dark, so I already turned off the lights, right? There was a little girl. There was a little girl standing here. Well, she was coming like around, like say she's coming out of the kitchen around this to come down here toward me. She looked like she was like, okay, so this is how tall it is. She looked like she was like this tall. She was kind of see-through. She had like, looked like a gown, a dress. And girl, when I say she came up around that corner, she came up around that corner and she was coming for me. She was coming for me. And the distance is not, it's not long. It's very short. So I'm like, oh my God, oh my God. And I go and I open the door and I throw myself on my bed and I cover myself. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. My boyfriend's like, what? And then I'm like, there was a little girl. I just saw a little girl. There was a little girl coming from the kitchen to the living room, to the hallway, like towards me. He's like, nah. And I was like, I literally just happened. So much panic. So much panic. And like, mind you, this is me now. Like, I'm full grown. The child was like this, like around here. Okay. I haven't seen that again, but we knew that my sister felt, had things where she was like, there's a little girl in this house. Okay. Mind you, not anymore do we see things, hear things, ever since we started going to the church where we go to. But it all made sense.
Come, we should tell them what happened yesterday at Mom's house. Guys, so yesterday, I went, we left the door open. I ain't gonna open it again. Yesterday, I went to my mom's house and we were all sitting in the living room and we all heard somebody knocking the front door. But my mom has like glass doors, so obviously we could see that no one's out there. And your dad we all heard it, right? Why the fuck did his dad go open the door and ask who's there? Knowing nobody was fucking there. And number one rule, if someone knocks and you can see that no one's there, don't open the fucking door. What the fuck was that noise? Should we just like investigate my home right now? Let's go. Okay, what the fuck was that noise and what the fuck opened the door? We're not scared and nothing evil can stay here. You gotta go. You go outside. It drags you out.
Whoever's here, show yourself.
No, bitch, what the fuck? No! Oh my God, Colleen, I got chills from head to toe. Please don't fucking say that shit again. something that way. No, if I heard it, I swear it's gonna be on the video. You go that way. You're the one saying that shit. I have to fucking stay here.
Come out.
I have to stay here. I have to live here. If you heard it too, right? It has to be on the camera. Wait, we're gonna watch it. You fucking started all of this, and now we're standing here like fucking idiots. Anything evil needs to leave.
Show yourself.
No, what the do you want to add to that? Wait, move?
¿Por qué?
Oh, thank God it was the fucking...
Why?
You stupid! Don't jump like that! What's wrong with you?
What?
Say goodbye to everybody right now. I'm not gonna fucking keep recording. Go. This story comes from Mexico, del municipio de Maucalpan. This lady says that there was a rumor around her neighborhood that every time there was a newborn baby, a turkey would appear out of nowhere, but it wasn't just like a regular sized turkey. It was huge. She says that some people claim to have seen that big ass turkey on the roof of people's houses. The people who would come to see that turkey would go to whoever the parents were who just had the baby and warn them that they think that a witch was gonna come and try to take the baby. The girl admits that she always thought they were rumors, theories, myths, crazy things until she became pregnant herself. So she has a healthy baby, she comes home, and 2 days after the baby is at home, around midnight, she starts to hear like a lady crying outside. She kind of goes to the window like to hear if she's listening to this correctly, and yeah, there was a lady that was crying outside like she was in pain. And because she doesn't live in that house by herself, her uncles live like in another part of the house, she gets a phone call from one of her uncles. When she answers the phone, her uncle's like, hey, are you hearing this lady crying outside? And she's like, yeah, actually my baby won't stop crying either. And that's when her uncle's like, do not go outside, it could be the witch that's surrounding the house. She said after about 10 minutes the crying stopped outside, the baby stopped crying, and she didn't hear it again. However, the next 4 days would be the same. Around midnight, she would hear a lady crying outside, her baby would cry, and about 10 minutes, everything would stop. So on the 5th day, her husband finally heard this lady crying outside, because when she would explain it to him, he wouldn't believe it. So when he heard that cry, he walked outside and screamed at the lady and was like, what do you want? Why are you crying? You need to get the fuck out of here. What the fuck happened to my cheek? Did I hurt myself? Am I crazy? I don't think I had that in the beginning. I watched the video back. Am I crazy? It progressively started like appearing. Anyway, so after that day, they decided to put scissors in a form of a cross underneath the baby's crib. And it actually worked because they hadn't heard that crying of the witch after that. So 3 years pass and she has her second baby girl. And the day that she brings the baby to the house, it was already nighttime and it was time to go to bed. As she's laying in bed trying to go to sleep, she starts to feel that dreadful feeling, almost like you're about to go into sleep paralysis. She said that she also started feeling so scared, like nothing had happened for her to feel that scared. She tries to like turn around, and when she does, she almost sees like a shadow at the foot of her bed. She says as she continues to look at the shadow, it starts to form into like a person. In that moment, she starts to remember what had happened to her 3 years ago with her firstborn child. Somehow she manages to scream for her husband, and when he gets up, that shadow just disappears. The following morning, a neighbor actually visits her at her house, and she tells her that she saw a witch circling the neighborhood. She also tells her that she saw when the witch got on the roof of the lady's house, the one with the second born, and she tells her, please take care of your baby. Her neighbor didn't actually come empty-handed. She brought her cured tobacco, and she explained to her that she puts that around her house to like stop bad entities from like trying to come in. She explains that she put the cured tobacco all over her house, and again put the scissors and a sign of a cross near the baby's crib, and thankfully they have not heard that witch again. A duende fell in love with my mom. When I heard this story, I immediately saved it. I have to share it with you guys. So this guy, when he was younger, remembers that a duende was in love with his mom. He explains that at a very, very young age, his mom would tell them, don't ever be alone with me in a room. This could be dangerous. But he also says that he would hear when his mom would be in a room by herself, almost like she was talking to somebody, but the other person's voice sounded weird and like out of this world. He explains explains that around that time he remembers when the duende gave a piece of paper to his mom and said it was a gift. When they all looked at the paper, it was the series of numbers and he wanted the mom to play those numbers for the lottery. However, the mom did not play the lottery with those numbers. And the reason why she didn't play was because she recognized those numbers on the paper. He explains that the series of numbers were the dates of births of him, his brother, and his dad. So he says that the duende came back and asked the mom, hey, did you play those numbers? Are you rich? Do you have money? And obviously the mom was like, no, I didn't play the numbers. And that the duende got pissed off, like angry, and he was like, why didn't you play the numbers that I gave you? And the kid overheard when the mom was like, well, because it's weird. Why would you give me the numbers, but those are the dates of births of my family? And that the duende said, oh, they were gonna be the payment. They were gonna die because you were gonna win. What the fuck? Good for mom for not playing those numbers, because what the heck? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure how to pronounce Chucho el Catrin, I think, but this is where the story is in Spanish if you want to go listen to it. Knowing my dumbass, I would have played those numbers without even fucking realizing that they were my family's fucking thing. This girl said that when she was young, her family was having a reunion and it was going to be held at her aunt's house. So her parents and little brother decided to travel there and stay the night because it was a long distance away from their home. Once they got there, she realized that all her cousins were there too, and she was so excited to have some fun with them. So nighttime comes and it's time to go to bed, and she remembers when her aunt gathers up all the children and basically warns them to not get out of bed or roam around the house in the middle of the night. She mentions that one of the parents overheard her telling the kids that, and they were like, hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean? And she heard when the aunt was like, well, at nighttime they scare us here. And the parents thought it was a joke. She was like, oh, come on, you can't be serious. And the aunt was like, no, I'm being very serious. Do not let the kids roam around the house at night. So honestly, the parents didn't really believe her, and they had an idea to have all the kids go to sleep in the living room and they can make a fort out of it, and that way all the kids could be together and there was like no pranking going around or trying to scare one another. I don't think that was a good idea. If I had heard that, I'd be like, I'm gonna go to sleep with my mom, because what the fuck, I'm not sleeping in the living room. She just said things are roaming around. You're about to put me in the center of where things could be roaming around. Nevertheless, they all agreed. They made a fort out of like sheets and chairs, and they were underneath this like tent fort thing. So everyone decides to go to sleep, and the kids are in the living room. The parents go to each of the bedrooms, and just to give you an idea, from the living room there is a hallway, and in that hallway there's like 6 or 7 doors, and there's a whole bunch of bedrooms, and that is where the parents were gonna go to sleep. So again, everybody's going to sleep, and she says that this story more so comes from her little brother because he was the one that these things happened to. She says that they were all laying underneath that fort and that they were all talking, and she has no idea when she just like fell asleep, but she did as everyone was having conversations. So she remembers being shaken and her little brother telling her, wake up, wake up, wake up, something's happening in the house. She admits that it took her a while to actually wake up because she was in very deep sleep, and when she did, she hears a door slam so loud that she was like, you see, you just woke up our aunts or uncles or our parents, and we're about to get in trouble. And her brother was like, no, please stay awake, something has happened in the house and I'm so scared, do not go to sleep. And that's when she was like, what the fuck are you talking about? So he tells her in that moment, while he's still scared, that 5 minutes before he woke her up, he got woken up because he heard an adult male in that hallway talking very loudly. He tells her that he got curious because maybe he thought it was one of his uncles, so he peeked out of the fort and into that hallway, and that's where he saw like a shadow of a man with a sombrero, and the only thing that he could see at the very end of like any facial features were 2 red dots where the eyes are. And he said that scared him because no one in that house had that kind of like a silhouette where he can be like, oh, that's my uncle or that's my dad. He had no idea who that person was, and it was looking directly towards where he was. In that moment, he obviously goes back into the fort, covers himself up from head to toe with the blanket, and that is when the doors are like opening and closing and slamming like non-stop. Now, he says that the door slammings are from like each individual bedroom, and he starts panicking. He's like, please God, no God, I don't want to go through this. And it's scaring him more because nobody is coming from outside of those bedrooms. Like, the slams are so loud that he would expect his aunts or uncles, his parents, to come out and maybe check out what the hell's going on, but no one is coming out, and that is scaring him a lot more. And that's when he tells her that he got freaked out and he starts trying to wake up all the kids that are in the living room, and nobody's waking up. No one is even listening to those door slams, because you would think they would be waking up to that. And he barely even got his sister to wake up then and there. So the sister, listening to all this, tells him, hey, everything's okay, nothing is happening. You're telling me all of this, but do you hear anything? And she was like, I did hear that door, but it could have very well been one of our aunts or uncles mad because you were talking. So just go to sleep, nothing is happening. And somehow they did end up going back to sleep. So morning comes and they're all having breakfast, and she is making fun of her little brother. She is laughing and she's trying to call him out in front of everyone. So she says, can you guys believe that he was scared in the middle of the night? He says that he was hearing like a man voice in the hallway and that doors were opening and closing. And again, she's laughing at him. And that is when their aunt was very seriously like, that's nothing to laugh about. Those are the same things that people claim to have seen and heard in the house in the middle of the night. So many people have seen a random guy in the hallway with a sombrero and has seen the doors open and close by themselves. She says that she has personally heard it in her home, but she's never had the guts to get up and like go figure out what it is, but that there has been adults that have claimed to have seen this. So the aunt was like, I believe your brother, and this is nothing to be laughing about. The aunt claims that the adults who have experienced this never come back to their house because that's how scared they are from witnessing everything that's happening. But anyway, this story is coming from Hablemos de lo que no existe. If you guys want to go check it out in Spanish. But yeah, what do you guys...
Yeah, I'll tell you my ghost story. So a friend of mine, she lived on a big property. And as we got into her house, we walk in, and then the gardener and his son walk in behind us, and they walked across from the lounge room and down a hall. The kid followed the gardener. And I thought that was really strange because if we ever had a gardener, I wouldn't just let him walk into my house. So once the gardener and his kid left, I said, how come you let the gardener just in the house with his kid? That's weird. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, you know, the gardener and his kid that just walked in? She goes, what? I go, the gardener and his kid that walked in the house. She goes, that's not the gardener, that's my dad. I go, oh. I go, who's the kid with him? She goes, what are you talking about? I said, there's a little boy following, like blonde hair, like green shirt and blue shorts, and like walking along. She goes, it's only me, you and dad home. I'm like, no, there's a kid following your dad. And she goes, no, there isn't. And then I looked, there's a photo of the kid I just seen. And I'm like, oh, that's him.
Far out.
She goes, no, it's not. I said, yeah, that kid just followed your dad. She's like, no, it was my brother. And I was like, fuck, her brother died a year before in a car crash.
No.
So, yeah.
Oh.
I was like, fuck.
It's got cold in here.
Tell me,
Yeah.
I've heard that story before from you, but that gets me. I have seen a ghost. I from memory around 6. My brother, specifically on stormy nights, would come into my bedroom and want to sleep in the bed with me because he was scared. So it's a stormy night. It's your stereotypical stormy, scary. Yeah, 100%. I start feeling this pat on my back. I just assumed it was my little brother asking, and go away. I remember I turned around to either say to my brother, go back to your bed, or see if it was my mum. And it was this old lady sitting on the end of my bed, and she had her hands over her.
Oh, no, that's scary.
Over her
Why
face.
did she have her hands like that?
No idea. Just sat there on the end of my bed.
Oh, that is terrifying.
And
that's worse than her just sitting there.
Yeah, and as a kid, as you normally instantly bang covers under the covers, hold on the covers, and eventually when I got the courage to pull the covers back out and have a look, no one there, gone.
I'm going to show you an 18-second recording, which he has given me permission to use.
Oh, wow.
18 seconds, he drops it into another language.
Has it been translated since?
Not translated, but I have given it to, and I can't even say the person who has somewhat validated it because he didn't want to be on public record. He's a professor of ancient linguistics, but when he found out the context of where I got it from, he's like, career suicide. My name cannot go, because it's spiritual.
Yeah, right.
So I'll let you listen to it first.
Yeah, cool.
And just
What the hell?
So I sent that to a particular professor of ancient linguistics, and I didn't tell him the context first. I just said, can you recognize this language? And he said, professional opinion or personal opinion? I said, both. He said, professionally, we have lost a lot of languages from ancient times, but it's definitely Mesopotamian.
Wow.
Right? Which is during that period of time. And then he says, but if I had to guess, it most resembles ancient Egyptian.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, that happens to be the context of where he was. And right before when he dropped into this language, he mumbled something first. And I said, what was that? What did you just say? And then he mumbled something else in this other language. And I said, what language is that? And he just says, the first.
This is my favorite episode ever.
My best friend through middle school and into high school used to tell me all the time that when she died, she was going to go to a funeral and turn off the electricity to mess with people. Flash forward to the summer after her sophomore year, and she gets killed in a car accident. Lo and behold, in the middle of her funeral, the church completely lost power for no apparent reason, and that just made me cry more because I knew she was there.
I have so many stories that I can tell you, but I think I'm going to tell you about the first time I ever saw a dead person. So I grew up in a really, really haunted house. I heard stuff, I saw, all the time. There was always something going on. And so I would have slumber parties and we would tell ghost stories, and like everything in the house would, correlate to what we were saying, and everybody thought they were awesome parties until you have to go to sleep in the dark by yourself. So it was a crazy house. And so I didn't know if this was building me up for whatever, but my sister was being born. I'm 8 years old. And this is the first time that I ever spent the night at my grandmother's house. My grandma and grandpa, they were always really, really old from the time, I was little, and we just didn't spend the night there. That wasn't something that we did. And so my sister was being born overnight. And so I spent the night at my grandmother's house. She was sleeping with my grandfather that night, and I slept in her bedroom, in her bed. And I'm having this crazy dream, and to this day, I can still tell you exactly what the dream was. I'm 47 years old, and this happened when I was 8, so that was a long time ago. But I am having this crazy dream, and I wake up, and there's this man standing at the bottom of my bed, and he had on a flannel shirt. He had on like suspenders. To this day, I can tell you exactly what it is that he looked like. And it's, I put the blankets up over my head, and I'm like freaking out, and I didn't know what to do. And so like I just waited for a little bit, and I pulled him back down, and he was gone. So I went running into my grandmother's room, and I'm like, Grandma, there's somebody in your room. There's somebody in your room. And she said, oh, tell me. And so I said, it was a man. It was an older man. He was in a flannel shirt. He was standing there. And she said, oh, that's okay, honey. That's my dad. He comes to see me all the time. Okay. We did not spend the night at Grandma's house again. But after that time, I did continue seeing dead people.
I don't know what she knows that we don't today, but she's arming all the stuffed animals with knives.
My daughter just woke up. My daughter just woke up screaming from sleep just now and handed me a bat, and she has a bat. And now you're singing Ring Around the Rosie? No, where did you learn that? We don't sing that. Why do we have bats? Why are you awake? Okay, what are these for? What are we doing with these?
You got this?
No, I don't got this. What do I got? You need to tell me what I'm up against. No, I'm not bringing around shit, baby. You're scaring me.
See if they move. Oh! Okay, hold on. Give me the lighter. I need to...
Light it. Okay, why did that take so long? Was it the wrong key?
No.
Is there cameras in there? Why would there be cameras? Grandpa crazy. Oh, it's just a bedroom? Are you going in?
Fuck no, I'm in a bad feeling about this.
I don't feel good. No, I don't. I'm getting
This is why white people die in movies, bruh.
Nah. We have black up in this beach.
Oh my god, I just got so lightheaded.
What is that? Hang in there.
I just got...
Corbin, don't be going through this stuff.
I just got so lightheaded. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. I got lightheaded as soon as I walked in here.
Yeah.
You are not welcome here.
Oh, my head's itching. I
If
think
there's
there's
any
lice
spirits
in here.
leave. You are not welcome.
Why is Santa Claus locked up? That's what that thing's creepy. Why, Santa, why are you locked up? It could be an object in here. Yeah. Did you guys ever think about that? Like, it could be an object. You could just burn the whole room. What are you doing in the closet, dude?
Oh, my back's burning.
Is it really?
Bitch, my back's
Do you have
burning.
scratch marks in it? Oh my god! No, you're kidding!
Stop.
No, get out, get out, get out, You get out, have get out, get out. scratch marks up your back.
Stop.
No, you do.
Stop, you're giving me anxiety.
Oh my fucking god! You're kidding, right?